Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 18 petitions.
18.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Fantino for Mr. Blaney, seconded by Mr. Gossel, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Records Act, the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, and the International Transfer of Offenders Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Fantino pour Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Fantino for Mr. Blaney moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed to be adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from parliamentary delegations. Presenting. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry I was a little ahead of you there, my friend, but Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to Bill C-590, an act to amend the Criminal Code blood alcohol content. The committee étudié le projet de loi.
The committee considered the bill and decided to report to the House with one amendment.
Member for Huron Bruce.
Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Health in relation to its study on the main estimates 2015-16. One hard-working committee, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture du projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition that sadly informs the House that Jeff Gaston was tragically killed by a drunk driver that chose to drive while impaired. The Gaston family have been left devastated. Families for Justice is a group of Canadians who have also lost loved ones killed by an impaired driver. They believe that Canada's impaired driving laws are much too lenient. They want the crime to be called what it is, vehicular homicide. They also want mandatory sentencing for those convicted of this crime. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand today to present a petition of my constituents. There are hundreds and hundreds of constituents of mine who signed a petition against Bill C-51. They're calling on the House of Commons to stop this attack on civil liberties by joining our official opposition, to stop Bill C-51. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure I table a petition signed by many constituents of Winnipeg North asking that to recognize the Punjab Assembly in India unanimously passed a resolution calling on the Canadian Parliament to apologize for the Kamagata Maru. What they're doing, Mr. Speaker, is asking the government to provide a formal apology in Parliament with respect to that particular incident of 1914. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have three petitions to present this morning, Mr. Speaker. The first, petitioners call on the Parliament to do everything it can to protect Christians in areas of Iraq where they're being particularly targeted. The second petition calls on Parliament to put in place mandatory labeling for food which has been genetically modified. And the third, Mr. Speaker, in the third petition, the petitioners call on Parliament to condemn the worst possible discrimination there can be against girls, which is through gender selection abortion. They call on Parliament to condemn the practice of gender selection abortion, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to give voice to the frustration and, dare I say, anger felt by many of my constituents about the Conservative government's decision to cancel door-to-door mail delivery and install community mailboxes. In my riding of Hamilton Mountain, Canada Post has now started the installation and the petition campaign is ratcheting up again. The petitioners are appalled that the Conservatives would allow Canada Post to eliminate home delivery for millions of customers, set up community mailboxes without getting the requisite permits from the city, put thousands of employees out of work, and then have the gall to raise the price of stamps. Our postal service helps connect us, and these cuts will unfairly impact the most vulnerable in our society, including seniors and people with disabilities. For all of those reasons, the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to stop these devastating cuts to our postal service and look instead for ways to modernise operations. The Conservatives continue to find millions of dollars for their well-connected friends. It's time they found a way to keep the mail coming to our doors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition signed by hundreds of Calgarians calling for a change in the law around drunk driving in memory of my constituent Francis Pesa, who was struck by a drunk driver on January 1, 2014 and died a few days later. The petitioners ask Parliament to recognise the devastation caused by drunk driving, to respond by changing the definition of impaired driving causing death to that of vehicular manslaughter, and to attach minimum sentences to the conviction. Mr. Speaker, drunk driving is a serious problem and requires serious sentences in response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling 3 petitions about respecting small family farms and their right to preserve seeds. They're calling on the government to adopt international policies to protect small farmers, especially women, in acknowledgement of their essential role in the family farm. It is my pleasure to table petitions on unjust fees. It calls upon the government to eliminate these high credit card and automatic teller fees in order to ensure that there is no collusion. Thank you.
East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition today with respect to the Climate Change Accountability Act. The signatories to this petition, Mr. Speaker, are expressing their concerns with respect to the inaction of our federal government to address climate change in light of the impact of climate change on the day-to-day lives of Canadians. They're expressing their concerns about the billions of dollars in public money given to the oil and gas industry in the form of subsidies, and they are calling on the Government of Canada to support the NDP's Climate Change Accountability Act, a law that would reduce greenhouse gas emissions and hold the government accountable. Thank you.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
On behalf of constituents, after discussions with them, they asked me to publicly present to them, or to the House, the respect for the right for small-scale family farmers to preserve and exchange in the use of cereal seeds.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present 2 petitions to the House this morning. The first is from residents of Saanich and the Gulf Islands, and it is specifically to encourage the Government of Canada to develop policies that assist internationally to assist family farmers who are often, and particularly women, that the policies work to protect the rights of small family farmers in the global south. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of British Columbia outside of my riding, primarily Grand Forks, and a few as well also from Mr. Speaker, from Ottawa, calling on the government to re-examine the whole regime of security certificates, pointing out that holding people for very long times in essentially secret trials violates the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I
am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on April 30, 2015 by the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley and on May 8th by the member for Toronto Danforth regarding the delay of access of members to Parliament Hill. I would like to thank the members for having raised this matter, as well as the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, the Opposition House Leader, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, and the members for Saanich Gulf Islands, London Fanshawe, Winnipeg North, Hamilton Centre, Ottawa Vanier, Charlebourg-Saint-Charles, Saint-Lambert, and Northumberland Quinte West for their comments.
Before we start to look at the issues that were raised, the Chair would like to take a few seconds to deal with comments on the timing of the questions of privilege. Some members alluded to the fact that some interventions were made at a very specific moment in order to delay or prevent business. I'm sure all members would agree that it would be unfortunate for a subject as important as parliamentary privilege and the right of access of members to be trivialized in any way. either by raising what some might call nuisance questions of privilege, or by quickly dismissing outright such claims of privilege simply because they are perceived to be impeding the normal course of business. In raising his question of privilege, the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley explained that on April 30, 2015, he and several other members were attempting to access the parliamentary precinct through the East Block entrance in order to attend a vote in the House when the shuttle bus they were on was stopped temporarily by an RCMP officer. While acknowledging the need to keep Parliament secure, the member insisted that this physical obstruction constituted a denial of reasonable, timely access to the parliamentary precinct, thereby impeding him from performing his parliamentary duties and constituting a breach of privilege.
The Government House leader claimed that since the RCMP had determined that the bus in question had been delayed for only 74 seconds, this case amounted to no more than a momentary delay, which does not qualify as a breach of the privileges of the House. He contended that while denial of access to the precinct is indeed a breach of members' privileges, a delay should not be considered as such unless it is a significant one. Calling for a measured, reasonable perspective, the Government House leader explained that the privilege of access to the parliamentary precinct is not an unqualified right, and that issues of safety and security may temper this right of access in certain situations.
The 15th, the member for Toronto Danforth complained of delayed access to Centre Block that day by an RCMP officer. He noted that the officer had received orders to stop all individuals from entering while the delegation of VIPs accessed the building, orders which made no distinction between the rights of members of Parliament and those of the general public. Maintaining that the length of the delay was irrelevant, the member for Toronto Danforth contended that this incident also constituted a breach of privilege.
To begin, I will remind the House of the well-defined, albeit limited, role of the Chair in determining matters of privilege. O'Brien Bosk at page 141 states, and I quote, "Great importance is attached to matters involving privilege. The function of the Speaker is limited to deciding whether the matter is of such a character as to entitle the member who has raised the question to move a motion which will have priority over orders of the day. That is, in the Speaker's opinion, there is a prima facie question of privilege. If there is, the House must take the matter into immediate consideration. Ultimately, it is the House which decides whether a breach of privilege or a contempt has been committed." End of quote.
The two incidents now before the House have served as a clear reminder that members not only require, but are entitled to access to the parliamentary precinct at all times without interference. This is uncontested.
In 2004, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, having considered a question of privilege related to the physical obstruction of members, stated in its 21st report, and I quote, "The denial of access to members of the House, even if temporary, is unacceptable and constitutes a contempt of the House. Members must not be impeded or interfered with while on their way to the chamber or when going about their parliamentary business. To permit this would interfere with the operation of the House of Commons and undermine the preeminent right of the House to the service of its members." End of quote.
In listening to the submissions of members on this issue, it is clear to the Chair that the larger issue of security in the parliamentary precinct is a major preoccupation for members, one that informs their perspective on individual incidents and that now looms large given the changing security environment on Parliament Hill as a result of the events of October 22, 2014. Following those events, members will recall that I ordered a comprehensive review of our security systems and procedures. Parliamentary security operations have since been tightened and have continued to evolve, leading up to the Senate and House's decision to unify their protective services in November 2014. Then, on February 16, 2015, the House adopted a motion calling on the Speaker of the House, in coordination with the Speaker of the Senate, quote, "to invite, without delay, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to lead operational security throughout the parliamentary precinct and the grounds of Parliament Hill, while respecting the privileges, immunities, and powers of the respected houses and ensuring the continued employment of our existing and respected parliamentary security staff." Unquote. That the House chose to make this decision is not a matter for the Chair to comment upon. other than to say that from a procedural standpoint, the motion was taken up by the House in accordance with our rules and practices and remains a valid decision which the Speaker is bound to implement. Since then, considerable progress has been made towards arriving at an agreement to have the RCMP lead physical security services throughout the parliamentary precinct and Parliament Hill. Yet there is no denying that ensuring the security in a changed world and in a changed arrangement for all who enter the parliamentary precinct is going to present some challenges as we transition to the new security regime. However, none of this obviates what I stated in my ruling of March 15, 2012, where I confirmed the importance of members' right of access to the precinct. I stated at page 6333 of debates, quote, "The implementation of security measures cannot override the right of members to unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct, free from obstruction or interference." As Speaker, it is my role to support the House and its members as we proceed with various changes to our security arrangements. This includes, but is not limited to, ensuring that any and all changes uphold the privileges, immunities, and powers of this House, as has always been the case. Several members have expressed concern that a heightened level of security could lead to more incidents where members are unnecessarily impeded as they carry out or attempt to carry out their parliamentary duties. The incidents raised by the members for Skeena-Bulkley Valley and Toronto-Danforth have certainly served to highlight those broader concerns. I would like to assure all honourable members that protecting the rights and privileges of the House and of its members is a priority for me as our security forces continue to work in close partnership in order to provide a safe environment for all members, parliamentary staff, and visitors to the Hill.
The Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, in its 34th report regarding the free movement of members of Parliament within the parliamentary precinct, summed up the challenge when it stated, and I quote, "Cases of privilege in which members have had their right to unimpeded access to the parliamentary precinct denied have occurred in the recent past with all too great a frequency. The committee considers the best solution to this issue is to be improved planning, greater coordination between partners, and increased education and awareness of security services and members." End of quote.
As your Speaker, I can only agree. In fact, I recently had occasion to discuss this challenge with Commissioner Paulson, who agrees that all protected personnel need to know the community they serve. They need to be sensitive and responsive to the community they serve, and they need to be familiar with the expectations of the community they serve. This includes having the primary function of this place top of mind as they go about performing their duties. At the same time, we as members need to be mindful that increased security does require adjustments. It may mean that members will notice changes that will make the grounds and buildings safer while still ensuring that they can carry out their work. This is consistent with the ruling I delivered on March 15, 2012, in which I stated, quote, "As we all know, the parliamentary precinct and its buildings exist primarily to support the functions of the legislative branch. The centre block in particular, housing as it does, the House of Commons and Senate chambers, is a working building where parliamentary proceedings are carried out and where members must be free to perform their duties without interference, even when other activities are taking place. Needless to say, these heritage buildings, especially centre block, are also ideal venues for all sorts of events, and we are all proud to showcase them for our distinguished visitors. However, extra care is needed to ensure that competing requirements regarding the use of the building and precinct are understood with due accommodations and the proper balance." Unquote. In this light, emphasizing the notion of balance, the questions raised by the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons are pertinent with regard to defining what constitutes an impediment to unfettered access for members to the parliamentary precinct and buildings. It would indeed be unfortunate for members to carry the concept of physical obstruction to illogical and unreasonable lengths. However, I would caution that the House ought not either to fall into the trap of assessing these matters on the sole basis of the duration of a delay or impediment. One can easily imagine a situation where even a very brief obstruction, depending on its severity or nature, could lead a Speaker to arrive at a prima facie finding of privilege and to allow a debate in the House. Therefore, for these reasons, and given the arguments presented by honourable members, and in view of the vital importance of this issue to all members, particularly in this current context, I have concluded that the broader subject matter of the rights of access of members merits immediate consideration. I have come to this conclusion that the House has the opportunity to hear the views of members on the balance that must be struck between the need for reasonable and timely access to the Hill for members and the support and guidance that this House can provide to its security partners. This contribution will be important as we continue to navigate the transition with which we will be faced in the coming months. Accordingly, I will now invite the member for Toronto-Danforth to move his motion.
Hear, hear.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for Burnaby New Westminster, that the question of privilege raised on the 30th of April 2015 by the member for Skeena Bulkley Valley and on May 8th by the member for Toronto Danforth on the subject of the fact that members were delayed when they attempted to access Parliament Hill be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Monsieur Scott, appuyé par Monsieur Julien, propose.
Mr. Scott, seconded by Mr. Julien, moves that the question of privilege raised on April 30th, 2015 by the member for Skeena Bulkley Valley and May 8th by the member for Toronto Danforth be referred when they tried to access the Hill, be referred to Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I should say that I'd like to share my time with the member for Skeena Bulkley Valley. I think it's important for me to briefly recap, maybe for those present, those who weren't listening on last week, why I felt that even a momentary delay of what I admit was less than a minute raises major issues here that PROC, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, really will have to take seriously. What happened basically involved an indistinguishable stopping of everyone coming up one side of Parliament Hill, heading towards the centre block, within immediate proximity of the doors that MPs always enter. The reason given by the officer, and I'll emphasize again, as I did in my intervention last week, who was firm and polite, and I have no concerns at all with the officer. She made very clear that she was under orders to stop everyone. Now, I have sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm actually going to split my time with the member for Burnaby New Westminster, if that's okay. I have no idea how long the group was there as I was walking up the hill before I arrived. But the fact of the matter is, when I arrived, I presented myself as I was trying to pass to the officer, and the conversation that ensued is now on the record of Hansard, indicated that she was under orders to make no distinction between any members of the public, anyone else, and MPs. And indeed, structurally, there was nothing about the way the crowd control was working to suggest that any distinction had been made. There was no ability for an officer to stand there and wave MPs through, to say, are there any MPs here? Please go through. Nothing like that. It was a one-size-fits-all approach. And this was confirmed when she then called through to the, whatever was the command central for this welcoming of the President of the Philippines to the Hill. And they didn't bother addressing the issue of whether or not an MP could go through while the others were waiting, because the moment she called, they solved the problem by letting everybody through. So I assume that was a coincidence of timing. But nonetheless, it was clear from the overall situation that there were, again, indistinguishable orders. On that front, I'd like to now move to two arguments that I do believe the Speaker has put in context in his ruling just now, but that have been raised twice now by the House Leader for the government on the point of privilege from the member for Skeena Bulkley Valley and on my point of privilege. One is effectively he's come before this House and asked the Speaker to take his word for facts that he and the government have investigated in tandem with the RCMP. Now, first of all, the first problem is that it is not the role of the government to conduct these kinds of investigations. All right? The second thing is, here, I'd like to read something from the House Leader's intervention on the privilege motion from the member for Skeena Bulkley Valley. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that the Public Safety Minister's office has advised that the RCMP reviewed the surveillance camera footage and determined the green bus in question was indeed delayed for some 74 seconds. And he went on to say that was a mere momentary delay, and for that reason, the privilege motion should be dismissed. The fact of the matter is, I think PROC needs to look at what are the lines of authority here. A House Leader comes into the House, gets word from another minister of the Crown about what that minister of the Crown had discussed with the RCMP, and then, in a not-so-subtle fashion, expects the Speaker to say, oh, well, thank you very much for doing my work, and thank you very much for reporting to me what the RCMP has said. So I'm very glad that the Speaker has obviously decided that that is not the role of the government, not the role of the House Leader. And I'd also like to point out how the Speaker went back into precedents and quoted one precedent that said even a momentary delay can be a breach of privilege. Exactly. This government is now trying to reshape the law of privilege around the idea that just any delay at all, as long as it's short, is not a breach of privilege. They went so far as to argue last week that the recent report on the question of privilege from the member for L'Acadie-Bathurst actually stated that. The Proc report actually put forward the idea that momentary delays are not a breach of privilege. No such words at all appear in that report. In fact, it's very clear that the committee was expressing concern by the very sentence that the Speaker just read in the House now on his ruling, where he read in French this sentence, quote, cases of privilege in which members have had their right to unimpeded access to the parliamentary precinct denied have occurred in the recent past with all too great a frequency, end of quotation. For that to appear in the Proc report from the most recent case, and for the Speaker to now read it again, is diametrically opposed to the spin that the House Leader is trying to put on the law of privilege in this House when he says that report ruled that a momentary delay meant there was no privilege breached in that case. Completely out of bounds argument as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker. Now, I took care, and I took care at the beginning of these remarks as well, to emphasize, and this is actually consistent with the recent report on the privilege for member for L'Acadie-Bathurst, to emphasize no fault on behalf of the officers. The officers are working within a system. They're following orders. Okay, the question is the system. How are, in these two instances, VIPs handled? What kind of priority are they given over members of Parliament to access? What kind of easy procedures could be available that the RCMP so far has declined to put into place? For example, at all access points, having a designated RCMP officer to shepherd, to let through, to look out for members of Parliament while everybody else has to wait. Nothing like that. Instead, they put a lone officer out to block everybody and under orders that everybody should be blocked regardless of whether or not they're an MP. My guess is they're putting out recent recruits to do this, people who have not even been properly versed in what parliamentary privilege is, what the reasons are that getting to the House on time is important. At one level, it's an absolute importance. If I wanted to be in the House because I had limited time to hear a debate or to possibly ask a question, etc., that in and of itself is enough reason for me to be in any hurry that I want. But beyond that, votes are so crucial in this place, and they can come up at unexpected times, times that overlap with when VIPs are visiting. So the idea that 30 seconds, a minute, or whatever is always de minimis is already in trouble with respect to the logic of the time frames that we operate in this place. And the idea that the House Leader has raised on occasion, which is that almost to suggest that MPs are sitting on their posteriors, waiting to the very last minute before they rush to the House, and therefore, if they're delayed a little bit at that point, they're to blame. When the fact is, it is the case that votes disrupt everything else MPs are doing, and they often try to finish what they're doing, knowing they have enough time to get there in the ordinary course of events. And so this just-in-time arrival of a good number of the people who are voting on any given motion is also a part of our life on the Hill. And the moment that gets interfered with, we're going to potentially have problems with multiple people not making votes. At the moment, we've been lucky with respect to those delayed who've managed to just get in time. The whole question of VIPs is The mere fact that the RCMP officer said it was a VIP, as broad a category as that.
That's us.
Yeah, versus a visiting head of state, just to say, to give it some context, suggests that we have a very broad brush approach being taken by whomever is in charge of federal policing on the Hill. Ultimately, it's the Deputy Commissioner. And I am now no longer personally convinced that the Deputy Commissioner is listening to any of these debates on what privilege amounts to. It would have been so easy to set up procedures to ensure MPs can get through, and that hasn't been done. So I think we need to have the PROC hear this matter, not in any extended way, but in a way that focuses on systems and where we get precise information from the RCMP about what the orders are, what training procedures are in place, how do we know that they're even listening to these reports and, Mr. Speaker, to the Speaker's rulings. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question. Would he agree that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee also study the issue of language capacity? Because 4 times when I came to the front of the building in my vehicle, I was stopped and no one could speak French among the officers there. 4 times that caused delays. Once, Mr. Speaker, there were 3 other people, and I had to wait until a 4th person arrived in a vehicle, and so it was a several minutes long delay, about 5 minutes, and I'd ask my colleague if he would agree that that kind of consideration also, their delay rather, also be considered by the committee, because that's caused me delays several times. It's very worrisome that something like this has occurred, and, well, I don't know exactly what the Speaker's ruling is targeting, the one that was just handed down a few minutes ago. But when we're talking about systems, protection services on the Hill, and surveillance systems of buildings such as the Centre Block, in my opinion, that includes something like issues like the ability to speak to members in both official languages. If we don't have that, that is going to cause other problems. So in my opinion, that really is something that should be on the table in the PROC discussions.
I have questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this opportunity to discuss the role of Parliament, parliamentary privilege, security, and the role of visiting dignitaries needs to be examined at PROC, and I think we need to go back to first principles. Parliament is supreme. Parliament is not the place of the head of state. Parliament is where government happens. Traditionally in this country, and I'm old enough to remember that most heads of state used to be greeted at Rideau Hall. That was the convention that did not interrupt parliamentary procedure. We have in recent years become, I think, inconvenienced in Parliament by the arrival of visiting dignitaries with the automatic assumption that if a head of state is visiting from another country and the Prime Minister wishes to roll red carpets through the middle of this place, unfurl flags, and hold a ceremony, that parliamentary activities have to be secondary to that activity. I suggest that activity contravenes our Constitution, and we need to pay attention to the supremacy of Parliament, the role of parliamentarians, our ability to do our work without being impeded. The supremacy of Parliament is a principle that matters, and the Prime Minister reports to Parliament, not the other way around.
The honourable member for Toronto, Danforth.
These are very good points, and the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands has made them before in other debates on privilege. I actually think it's a serious point, the question of whether our head of state, the Governor-General, should presumptively be the one and at whose residence and workplace foreign dignitaries are received, with the exception being otherwise, where planning can go on in a way that still allows for all of our activity to go on. I think there is a constitutional issue, and I think there's a de facto constant infringement going on when the executive branch is using parliamentary precinct as its way of dealing with the rest of the world through VIP showcasing. The Speaker said, these are great premises, we want to show them off to the world. We can't disagree. But the idea of using this as an automatic place for whenever the Prime Minister wants to put on something that's, let's call it a diplomatic show, probably does need to be looked at to see whether or not this could be better done and probably with less cost done at Rideau Hall.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank you for the decision that you have just handed down. It's worrisome that we have two members that are raising further questions about the changes that have been forced upon us by the government on the structure that we've always had on Parliament Hill. So I think that it's this debate that will allow us, indeed, to speak more at length on the tendency that is very worrisome here. What we're seeing is that more and more opposition members are rising in the House because, indeed, their access to the Hill has been prevented. And in the case of the member for Toronto Danforth, in the recent case, we're talking just a few days ago, the member for London Fanshawe also, as well as the member for Skeena Bulkley Valley, we can see a trend that's becoming more and more clear. And now the member for Ottawa Vanier has just raised another case. And in his case, it was access that was prevented because of a lack of bilingualism of the officers.
Concerns raised by members of Parliament, and the trend, I think, is very worrisome. That more and more frequently, we're seeing members of Parliament that are not able to access their working place here on Parliament Hill. Now, you know as well as I do, Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, we're called upon to do many things and to work very hard on behalf of our constituents. And that means often coming into the House with a few minutes' notice to speak on important bills. Often the government doesn't provide us with the notice that it should, so that we have to, as members of Parliament, rapidly get to the House. We also have a government that will often pull surprise votes, particularly on closure and time allocation. Mr. Speaker, we've seen 95 of them through the course of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, that is beyond any doubt the worst history of any government in Canadian history. 95 times invoking closure or time allocation. These votes are often surprised. And so, as members of Parliament, we need access to this House so that we can debate the issues, often at a moment's notice, because the government doesn't want to provide that notice. Often at a moment's notice, we come here to vote on issues. Again, often on things like time allocation, there's very, very little pre-notice. So the idea that somehow delays of a few minutes are inconsequential and should be dismissed, Mr. Speaker, which has been the argument that we've been hearing from the government side now for a couple of weeks as these incidences multiply and there are more and more concerns about the ability to actually get into this House of Commons. The idea that the government raises that it's inconsequential for a member to miss votes, it's inconsequential for a member to not be able to take their place in debate, I profoundly disagree with. And, Mr. Speaker, why has there been this multiplication of blocked access to Parliament Hill? Well, you know the reason as well as I do, Mr. Speaker. One of the concerns that we raised a few months ago when the government rammed through the House major security changes, they rammed it through with very little notice, no consultation with the Speaker, no consultation with opposition parties. They simply rammed through, came directly from the Prime Minister's office, this idea that they could change the scope of security on Parliament Hill. And I wanted to quote, Mr. Speaker, the member from Hull-Elmer, our whip at that time, who raised these concerns when the government provoked that sudden debate to shake up the security system here on Parliament Hill. And what she said at that time, the member from Hull Amherst, was the motion before us will not achieve a better integration, better training, better equipment, and more resources dedicated to our safety, upon which all members of Parliament would agree. But what she said at the time is this motion is nothing more than a government's attempt to take away the historic responsibility that the Speaker's office has under the Constitution to protect parliamentarians from the unilateral intrusion of government authority. She went on to talk a bit about the history and traditions, Mr. Speaker. But she also said the fact that the government is using the power of its whip to try to take constitutional rights away from the Speaker and permanently hand control of security in this place over to its own security service is a direct attack on our tradition, our practices, and our Constitution. This is an unprecedented attempt to control security in the only place where the government cannot control it, this Parliament. And this once again demonstrates that this government, led by the Prime Minister, is obsessed with controlling everything, Mr. Speaker. Now, what we've seen, of course, subsequent to that, as the government rammed through, overrode the Speaker's ability and the Speaker's prerogative, is a multiplication of this government's attempt to usurp what have been parliamentary traditions in place in this country for over a century, almost a century and a half. And Mr. Speaker, we saw that in the reaction both to the issues raised by the member from Toronto Danforth and the members from Skeena Bulkley Valley and London Fanshawe, that the government simply said, we've investigated, when it's your prerogative, Mr. Speaker, we've investigated, we dismiss it. Mr. Speaker, we've never heard those words from any government in Canadian history. But this is a government that has attacked the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, that has attacked the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer, that has diminished the ability of the Auditor General to do the valuable work that the Auditor General provides, and has attacked the Chief Electoral Officer. This government has absolutely no respect for institutions, and this Prime Minister seemingly wants to control more and more. Well, Mr. Speaker, if they want the control, control comes with responsibility. And, of course, on this side of the House, we've been fighting every step of the way. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, profoundly, on October 19th, we're going to see Canadians, as they did in Alberta, just push back on this idea that one party can control everything. And they'll be electing a vastly different House of Commons in October 19th of this year. And that vastly different House of Commons, I believe, will have a majority of New Democratic Party members, and that those members, of course, will choose a different path than under the leadership of the Leader of the Official Opposition. Now, Mr. Speaker, they have then taken this control, and the Proc report, as my colleague from Toronto Danforth mentioned so eloquently, actually provided guidelines for that control, that what was needed is better planning. And what we've seen is worse planning, which is why the situation on access to Parliament Hill has deteriorated so markedly over the last few weeks, why more and more, increasingly, members of Parliament don't have access to this Parliament in an immediate and automatic way, which risks leading to missed votes, certainly leads to the risk of not being here to speak and debate. But the better planning hasn't happened. Under the Prime Minister's direction, what we've seen instead is a lot of improvised, as the member from Toronto Danforth said so eloquently, diplomatic shows. This government doesn't seem to want to answer questions in question period. The Prime Minister doesn't seem to want to rise to answer questions in the House of Commons. In fact, you'll recall in May and June of last year, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister rose to answer questions in this House only 5 times in the final 5 weeks of Parliament. Only 5 times did the Prime Minister deign to actually respond to questions that were being asked in the House of Commons. 5 times in 5 weeks. And, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing the same pattern repeating. I don't actually recall. I think it was a week and a half ago, the last time the Prime Minister actually rose in this House to answer questions. I'm not even talking about the quality of questions, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about the fact that he is not rising to answer them at all. But we are seeing lots of diplomatic shows arranged at the last minute. And what that is doing, Mr. Speaker, increasingly, is preventing our access to Parliament Hill. So this breach of privilege is quite clear, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that you have ruled in favour of the member from Toronto Danforth and the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, with the participation of many other members, as you know. This is a trend that has to stop. This government has to start respecting the traditions of the Speaker, but also has to plan better, Mr. Speaker, not worse. And so hopefully the debate that we're having today will lead to better planning on the part of the government so that they are not stopping opposition members. The officers that are involved are showing good faith and professionalism, but they're under the direction of a new security apparatus that the government pushed through this House and put into place. And so the government has the responsibility for better planning to avoid these incidences happening in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Charlesbourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I would like to raise a few points. Security, when there's an emergency, when Mr. Bibeau attacked Parliament, for example, involved the implementation of the entire service, and that's normal. But I'd also like to talk about the 74-second delay that seems to be accepted by the Speaker. It's unacceptable because 74 seconds, and I'd like members to speak to it, was preceded by a minibus that was blocked because the new bollard system malfunctioned, because there was a buildup of rust and salt, even though it's new. So I'd ask the member to ask in the requests put to other members to talk about the system because it gets blocked. So they had to go all the way around and come back. So there's no system for the RCMP when you come from the Promenade building or from the East Block. There's no system. So we're entitled to go right through when it goes down. So there's no reason for the RCMP to block the bus at that point in time.
New Westminster.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. These are all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker, all kinds of changes that were made out of the Speaker's office. A structure was in place, and I think everyone had confidence in it, but there were some improvements that needed to be made. Now, there were some improvements, Mr. Speaker, that needed to be made, and instead of having a consultation or the government that just goes to opposition MPs to say we're going to discuss this issue, we're going to find a common ground, in keeping with good Canadian traditions, we'll achieve a consensus to improve security without having the kinds of problems raised by the member. But no, there was absolutely nothing like that, no offer of discussion from the government. The Prime Minister's office simply imposed this new system without any planning. And even if all police officers are working in good faith, the system was put in place, and it's problematic with respect to access. Access is a problem, Mr. Speaker. So we're still calling on the government to not be partisan and to sit down with opposition members to come up with a consensus and enhance and improve security without these access problems for members of Parliament on Parliament Hill. And when we form government, we will hold discussions with the opposition. This isn't what was done today, and we see the results that that's led to.
Comments, Honorable Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks and raising this problem, which is very worrisome. It's something that we're hearing more and more about. I'd like him to clarify something about the discussions that will be held by procedure in House Affairs if the motion is adopted. With respect to the underlying problem, these two breaches of privilege, the member for Toronto Danforth and the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, where there's an underlying problem with respect to this control by the executive branch of the parliamentary precinct, We're seeing this increasingly, and it's going to get worse in the next few months with new measures on Parliament Hill. So could he perhaps tell us about the risks that may well lead to? It's important for the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to examine the issue with respect to this control by the executive branch, which is attempting to control everything instead of Parliament being sovereign as regards control over the parliamentary precinct and the movements of members on the whole. The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Minster, a short reply, please. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comment from the member for Sherbrooke, who sits on one of the most prestigious committees on the Hill. He understands and has understood the importance of rules quickly and the importance of a dialogue involving all parties. And that didn't happen. We had the motion. It was rammed through the House. And now we can see the results. Less access, poor planning than what existed beforehand, Mr. Speaker. So things that need to change. And we hope that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee will examine these issues and provide some guidance to the government.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Winnipeg North. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My comments will be somewhat brief in addressing the motion that the Speaker has put before us today. But suffice to say, Mr. Speaker, it is important to get on the record in regards to what is being talked about. I have the good fortune of being the Liberal Party's representative on the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, and have had the opportunity also to deal with this, as it's been cited. This is an issue that has come before our PROC Committee relatively recently, and we've had individuals come in the form of the Commissioner of our RCMP and many different security personnels, including former Sergeant-at-Arms Kevin Vickers. I think in listening to what was said both publicly and in camera, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that members of Parliament of all political stripes treat the issue of privilege and access to the parliamentary precinct in a very serious fashion. To suggest, Mr. Speaker, or I would suggest to you, that it is indeed of the utmost importance. The House of Commons deals with the passage of laws, the making of budgets and different programs. There are very important debates that take place in this House, Mr. Speaker, and obviously many important votes. A member having a sense that he or she has access at any point in time is of critical importance. No one wanted to see delays, things that would prevent members from being able to get into the chamber in a timely fashion. And I truly believe in listening, and to say both to the discussions that were taking place in camera and in public at the PROC Committee in dealing with this issue. I was of the opinion that there was a great deal of general goodwill to try to improve the system. And, Mr. Speaker, I stated when the issue, this particular privilege was raised, that if we are going to err, it is better for us to err on the side of having to review once again, as opposed to not taking this particular issue seriously. And that is the reason why I'm quite comfortable and pleased with the Speaker's ruling that this matter do be debated once again and then ultimately voted on to hopefully go to the Procedures and House Affairs Committee. My concern is that once we, and if it does go to Procedures and House Affairs Committee, that the idea of going out and getting different presenters come before and provide input on for PROC as to where do we go from here, I'm not as convinced that that is the best course of action as much as limiting and looking at ways in which we can actually develop a process in which all members, and in particular political entities inside the House, are comfortable with the process. In listening the other day and now this afternoon, I'm not convinced that people are comfortable with the process. And if members of Parliament are not comfortable with the process, I suspect that there's a greater likelihood that we will have privileges into the future. So we need to establish that process or that protocol so that all members are feeling comfortable that they do indeed have access. I think there does need to be a coordination that takes place at the security level. We recognize the importance of security for obvious reasons here on the Hill and on parliamentary precinct, Mr. Speaker. We recognize the importance of security. But there has to be a balance that takes place, recognizing the fact that it's of utmost importance that members of Parliament have unfettered access to be able to attend the House of Commons and in a timely fashion. And it goes beyond just the floor, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to you also committee responsibilities and so on. So in looking at what we have before us today, I understand that there are issues that could be discussed at the Proc Committee with the idea to see if we can come up with a unanimous report on how to put this issue to rest. I recognize that there are serious renovations that have been taking place over the last number of years. Some of those renovations have led to the problem that we've had to date. There's going to be a great deal more renovations into the future. Issues such as state visits and the impact that has on what takes place here on the Hill is quite significant, and maybe also should be taken a look at. My colleague from Ottawa has raised issues. I suspect that there could be a great deal of value in terms of respective caucuses have an opportunity to convey their concerns along with independents, and members as a whole maybe be invited to participate at the Proc meeting, those that actually have an interest in the issue. Mr. Speaker, without going into too much more detail than that, just to suffice to say and to reinforce that we take a look at what takes place inside the House, the making of laws, the passing of budgets, the many different votes that take place. We recognize how important it is that members of Parliament have access, and we have a right, Mr. Speaker, to have that access, and it's very important that, in fact, that we do what we can to protect that right. And as we see changes, whether it's in security, and on a side point, I would suggest to you this is no reflection whatsoever in terms of the fantastic work that all of the different security forces do to provide us a safe environment here on the Hill. They are simply outstanding in what it is that they do for us. But, Mr. Speaker, that we do need to take a better look and assess where we can come up with a process in which we're all comfortable with, and at the end of the day feel comfortable that if there is a need for us to get into the chamber, that MPs are in fact afforded the opportunity to get here as quickly and as directly as possible because of the many different meetings, whether it's formal meetings or it's MPs in their offices, the Confeds, the Valor or Justice buildings, that they need to be able to feel comfortable in knowing that they can get here in that timely fashion without having to be stopped and detained, which could ultimately lead to them missing out on a vote or missing out on an opportunity to contribute to a debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have ruled by tradition in this House, because this is the House of Commons. It's the House of the common people, the right of the people of Canada to have their representatives come and represent them, which is why we have the Sergeant-at-Arms and the door closed to protect our rights to do our democratic duties. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, because there's been two dramatic changes that we've seen under this government. First of all is taking the control of the House of Commons outside of the House of Commons and turning it over to the RCMP. This is not any slur against the work of the RCMP, but we are now under a different security service, and the supremacy of Parliament has been changed. But the other element I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about is the fact that this Prime Minister continually uses the Parliament now as a photographic backdrop for his events, where this has not been the tradition. So in the case of my colleague for Toronto Danforth, when he was told, allegedly by a police officer, that, I'm sorry, there may be a vote, but you're not allowed in the House of Commons because this is for dignitaries. That is something that I'm deeply concerned about, that the Prime Minister using Parliament, which is supposed to be the work of parliamentarians, that parliamentarians are not allowed to access the Hill because this is for dignitaries and important people, for a photo op, is deeply disturbing. And I can see my colleagues on the other side who ridicule and shoot their mouths off because they show no respect for Parliament. But I'm here to represent the rights of parliamentarians to speak in the House and not be declared by that. And so I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks about the issue of us being told as parliamentarians that when a vote is happening or our work is underway, that we can be held up because Parliament is, our building is being used, the House of Commons is being used by the Prime Minister for Photoshop, for various photo issues with whoever is coming at the given time. I find that an affront, and it is a threat to what we have established through hundreds and hundreds of years of parliamentary tradition, no matter what.
Order. The member has far exceeded his time for a question. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In regards to the security changes that we've witnessed over the last number of months, one of the things that I do know is, number one, I'm a very opinionated type of member of Parliament. I think that's a fair comment. Members might agree to that. But the other thing is that I am not a security expert. What I look at is what security experts, individuals that have a far better understanding in terms of how it is that we can protect the public and elected officials here on Parliament here from potential threats. And I think that those decisions are best made by security personnel. And we've got institutions such as the Board of Internal Economy and others that ultimately are providing guidance in cooperation, I suspect, with the Speaker's office, and I have faith in that system. I must say I'm very encouraged to see the security here on the floor, from what I understand, Mr. Speaker, at least from what I've witnessed, where we've seen a lot of the former security guards now on the floor of the House of Commons doing the security checks and so forth, which I think is great to see. But anyway, that's a little bit off topic. In regards to the state visits, the concern that I primarily have with respect to state visits is that when you have a state visit, that it does not impinge in any way or any fashion on a member's ability to be able to fulfill his or her roles and responsibilities in the House. And that includes everything from votes to debates on laws to debates on budgets, Mr. Speaker, or just to be able to have the access to our committees and the floor here of the House of Commons, if they so choose to want to listen to what's taking place, Mr. Speaker, in order to potentially have an intervention of some fashion. So those are the concerns that I would suggest to you really needs to be taken into consideration when we talk about state visits. Questions and comments? Question come on side. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to reiterate something that was just mentioned by the member for Burnaby, New Westminster, and ask my friend from Winnipeg North about this. We've had these dramatic changes in security here that I believe do infringe on fundamental constitutional principles of the supremacy of Parliament, the role of the executive, and the differences in how parliamentary security should be handled. But we had a snap motion on a Friday, February 6th. I was fortunate to be able to change my plans and be here for the whole debate. We didn't have witnesses or experts before us, before it was pushed through the House of Commons, that we change our security measures here to a different parliamentary precinct approach that puts the RCMP in charge. And again, no disrespect to the RCMP, but I'm very concerned about the primacy and the supremacy of Parliament and the constitutional role of our House of Commons security, not to mention the fact that they were the ones who most bravely and unarmed did the best job protecting us on October 22nd. And regardless of what may have been the executive's intention, many of those House of Commons security guards now feel demoted. Now we have Bill C-59 bringing with it in Division 10 of Part 3, we have pages 73 to 97, is all about creating a parliamentary protective service in omnibus fashion. Again, we won't have enough time to study it, and it requires that the Director of Parliamentary Protective Service be a current standing member of the RCMP, always by law. I'm wondering if my friend from Winnipeg North thinks that we are rushing into these changes without adequate study or review, and whether this motion on privilege could give Proc a better chance to dig into these issues.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Yes, Mr. Speaker. First, if I may address the issue of the, I think it's Bill C-59 that the member makes reference to. And what we have saw over the last number of years, ever since we've seen a majority Conservative government, is a different attitude towards the way in which legislation is passed. And the best example of that would be the forced time allocation that's put onto this House for virtually all pieces of legislation, which prevent the type of dialogue that I believe is important between members of Parliament. So when the leader of the Green Party makes reference to the fact that are we going to have adequate debate in regards to C-59 on this very important issue, I suspect that the type of debate that we'll likely have on Bill C-59 will be very similar to the type of debate we've had on a number of pieces of legislation, Mr. Speaker. But in regards to that specific aspect of the legislation, again, I think that it behooves us to take into consideration what it is that we are being told by the security experts, the people that truly understand the potential of terrorism. We need to recognize that the Parliament building is what I would suggest to you is a very high target area. Given the symbolism and the national importance of this precinct, that we do need to be very careful in dealing with the issue of security, and that's why I've personally have entrusted the security professionals to be able to provide us the best advice, while at the same time, Mr. Speaker, you know, I am a parliamentarian first and foremost, and I appreciate the importance of privilege and the privileges that we in fact have to be here. And I'm not going to support things that's going to take away from that, Mr. Speaker. So with that, and finally on her first part of the question, I do believe that there was some discussion that took place prior to the Friday that she makes reference to when the system changed. I don't know to what degree maybe she wasn't incorporated into that dialogue, but there was definitely a sense of what was taking place amongst the three major political parties. I don't know the details in terms of the independents.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just I want to pick up on a few of the comments that I've heard made, because the first comment that I've heard and quite frankly disagree with is that somehow instead of visiting dignitaries coming to the House of Commons, they should go to Rideau Hall and meet with the Governor-General. Those comments came from a party that don't believe in the Governor-General or the monarchy, and I've got my own particular opinion on that particular item, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to hear the honourable member reply to it. And the other issue is that very real question about security and the rights and privileges of members of Parliament and the Senate, quite frankly, and the responsibility of security to try to balance that. And I expect that there will be some slippage and some mistakes that are made along the way, but that's why we as parliamentarians need to involve ourselves in this ongoing process, because it is, quite frankly, a new world that we live in since October, and we have to find the proper balance. But that proper balance is also incumbent upon members of Parliament and senators to respect the security officials here, who may not know each of us by name or may not remember our faces. So we need to carry either our PIN or an ID. I'd like to hear his opinion on that.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yeah, first, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the state visits. I, for one, found it wonderful, for example, when we had the President of France right in front of where you're sitting, or the President of Ukraine address the House of Commons right in front of where you're sitting. What a privilege it is. You know, it makes you reflect on former Prime Minister Churchill. So there is an opportunity for all members of Parliament and the public to be able to benefit in certain situations. You know, I would have loved to have seen President Aquino from the Philippines actually address the members of the House here, Mr. Speaker. I think those are wonderful golden opportunities to bridge relationships between countries and so forth. Having said that, you know, the issue of state visits does need to be looked at the PROC committee, and how that could potentially interfere with the primary role that all of us have as members of Parliament. So I do believe that there is merit for that particular issue. The so-called red carpet treatment, where that leads to you know, a president or someone of similar stature addressing, I think there's great value to it. Having said that, we do have Rideau Hall. That the Governor General does play a very important role in the makeup of state visits. I think it goes without saying that there is a responsibility for members, but there's also responsibility for the security personnel in terms of knowing who the members of Parliament are. I have, on occasion myself, been asked in terms of, well, do I have ID? I had no problem, Mr. Speaker, in showing that I have ID. But the issue is that if I did not have ID, I like to think that I would have still been given access. And to this date, I believe I would have, but I'm not too sure in terms of, Mr. Speaker, of being 100% certain of that. And that does cause some concern, no doubt, and one of the reasons why our security personnel do have a booklet that lists all the MPs. So it might cause, you know, a 60-second delay, potentially, if they have to look it up to match a face. Is it reasonable for us to be able to expect that all security forces would be able to recognize what will be 338 members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker? I'm not sure of that. It's definitely something that we could talk about. I don't think so.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to join this debate. I don't think I'm going to be using the full 20 minutes that's available here, but I did want to participate in what I think is an important debate about the future of this place. The specifics of the matter that brought the ruling to this House are, well, I won't go into the detail of those, but it's obviously found to be sufficient to raise the question of privilege. But it's a good occasion for the committee to have a look at some of the questions that have arisen. Some of them, frankly, without much contemplation, without much debate, without much public discussion in terms of the changes that may be taking place in the security arrangement for the House of Commons and the parliamentary precinct as a whole. Obviously, there's some lessons to be learned from what happened last October. I'm afraid we haven't even seen any reports as to what exactly happened last October. That's a bit of a gap here. Decisions seem to be being made about what we should do next without having a report on exactly what went wrong last October. It obviously was a significant shock to us all to have to encounter this, obviously without proper security in place, because if there was proper security in place, that individual would not have gotten inside this building. So, you know, clearly clearly mistakes were made, but nobody seems to be in a position to tell the public exactly what happened and make a report that we could have a look at. So, without that, it's very difficult to make conclusions or draw conclusions about what should happen. But one thing that needs to be looked at, and I'm hoping that this is an opportunity for the committee to look at it, is this whole question of who's in charge, ultimately, of the parliamentary precinct. And, you know, under our system, and it
was always this way. It was supposed to be that the Speaker was. The Speaker is the guardian of the rights and privileges of members of Parliament. They obviously include the personal security of members and staff of the parliamentary precinct. And it disturbs me to hear, even in dealing with a debate about this particular matter, that we have the government House Leader giving information received from the Minister of Public Safety, who receives information from someone from the RCMP who say they reviewed security tapes. Where is the Speaker in all of this? Where is the role of the Speaker in terms of being in charge of the parliamentary precinct as opposed to the government? Now, you know, we live in a parliamentary democracy, and there's an executive and there's the Houses of Parliament. But I think we've got a problem here if there's an overlap, if there's an uncertainty as who's reporting to who. Ultimately, and I hope that the committee looks into this, and it may require more than just a simple looking at it, and perhaps the committee would have some recommendations that there be further work done on this, that there be further study, that as someone pointed out earlier, looking at first principles as to how a parliamentary democracy protects itself and how it operates within the parliamentary precinct, because it's not simply a matter of getting to this House. People are talking about this House for a vote. It's not simply a matter of that. The parliamentary precinct includes the offices of members of Parliament. Some are in this building, some are elsewhere. Mine happens to be in this building. So if I'm denied access to this building for temporarily or for an event, then I'm denied the ability to go to my office, to use the tools of the office to perform my duties as a member of Parliament. The parliamentary precinct exists in other parts of the Hill, but they're all under the ultimate control of the Speaker. You know, the Sergeant-at-Arms reports to the Speaker. So if we've got some external police force, which is the National Police Force, playing a role other than advisory on security, then the question becomes, who do they report to? And I think if this committee really should be looking at that. There's one thing to say that the RCMP can be in charge, and I wasn't here for that debate. Frankly, I don't agree with that. I think that it's something that should be to the Speaker. If the expertise resides in the RCMP, well, then obviously there's an obvious case for secondment to the parliamentary security service, either for advice or for command and control functions in particular circumstances or emergencies, or in general to deal with emergencies. But in terms of who has the expertise, who has the tradition, who has the understanding, who has the corporate, the institutional memory and knowledge, that resides in the Speaker's office as to what the role is in terms of keeping the primacy of Parliament in the place that it should be under our Constitution. You know, and if you start with that principle, that the parliamentary precinct should be under the control of the Speaker on behalf of all members of Parliament, then the question of what the buildings are used for can be answered by the Speaker with whatever advice he or she would get from the Parliament itself. We've heard about the heads of state. I mean, I think it's perfectly part of this tradition, and we've had it here, that members of or leaders of other governments address this House, whether they be heads of state, such as the President of the United States, who has addressed this House. That person is both the head of state and the head of government. That's not our tradition. The Governor-General is the head of state on behalf of, symbolically on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen. And Her Majesty the Queen is the head of state, but Rideau Hall is the residence of the head of state of Canada. And when foreign dignitaries are coming to pay their respects or on a visit to Canada, then that's traditionally been the place where they go. If they're speaking to Parliament, well, that's a different matter. But we see the parliamentary buildings being used as a backdrop for a press conference, if you want to call it that, or a photo op, or a welcoming ceremony for a foreign head of state who's not speaking to Parliament, has no role whatsoever. Parliament is not involved in it. It's basically being used as a venue for a meeting, a public meeting, and public statements by a foreign dignitary, whether it be a head of state, the case of the President of the Philippines, or a Prime Minister coming here. If the House is not in session, there's a lot less problems because, you know, we don't have the Houses in session, but the House of Commons and the Senate. But these are questions that really are part of what's going on here. It's been mentioned about whether or not the people who are engaged in security know who the members of Parliament are. I mean, the question becomes, who are they here to protect? You know, they're here to protect the members of Parliament, the senators, the staff who work here. So there seems to me that there's an obligation that the people who are doing the protecting should have some knowledge of who it is they're protecting. And I was here that day and walking up to the Parliament building to my office. It happens to be in this building. And there was nobody on the roads of Parliament. I was crossing one part of the Parliament from one part of the roads to another, and we were being ordered get off the road. Looking around, I didn't see any cars, I didn't see anybody. Get off the road. Well, why would I get off the road? I'm crossing the road to get to my office. And, you know, again, no distinction being made as to who's who or who's what and who's coming, who's a tourist, who's a visitor, you know, who's here on business, who's wandering around. And that seems to be wrong. And I'm not blaming any individual who may have been giving instructions, if you want to call them that. It sounded like orders to me. But I'm not blaming any individual for doing that. But it's clear that we have a systemic problem here if we haven't figured that out. And, you know, they're the people that are here trying to do the job as best they can, but they need to have proper rules, proper protocols, proper understandings of what their role is and what's the role of members of Parliament and how this all fits together. It's not simply a crowd control issue. It's an issue of democracy. And how do we have a democracy where members of Parliament who are, and their staff who are going about their business, providing the mechanism of democracy in this country, are going to be able to do that? If the government, and there is this government issue, the government is, on the one hand, the government plays a role in this House, but when the Prime Minister is meeting a foreign head of state, that's not a parliamentary function, unless he's being brought into Parliament, as we had President Poroshenko coming here to Parliament, greeted at the session, the reception for members and other guests, and a presentation in Parliament, a speech. That's a parliamentary occasion and is one that we welcome, that we appreciate, we understand the value of as part of the traditions of this House. Someone mentioned going back probably farther, but I think the farthest one most people remember or remember hearing about is the visits of Winston Churchill during the Second War and Second World War. And I think that's something that we recognize as part of the traditions of this House and part of the important role that this House plays in the life of the nation and our relationships with other countries. So that obviously has to continue. But to get back to the question before us, should this matter go to the committee? That's the motion before us. Should the matter be gone to the committee for discussion, for recommendations, for debate, for recognizing the depth of the issue and coming up with some solutions? I think that's the proper place for it. And I think we would all benefit from an in-depth look at these questions, perhaps with calling of experts, getting people to come before this committee to talk about these traditions, to talk about how this can be done, and to perhaps even raise questions as to whether or how one can still have a system with the speakers of the House of Commons and the House of and the Senate in charge. That has to be the top of the pyramid, because the speakers of the House of Commons and the speakers of the Speaker of the House of Commons, Speaker of the Senate, actually do act on behalf of all of us as parliamentarians in maintaining those traditions and ensuring that the democratic traditions prevail. We saw that in the last Parliament when the Speaker Milliken made a ruling that, in fact, the Parliament was supreme over the executive in terms of getting information. We were talking about the Afghan detainee documents. Mr. Speaker, you yourself were part of that debate and discussion. And one of the most important and significant rulings in any parliamentary democracy in the Commonwealth, the kind of democracy that we have. Because it said, ultimately, it's the House of Commons that decides what information of the government, of the state, that it is entitled to. That's a significant ruling indeed, but it also underscores the importance of this institution being in charge of its own affairs and the security of its members, the operations of the parliamentary precinct are part of that. So we've got to find a way to ensure that whoever it is that's in charge of the security services of the Houses of Parliament actually answers to the Speaker, not to a Minister of the Crown, because that's what we've got now. If the RCMP, and God bless them, they're the National Police Force, they have an important function to play, but who do they report to? They do not report to Parliament. The head of the RCMP is not an officer of Parliament. There's no parliamentary oversight of the RCMP. They report to the Minister of Public Safety, who reports to the Prime Minister. That's not the way that a House of Parliament is supposed to operate. And, we've got 1,000 years or more of tradition behind getting to the point that we are now. We shouldn't be taking steps backwards. We should be, if we have a problem that needs to be solved, we should solve it consistent with our Constitution and our constitutional traditions. So this is an extremely important question. It's not simply whether somebody can get here 50 seconds or 30 seconds or a minute and a half late and miss a vote, potentially missing a vote in the House. That's just the context for bringing this forward. The reality is that this is a most significant question that requires a thoughtful and thorough and comprehensive study and hopefully a report back to this House that will solve some of the questions that we've been discussing here and that have been put forth. Mr. Speaker, that's really the point that I rose to make. I wanted to make that point because I think it is of very high importance, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions or comments that my colleagues here would have. I don't think this is a partisan issue. I think this is an important constitutional issue about the future of parliamentary democracy in Canada.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Jean Lebert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my colleagues' comments very carefully and with great interest. One of the things that struck me the most when I first entered into this precinct was how quickly and how swiftly the House of Commons guards knew who we were. We walked in the door and they greeted us with thank you or good morning, and I was impressed with that, and it created a sense of safety in them knowing who I was and my learning about who they were, and it strikes me as problematic when we rush into or pushed into a situation where we have people who are there to look out for our welfare, and I thank them for that, but they don't know who we are. It seems to me the key to any successful security issue is everybody knowing who the players are, what their roles are. And it's something that I think is sorely lacking in this situation because of how quickly and without much forethought we were pushed into this situation. And I wonder if my colleague would like to comment on that.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for bringing it up. I was first elected in July of 1987, and I remember distinctly, I was telling this story the other day, coming to this House. The House was in session during the summer, after whatever the period is you have to wait before you're officially declared elected. I came here for a visit to get orientation. I came up the front doors of under the Peace Tower, walked up the steps inside to the counter, expecting to ask directions to where I had to go on the 6th floor somewhere, and I came up to the counter, and the a constable behind the counter said, "Good morning, Mr. Harris." I know I'm using my name, but that's what he said. And I was shocked. I said, "How do you know who I am?" And his response was, "That's our job, sir." And that was my first encounter with coming to this building as a member of Parliament in 1987. And I think that that's, as you point out, that's something that made me feel that these were the people who were here to know who we were, and if their role as constables and security guards was to, as you pointed out, it gives you a sense of security and feeling.
I'd point out to the member for St. John's East that his comments are to come to me, and it is in fact improper to use his own name. Question and comment time. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do think this will be a very pertinent question, because no doubt if it does go to Procedures and House Affairs Committee, that it will be raised. And I'm interested in the member's opinion on this. Is it his expectation that in order to provide security, that security officer, whether it's a local within the Parliament building or on the grounds of the Parliament building, must and should know, and we're talking about 338 members of Parliament come fall time, and the member also made reference to staff. So it goes beyond just members of Parliament, even though, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the privilege to the chamber is limited to MPs, from what I understand. I could be wrong on that, and the member can no doubt correct me. But is that something that he believes that every security officer on the precinct should be able to have name, face recognition of all members of Parliament? How important is that to him?
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Well, first of all, I say to the honourable member that when this incident I referred to took place was 1987. There were 295 members of Parliament at that time. We will be 338 come the fall. I don't know if you speak to the pages. They seem to know everybody by name. That's part of their job. They learn that in an orientation session the week before they start or 2 weeks before they start. The constables know who everybody is. The constables represent the House. So I think the question is that necessary for security or not? I don't know. These pins are security pins. They have numbers on the back. I've only once had someone say, I said, "Here's my pin. I need to see your ID, sir," even though that person should have had access to a book with all of the names in it. And the person apologized. "I'm only new here. I only came last week." And I think that's one of the issues that we do have with the rotation in and out for a week period or 2 week period of various security officials on the Hill. That is a problem. So if you're not here, if you're only here for a week, you're only here for 2 weeks, well then I think that's a problem. But I think it's a problem if you're only here for 2 weeks. You need to know this place, you need to know who it is you're here to secure, and you need to have that's a security question, but I think the answer is that the more you know, the better a job you can do and the more secure the place you're guarding is, particularly if you're trying to balance the access to the House and access by the public as well.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm certain that the guards that are up on the balconies here can recognize anyone who is here in the House. And I feel safe here, because if there was a situation that developed, they would recognize me anywhere on the Hill, and it's the same for all of my colleagues. But the issue goes beyond that. It's the change in mentality brought about by the Conservatives, because they're challenging the concept of the separation of powers. And I'd like my colleague to explain that somewhat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the honourable member hits on a very essential point. The separation of powers is extremely important in our Constitution and, frankly, in our freedom. Our freedom as a nation depends on the separation of powers between the executive branch and the parliamentary branch. We don't have that as stringently as they do, for example, in a republican system like the United States, where we have the executive in the White House with his cabinet chosen by him, ratified by the Parliament, and they have Congress and they have the Supreme Court, a structural separation of powers. We have a different system, in some ways better, because the executive sits over here in the front row and second row or wherever on the other side, and they are responsible to this Parliament directly and accountable to this Parliament. So we have a different system, but because there is this intimacy, if you will, between the executive and the legislative branch, all the more important to make sure that the lines are bright red or bright black or whatever. There are black lines between the executive authority and that of the House of Commons or the legislative, and we should, in this case, examine that and see where those bright black lines need to be.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak about several things. My office is at the Confederation Building on the 9th floor and at the far end of it. So when we have a 15-minute bell, 74 seconds, if I go through Promenade and there's a problem with the bollards not functioning properly or something like that, at that point, it's very important for me that I not be delayed. It's an issue of whether I get there or not, and I'm able to vote. But in the past, even with a majority government or with minority governments, we saw situations like that caused great difficulties. So I have a question. This is a question of privilege, but it's all a question of rights, an issue of rights. When I was first elected, I arrived at the main entrance, and they said hello to me. They'd not been here long, those guards, and they knew our names. The people who have been working here should be able to know who we all are. The question's the following. Will the member really be able to ensure that our access to the parliamentary precinct be a fundamental principle for all future members?
Well, I think to answer the last question, comment the last question first, clearly that's what we want this committee to look at. What are the first principles? And access to the precinct, whether it be the House for a vote, as was pointed out, or to one's office, whether it be in Confederation Building or here, these are fundamental to the operation of our legislative system. Even the question of buses. I mean, you cut down the number of buses, and it's hard to get from one place to another in the middle of the winter because it's sleet, storm, or whatever is going on. That impedes access too. So, maybe the rules need to be adjusted to ensure that goes on, but that you actually are able to come for a vote. But yes, the fundamental question has to be there, and I think this is an extremely important point of privilege, and I think it's a real opportunity and timely opportunity for the Parliament to engage with this question, and we look to the committee to provide some leadership on that and to hear from anybody in Parliament who wants to make representations to it, as well as from experts and from those who know the traditions of our Parliament.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also, as my friend from St. John's East, don't intend to use the full 20 minutes. But we have been talking in this place this morning about parliamentary privilege and our roots in its Constitution, and I just wanted to review some of them. I do want to start by saying I appreciate the Speaker's ruling of prima facie finding of a breach of parliamentary privilege in the delays that occurred and in the indiscriminatory way that pedestrian travel and vehicular travel was stopped by the RCMP without regard to whether they were stopping members of Parliament who have a specific privilege to be able to access Parliament Hill and tourists or anyone else. We've already had some very good points made by other members. I'll just touch on them briefly, that the House of Commons security staff, the House of Commons security officers, and the Senate security officers know on site who is a member of Parliament, who belongs here, and who might be a stranger of whom they should take some note or be concerned. I certainly, in an event such as October 22nd, let's hope such an event never occurs again, have a great deal more confidence in the House of Commons security folks and officers, because they actually know which person in the room is a member of Parliament, and which person is someone they've never seen before. Every day as I approach the House of Commons, on those days that it's not every day that I take a taxi, but when I do, I encounter obviously lovely young people working within the RCMP who don't know if I'm here to clean the floors of the building, wait on tables in the dining room, or might in fact be a member of Parliament. So I feel a lot more confidence in the House of Commons security system, and I have a lot of misgivings about the decisions that were made in the rushed through debate that took place here on February 6th. But I want to go back, and I also should note again that Bill C-59 will take that rushed debate and in omnibus fashion put in charge of security in the House of Commons for the first time in our entire history an RCMP officer, and not someone who, as my friend from St. John's East quite properly points out, should in fact and historically always has reported to the Speaker. When we talk about these privileges, the privilege that exists in the House of Commons, it has its roots in the preamble, the Constitution Act of 1867. It goes back, which calls for a constitution similar in principle to that of the United Kingdom. And parliamentary privilege was partially codified in 1689 in the UK Bill of Rights, in Article 9, in the First Acts of William and Mary, which has constitutional force in Canada. The freedom of speech, which is referred to in that section, was asserted at least as early as 1523. So when we stand in this place and say parliamentary privilege means something and has a long-standing tradition, we don't mean the last couple of years or the last couple of decades or even since 1867. We're talking about historical rooted parliamentary privilege that goes back to 1523. Prior to our own Confederation, and absent a specific grant from the Parliament of the United Kingdom, the common law principle was already well established that privileges were not just necessarily incidental to a legislature, and they were deemed to exist. In fact, parliamentary privilege today carries the same constitutional weight as the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Now, we've had some litigation and court actions which have further established and ferreted out the questions, and it is difficult. If an event occurs in the House of Commons, it's not the same as saying that we as members of Parliament have some sort of diplomatic immunity, that if one were to assault another, there are no laws to cover this. We are not a law unto ourselves here in Parliament, and that was established in the Vade decision, which dealt with a human rights concern of a former employee of the Speaker and a concern about whether discrimination had taken place. Parliamentary privilege does not extend so far as to say that we can't exert rights that we have under other laws in this place. But I did find it interesting in going through some research, Mr. Speaker, to find that, and this was a finding of one of our great constitutional law experts at this place, Joseph Mango, who looked back to when parliamentary privilege was asserted in terms of our security. And this example comes from 1866, when there was a physical altercation between an assistant librarian and a member of Parliament. Now, I can't imagine such a thing happening today, but in any case, the member of Parliament raised it in the House, and the Speaker's remarks make it very clear what the role of the Speaker is in security in this place. So I'm just going to cite from this, Mr. Speaker. It's found at page 140 of the Parliamentary Privilege in Canada of that book, under citing the Journal of the Province of Canada from August 1, 1866, in which the Speaker said, quote, "It is a power incidental to the Constitution of this House to preserve peace and order within the precincts and protect members of it from insults and assault. This power is necessary not only to ensure the freedom of action of members, but that freedom of discussion, which is one of their fundamental rights." I point out, Mr. Speaker, it's not just votes, once again. I want to underscore this point. One of our, according to the most early finding of parliamentary privilege by a Canadian Speaker, makes it very clear that freedom of discussion is one of our fundamental rights. So if we were prevented, even by seconds, from taking up a spot in a speaking order, and we all know as parliamentarians how easily one can find an opportunity for speaking, come to this place to enter a debate, such as this morning, We did not know when we showed up this morning from the government orders that Mr. Speaker, that the Speaker would have ready for us a finding on points of privilege raised earlier by members of the NDP. We adjust ourselves, we come here, and we want to, and I want, as a parliamentarian, passionately to embrace the principles of this place and to respect the supremacy of Parliament at all times. One of our fundamental, most fundamental privileges as parliamentarians, and one of our fundamental rights as parliamentarians, is freedom of discussion. If we are impeded in that, then our rights are infringed and democracy is violated. Now, that was a finding from 1866. We know that in the past number of years, the Privileges and Elections Committee of the Canadian House of Commons has always ruled that police forces coming onto the precinct on official business require permission of the Speaker. So, not to belabor the points, I think everyone in this House knows that the exclusive privilege of the House has been to regulate proceedings within its own walls is a fundamental principle that must be respected. Now, if we're making changes, and clearly from the rushed debate and subsequent vote of early February to now the rushed omnibus bill of C-59 with changes to create a parliamentary security for parliamentary precincts with a director who shall always be under law a member of the RCMP, therefore not reporting to the Speaker. These are not arcane changes. These are not small matters. If we are to think forward, Mr. Speaker, to another era, because as I agree with my friends who have earlier pointed out, this is not a partisan matter. This is a question of constitution. So another executive could be comprised of a party that doesn't even exist at this point in our parliamentary discourse, so no one should take offense. But what if we had a prime minister someday who decided that it would be convenient to stop members of opposition parties from getting to a House for votes and was able to ask the RCMP to make it so? There's a fundamental principle of democracy that requires that the privilege of Parliament and the protection of our rights and privileges in this place vests in the Speaker and never in a Prime Minister. We are, at this very moment, going through a fundamental transition which is a breach with all principles and all tradition going back at more than 500 years. And we're doing it in a rushed fashion. And that strikes me, Mr. Speaker, as wrong prima facie. We have an opportunity today to see that this issue of it comes to its crystallization in a couple of events that could be dismissed as minor. But, Mr. Speaker, I urge you, and I urge all my colleagues in this place to find that conflict of RCMP officers stopping members of Parliament from getting to Parliament Hill is not trivial. It's the crystallization of a very dangerous change, which we will not adequately discuss in omnibus bill fashion, but which the PROC could look at, could call witnesses. I would urge us to vote to send this to PROC and to request, for instance, that we hear expert witnesses, including our former Sergeant-at-Arms, current Ambassador to Ireland, Kevin Vickers. I would wish to hear his best advice. When we rushed through discussion on February 6th, Mr. Speaker, I remember it very clearly. Every time that any of us in the opposition raised concerns that it was a mistake to consolidate security of the House of Commons and the parliamentary precinct overall into the RCMP's hands without disrespect to that agency, but on constitutional grounds. The response from many members of the Conservative Party was, well, surely we can all agree, and the Auditor General said so some years ago, that we need to have a consolidation and better integration of security on Parliament Hill. I don't think anyone disagreed with that. The question is, who gets to be in charge of that improved security? Why not have the Speakers of the House and the Speaker of the Senate be in control, as we have always been, of a consolidated force where the Sergeant-at-Arms of this place is in charge not just of the physical building, but of the grounds? Why should we have a decision that overturns centuries of constitutional divisions that have a very real democratic purpose? That where we meet, with the privileges and protections of our rights and liberties and freedoms, that this protection of those rights and liberties and freedoms be vested in the Speaker and never in the executive branch. It's a fundamental question. And now that we have the opportunity through these, what might be dismissed as minor incidents, but I urge all members to find, they give us the opportunity to have proper discussion, thorough review, call the right witnesses. Do not allow C-59 as an omnibus budget bill to blast through and create permanent changes, or at least changes until some future government can repeal them, but really the dismantling of a system that has worked us and served us very well. I do want, again, to close my remarks by thanking the House of Commons security officers, the Senate security officers. These are the officers that, particularly in the House of Commons on October 22nd, risked their lives, did the most to protect us. And although, as other members have noted, we don't have reports from what happened on that day, we do know that the gunman was stopped at the door by an unarmed House security guard, Samir Nassan, that he wrestled with the gunman. He stopped what could have been a much worse event by giving others the chance to prepare themselves. I mean no disrespect to the RCMP, but they did not notice someone running by them with a gun. And when they saw a limo and a chauffeur being removed from his car and a hijacked vehicle moving up to center block, I know there were, it's hindsight to say, why didn't they put on their sirens? But we know there was no warning to our internal security force from our external security force. And I just want one more time before closing to say again how deeply I know all of us in this place are grateful to our former Sergeant at Arms and the entire security team in this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question come on title on it, Deputy de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks as part of this debate. As many colleagues have done, she too has referred to the underlying problems, to the 2 points of privilege that were raised, which are the fact that the government, or the executive branch, has taken control over the parliamentary precinct. As several colleagues have said, this has given rise to a situation where foreign leaders arrive, and the government seems to think that the Parliament is its office or its home, not the place of the people, which is what the House of Commons is here. It's a place where people feel at home, where they are represented, but the government seems to think increasingly, and this situation is exacerbating, where the government thinks that it's its own domain, uses the House for its state visits. But when we are in the Legislative Assembly, of course, yes, the executive branch does sit and is accountable on a daily basis to parliamentarians, but I'd like her to comment on that aspect, that the government is increasingly using Parliament Hill as its own office, as its space. And then I'd like her to address the issues in the chain of command. In light of the directives that have been given to officers in charge of security, on several times, instructions have been given to block everyone, regardless of whether they are members of Parliament or not. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I want to thank my honourable friend for his question. Yes, and this has been raised a bit in this debate, but I do think it needs to be underscored. We know that through an access to information request, there was a point when the current Prime Minister was checking out the cost of taking the former U.S. Embassy and converting it into a more imperial greeting center for the Prime Minister to greet members, heads of government or heads of state coming to Canada, because the Prime Minister apparently didn't think it was suitable that they be greeted at Rideau Hall. After all, the Governor-General represents the head of state for Canada, who is Her Majesty the Queen, and not the Prime Minister. as this plan to convert the former U.S. Embassy into a greeting hall for foreign dignitaries was uncovered, plans were dropped. And my view is that they decided, okay, a better idea from the Prime Minister's office is let's just hijack Parliament Hill and House of Commons, and we can put red carpets up and down, and we can put flags up, and we can use it as a photo-op backdrop. Now, we all agree as parliamentarians that when a head of state or a head of government is visiting to give a speech in this place, that's a very different matter. But I'll never forget when the President Netanyahu of Israel was visiting. He didn't address the House of Commons, but there were tanks outside on both sides, and Parliament Hill was brought to a standstill. We need to get a proper balance. I'm not saying we can never use Parliament Hill for greeting foreign dignitaries, but it's not its purpose. And that's where we're going off the rails here in terms of understanding constitutional. We're a constitutional monarchy. We're a Westminster parliamentary democracy. We do not elect prime ministers to be presidents. We are equal as MPs in this place, and there is a very fundamental principle of supremacy of Parliament, which in many dangerous ways is being chiseled away.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague. I'm a little bit uncomfortable at the way she's interpreted what happened on the day of the attack on Parliament Hill. I was there, and I'm very proud that an unarmed security officer wrestled with the gun, but the inference I took from that was that it was the good work of the Senate and House of Commons security as opposed to the RCMP. I don't think that that's a fair statement. I think the idea that there's two separate levels of security within one building is an absurd position. I was one of the MPs who were mistakenly put out on the front of the House of Commons on the grounds, perhaps because we had a jurisdictional dispute between two groups within one building. We do need to address these issues. We were not ready that day. That is understood. We could have been at a great deal more risk. I certainly feel a great deal of comfort seeing the RCMP out front. I'm not afraid that that people are armed out front, because I think the protection of everybody who uses our public space has to be maintained. And I am very proud of the work that the RCMP are doing out front in terms of allowing people to come up to demonstrate, allowing people to use that public space, but also making it safe. The question that we have before us is not the internal versus the external, but how do we ensure that in a new climate of security that we are maintaining the traditional rights of parliamentarians to access Parliament and do their job? That's the question here. So my concern is that more and more Parliament is being used as a backdrop for official visits. This is nothing against official leaders coming. It's sometimes a great honour to have them. But if we're always seeing these photo ops that used to be done at Rideau Hall, and we're being told that we have to wait to vote or wait to do our work because of dignitaries, that is a problem. So I'd just like to ask my honourable colleague to be a little careful in how she portrays what happened that day, because all of us who were there remember the great risk that people put themselves at to keep us safe.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, I thank my honourable friend from Timmins, James Bay, and I was here as well. But I'm not suggesting for a moment that the RCMP are not performing admirably, and I appreciate him calling me up short on that. But as I understand, and I've talked to virtually everybody to get different eyes on the scene, and as we know, we don't have a report. But I do think it's fair to say that the RCMP outside, we have seen a great increase in the number of RCMP vehicles in the last few years, circling the perimeter of the House of Commons. And my own interpretation, and my friend may disagree with me, is that people sitting in cars develop a vehicular awareness. They notice cars moving. I think that's why the RCMP sprung into action when the honourable leader of my friend's party went through a stop sign. They note when you're sitting in a vehicle, you notice vehicles. And that's why the first time the RCMP noticed that the gunman was making his way to Parliament Hill was when the quick-thinking chauffeur of one of our parliamentary colleagues threw his car into reverse, banging the vehicle behind him. It was a vehicular collision of basically a fender bender, but it was enough noise, and it was cars moving that got the attention of the RCMP to pursue that vehicle towards the front of the building. I appreciate my friend calling me up short. I do not mean any disrespect to the RCMP, But my fundamental point, which should be underscored, is that it's a matter of constitutional authority that matters. It's a question of, yes, we should have consolidated security. We should not have separate forces that can't talk to each other. But in that consolidated force, we must respect parliamentary traditions and our Constitution and ensure the consolidated force reports to the Speaker and never to a Prime Minister.
Question et commentaire de la députée de Charlebourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Côte-Saint-Cher. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We can't speak about this without speaking about security. What brought this about, what brought about these additional delays, is the fact that initially there was that incident on October 22nd. And many years ago, there was an assassination on Spark Street. Many years ago. It was by a group of extremists. They wanted the Irish to be the priority. They were fighting against the Crown. So this happened many years ago. Now, the Parliament wasn't barricaded. Members still had the freedom to circulate, to go and do their daily work as they should. So what I would like to hear from the member is a better explanation. The member from Sherbrooke spoke about legislative powers, spoke about the executive, and spoke about that balance. We have this right. I'd like her to explain why we should be able to maintain these rights.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci à ma collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague. I think those privileges have to be maintained and protected. Principles of Parliament have to be protected. And these issues today are the subject of a question of privilege. These are important issues. They have to be looked into in depth. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr.
Scott, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved that the questions of privilege raised on April 30th by the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley and May 8th by the member for Toronto Danforth regarding the free movement of members of Parliament within the parliamentary precinct be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. And in my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members. Convoquez les députés.
question is the following. The question is the following one. Mr. Scott, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved that the questions of privilege raised on April 30th, 2015 by the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley and May 8th, 2015 by the member for Toronto Danforth regarding the free movement of members of Parliament within the parliamentary precinct be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Mr.
East.
Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Mai.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Toon.
Mr. Toon.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Giguère.
Mr. Giguère.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Ravignac.
Mr. Ravignac.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalémar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalémar.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquet.
Monsieur Choquet.
Monsieur Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mrs. Baïs.
Mrs. Baïs.
Madame Dory Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Fiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Fiard.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Valerian.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Scarpeligia.
Mr. Scarpeligia.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Madame Assegna.
Madame Assegna.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman
Mr.
Norfolk.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mrs. Agluka.
Mrs. Agluka.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightbright.
Mr. Brightbright.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mrs. Coupe.
Mrs. Coupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosar.
Mr. Gosar.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Back to Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Captain Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, Royal St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albert.
Mr. Albert.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Gouguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Gale.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Ms. Brownie Market Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown Leeds Granville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Kilmarnocky.
Mr. Kilmarnocky.
Mr. Crampton Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampton Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gettypool.
Mr. Gettypool.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Allen Tobic McNaquan.
Mr. Allen McNaquan.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky
Mr.
Country.
Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky
Mr.
Country.
Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Young
Mr.
Oakville.
Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Yardega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny. Yeas pour 117, 117. Nays contre 145, 145.
Declare the motion defeated. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. D'après le débat, la troisième lecture du projet.
Resuming debate at third reading on Bill C-52, an act of dealing with Safe and Accountable Rail Act.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill C-52. Mr. Speaker, perhaps I could wait a moment? Thank you.
I'll just ask members to carry on conversations outside the chamber as we are on to the next item of debate. Order. There, do you want to swap it in?
Order. If members who are leaving the chamber could do so, so that the House can continue with its business. Debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I just wanted to double-check because I believe there was still some time on the clock for the honourable member for Gaspésie-Île de la Madeleine, and I thought I saw him here a moment ago, but if that's not the case, I'm more than prepared to proceed. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak today on a bill that is important and that has my support, but which opens up an area of public policy which really bears more full examination, and this bill gives us a chance to discuss that. I speak of Bill C-52, which is titled A Bill for Rail Safety, and as we all know, the issues of rail safety have become increasingly of concern to Canadians. As I look at Bill C-52, Mr. Speaker, its full title is the Safe and Accountable Rail Act. But I think it needs to be acknowledged that while this bill is certainly welcome and is a step in the right direction, it actually only speaks to the accountability side of safe and accountable. It speaks to what we do in the event of accidents, who is responsible, how much insurance must they carry, who can sue after the fact under the polluter pays principle. It does provide a number of important improvements, particularly for municipalities and others affected by rail accidents. It does create a minimum insurance requirement of $1 billion. These things are welcome, but Mr. Speaker, the issue of rail safety continues to be one of deep concern, and so many of the witnesses before committee came to committee speaking of the fact that C-52, while welcome, doesn't go nearly far enough. And the steps that have been taken so far by Transport Canada to improve rail safety in the wake of the disaster of Lac Mégantic also are moving too slowly, and even if fully implemented, don't go far enough. So I'd like to take a moment, Mr. Speaker, to point out, for instance, that if we look at Lac Mégantic as an example, a $1 billion, and this was an example put forward by witnesses at committee, a $1 billion minimum insurance requirement for Class 1 railways is something that without legislative mandate, the Class 1 railways have already been carrying. But if, and certainly we would never again want to see, we never wanted to see Lac Mégantic, maybe never again see a disaster of that scale again. But now that we know it is possible, it would behoove us to put in place insurance requirements that would meet a disaster of that scale, which would, according to witnesses, be closer to 6 times that amount, or $6 billion. Now, Mr. Speaker, looking at the issue of rail safety, we have had over the last number of years what I would almost put forward is a perfect storm of changes in the private sector, changes in government, and changes in the types of goods we are shipping. And they come together in ways that leave us less safe than we've been before, even with the improvements Transport Canada and the Minister have made. For instance, only as long ago as 2009, only 500 cars a year were carrying highly flammable fossil fuels, the flammable crudes that take up most of our discussion these days. By 2013, 2 years ago, and we know the number has gone up in the last 2 years, but in 2013, we were up to 160,000 carloads. Mr. Speaker, 500 in 2009, 160,000 in 2013. This is a phenomenal increase in hazardous goods moving on our rails, and that leaves out other types of hazardous goods, whether chlorine or other hazardous substances. Now, the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs took this statistic and converted it into million barrels and said, as of now, we have 1 million barrels of crude oil, flammable Class 3 liquids per day moving on our rails. The Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs also pointed out that in 2013, the last year for which I have statistics in any case, but I found through the witnesses, there were 144 accidents that involved dangerous goods, 7 of which resulted in dangerous goods being released. Now, we've seen steps taken, and I referred to them briefly before, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Transport and the regulators, I have to say, the U.S. and Canada, both transportation safety boards. By the way, the transportation safety boards in Canada and the U.S. make findings about safety, but don't have the regulatory power to implement them. So the transportation safety boards on both sides of our borders found some time ago that what are called the DOT 111 rail cars constitute an unsafe way to transport such hazardous and flammable materials. We've taken some steps, as has the U.S., but there's a long lead time for the implementation. So now we're taking Class 1232 trains and retrofitting them for crude oil. That must be done by 2020, and for less flammable materials by 2025. Still, until 2017, so we have 2 more years to go, the unsafe DOT 111 cars will still be rolling through our communities. 80,000 DOT 111 rail cars will be still in service in U.S. and Canada until 2017. Now, why did I speak, Mr. Speaker, of the trends? We have essentially less safety and more hazardous goods. The rail industry, in theory, whether moving passengers or goods, is one of the safest and most environmentally appropriate ways to move people and goods. This needs to be reiterated because it's an essential part of our infrastructure. And one of our arguments as Greens is that it's an essential part of our infrastructure that we've been ignoring too long. The need to upgrade in the passenger rail context, the need to invest in more modern trains and better rail beds. We need to continually upgrade the access to passenger rail and invest in Via Rail for Canadians from coast to coast and ultimately to coast would be at least as far as the Hudson Bay train we get there. Coast to coast rail service makes sense, and modernizing it to bring it into the 21st century is an important investment for Canadians. It's an important part of our transportation infrastructure. Now, in the case of goods traveling by rail compared to by truck, they're both safer in terms of accidents on our highway and, in theory, reduced greenhouse gases, in theory, by far the safest way to transport hazardous goods. The difficulty we have is what's been happening in practice. Over the last decade or so, and certainly it's not just in recent years, we saw through the smart regulatory regime a change. We've seen through private sector pressures to improve productivity a change. We've seen through government cutbacks a change. And ultimately, we have greater risks because of a change in our industry. So let's just look at, in terms of reduced safety, the first point I wanted to make. Industry, particularly the freight industry in Canada, is now, whereas Via Rail is a Crown corporation, freight is private sector. We are now dealing with a pressure of for-profit companies, and one certainly understands their point of view. But as a result of their pressure to improve the profit bottom line, we have heard from the rail sector labor force, and particularly from the unionized members and the unions in the rail sector, a continual cutback in the on-board engineers, on-board rail crews that has led to greater safety concerns. We've also seen a failure to pay sufficient attention to maintenance along tracks. A number of the significant derailments that have occurred recently occurred because of failure to keep tracks and bridges upgraded properly. We even had fatalities because of a failure to keep a railway trestle in proper repair. Going back to 2005, in which CN Rail was ultimately fined $1.4 million, which was certainly, I think, given the scale of that spill, a very modest fine. But in 2005, a CN train derailed at Lake Wabamun in Alberta and had resulted in a substantial spill. The inquiry into that found that the rails over which that train was traveling were worn out and that they had not been kept in adequate repair. That was certainly a significant event, but there were a number of derailments right after it in 2005. This started creating more concern about rail travel, and not rail travel for passengers, but the use of rail for freight that extended right across Canada, asking what more can we do? What's the Transportation Safety Board doing to ensure rail safety? The second piece that made us less safe, Mr. Speaker, has been in a government decision to move to safety management systems. It's essentially a form of deregulation. It came into effect some time ago, but I direct you, Mr. Speaker, to a finding in a report released in 2007 by the Canada Safety Council. It reported that the system is one which, quote, allows rail companies to regulate themselves, removing the federal government's ability to protect Canadians and their environment, and allowing the industry to hide critical safety information from the public. Now, one would think that having gone to a system such as this, Transport Canada would have a supervisory authority to review these SMSs, these safety management systems, to ensure their adequacy. But it does not appear that that's the case. The third part of the less safe system, Mr. Speaker, is cutbacks at Transport Canada. We now have fewer engineers than we used to have available in Transport Canada to do the work of reviewing rail safety. According to a number of media reports, Mr. Speaker, Transport Canada currently has, and has had since 2009, 30 critical rail safety positions that have remained vacant. These are for engineers who could do such things as anticipate and organize the removal of DOT 111 cars from the roads, from the tracks. Missing critical people in rail safety, missing critical people at Transport Canada who deal with hazardous goods is not a good sign to Canadians. We saw budget cuts at Transport Canada in 2012 that seem to now put in stone the fact that these positions aren't likely to be filled again. And yet we have hazardous goods moving through communities, as the Federation of Canadian Municipalities reminded the committee, as citizen groups concerned with hazardous goods rolling through communities, and yet we haven't filled critical safety positions within Transport Canada. The third part, Mr. Speaker, relies on what's happening in the private sector and why are we seeing more and more freight, and particularly more and more dangerous freight on our tracks. I'm a huge supporter of passenger rail, as you can probably tell by now in my speech, Mr. Speaker. I've traveled Canada's rails, crisscrossing the country as often as I get a chance. And often I've done it in the context of political campaigns, whistle-stop tours, where it really matters to know that you're going to arrive at your destination sometime near the scheduled time on the Via Rail schedule. Now, as anyone who pays attention to rail in Canada knows, Via Rail has to rent the tracks from CN and other rail owners. Via Rail is not in control of the switches or the red lights, the yellow lights, and the green lights. In other words, passenger rail in Canada and on-time arrivals is virtually entirely hostage to freight. So when we have increasingly long rail trains that can no longer pull over onto sidings, and Via Rail, passenger rail, which is short enough to stay on a siding, oftentimes has to wait for hours for the convenience of freight to go by. We have not taken adequate concern or attention as a Parliament or within Transport Canada's regulators to the length of freight trains. They are, and often to the fact that they're stacking cars, and then again to the kind of materials that they are shipping. The horrors of Lac Mégantic woke us up to what they're shipping. And on the morning of July 5th, 2013, I don't think any of us will forget the horror ever of a disaster that killed 47 people. Now, the Transportation Safety Board had already approved what looked like a perfectly satisfactory system of safety on the part of the Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic Rail Company. They had provided their safety management system to Transport Canada, and it was entirely legal on July 5th, 2013, for an engineer to leave an idling train above a community, having set handbrakes with the assumption that the air brakes wouldn't fail. In fact, the minimum number of handbrakes on the company chart, the engineer actually set 7 handbrakes. The minimum number of handbrakes on the company chart was 9. But the Transportation Safety Board has since found that 9 handbrakes would not have held the trains if the air brakes failed. And as we know, the disaster of Lac Mégantic is a disaster of a train barreling into a community that lay all unaware to the disaster that was about to befall it. Now, not only did the community not know that it was legal for that Transport Canada had approved a system that allowed an idling train to be left unattended with handbrakes on above a community, no one really knew what kind of flammable and dangerous materials were on board because it was reported as crude oil. It was in fact back in shale, which is an entirely different chemical composition, and as we know to our horror, formed a fireball that destroyed much of that community and killed 47 people and injured many more. Are we standing here today on May 12, 2015, sure that such a disaster as Lac Mégantic couldn't happen in another Canadian community? And I have to say that for all the safety measures I've mentioned, and in the face of C-52, which is the Safe and Accountable Rail Act, we have to say no. We know a lot more about Bakken Shale, and there is a greater requirement that communities be notified if it's moving through the community. Bakken Shale is not the only unconventional oil. There's also, of course, if you mix bitumen with diluent, it also becomes far more flammable than bitumen by itself. I should mention parenthetically, because I think it's of some interest to people, that bitumen by itself, if it's heated to be able to put into a rail car without the presence of diluents, is virtually not a dangerous material at all. It can't spill and it doesn't blow up. But we've not taken safety measures to ensure that diluent not be moved by rail. Diluent is the stuff they mix with bitumen. And it was diluent, which is toxic and hazardous, that was being shipped north to northern Alberta through the city of Calgary, that was in those rail cars that were hanging so precipitously over the Bow River during the flooding when the bridge gave way. And the municipal workers of Calgary had to thread cables through those rail cars to keep them from falling into the river. The material in those rail cars was diluent, headed to northern Alberta to be stirred in with the solid called bitumen to be able to put them into things to ship them by pipe or by rail, where they don't go to the steam liquefied bitumen, which can actually be moved into rail cars without adding diluent. We have a wide range of toxic and dangerous substances moving by our rails, Mr. Speaker, and I want to turn to the evidence of the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs as presented by Paul Boissonneau, Fire Chief from Brant Fire Department, who is the current president of the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs. And he's pointed out a number of things that we could do to make the situation safer. One is divert some funding for firefighter training to assist people in communities and local fire departments to be able to confront threats. I mean, firefighters should never be exposed to something as dreadful as Lac Mégantic, neither should a community. But we do have a serious gap that the fire chiefs have pointed out in terms of preparation for firefighters. They're also looking specifically at the other hazardous goods. This bill deals with various forms of crude oil and the most flammable and dangerous forms of crude oil, which are not really crude oil at all, but such as Bakken Shale or bitumen mixed with diluent. But they also point out that propane and chlorine move on our rails and also need to be brought into this bill for greater and through further measures for safety. We need to have much more information sharing about, and the bill does make some good first steps. The bill allows requirements related to information sharing between railways and municipalities in response to emergencies. But we do need greater levels of detail in that information, and the communities have a right to know. We need to do much more in strengthening the Canadian Transport Emergency Centre to be part of current regulatory activities. We need municipalities to be sitting down with Transport Canada and with the shippers to find better and safer ways. There are some that we know about, Mr. Speaker. One is called positive train control. It's in the United States in its Rail Safety Act. It is not fully implemented yet, but it constitutes an on-board computerized system that creates very clear advance and very immediate real-time information about where brakes are weak, where parts of the trains are overheating, whether speed is out of control, whether there are problems on board. Positive train control is now part of the U.S. Rail Safety Act. It should be part of ours, Mr. Speaker. We can also take steps to regulate for shorter freight trains. The braking is far more dangerous and difficult when the trains are so long that the brake signal makes it, when the train is essentially too long to stop. Mr. Speaker, we have an opportunity to do much more in Canada to create real rail safety. So while I'll be voting for C-52, I want no Canadian under any illusion that this bill creates a safe rail transport system. It doesn't, and Canadians deserve a real, safe rail system in this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and there's absolutely no doubt that protecting the public is a core responsibility of this government, of any government for that matter, and improving rail liability and accountability measures is long overdue. It's sad that it took the tragedy at Lac Mégantic to get the government to be serious about that responsibility. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech. I wonder whether she would comment on a different aspect that she didn't get to in her speech. It seems to me that one of the one of the things that has become apparent as we've studied the tragedy at Lac Mégantic and others is that the safety of rail cars is also something that we need to take very, very seriously. Now, I come from Hamilton, where we've lost over 13,000 manufacturing jobs. We all know that under this Conservative government, the country has lost almost 420,000 manufacturing jobs. And yet in Hamilton, we have a company called National Steel Car. It produces rail cars in this country. I know that the company would very much welcome the opportunity to talk to Transport Canada and to officials about how to design and build those rail cars in Canada. And I wonder whether the member could just comment on whether she would support a strategy that would support manufacturing jobs here in Canada, and in this case specifically for rail cars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I completely agree with my friend from Hamilton. As a former resident of Pictou County, Nova Scotia, it was a tragedy to see the rail car manufacturing there from Trenton Works be moved to Mexico by a U.S. owner named Greenbrier that had actually experienced profits in every year, but saw its opportunity for greater profits lay in moving all those jobs and the manufacturing of those rail cars to Mexico. We need to invest in manufacturing in Canada. We could, given there's a tremendous shortage of safe rail cars. If we could turn this around into a business opportunity for Canada, Canada and the U.S. are both phasing out DOT 111 rail cars. That means there is an enormous market for safer rail cars with thicker walls for safer transport of goods. We should be seizing that and building rail cars in Canada for sale in Canada and the United States.
Questions and comments? Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments put on the record from the leader of the Green Party. I did have a question in regards to just getting a better understanding from the Green Party's perspective on pipelines. Many of the issues that she refers to in her speech deals strictly with the transportation of commodities that could actually be transported through pipelines. And if, in fact, she could just give her thoughts as the leader of the Green Party as to what role, where that feedback's coming from, Mr. Speaker, but what role pipelines might have to play in dealing with the transportation, or what her thoughts are in regards to pipelines in general, and how that could impact rail line traffic.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank my old friend from Winnipeg North, because it is a subject of a lot of debate publicly, and I think it needs to be addressed, because there's sometimes the assumption that because of, I know the pipeline industry tried to seize on Lac Mégantic in a way that was seen at the time as a bit inappropriate, given the tragedy of Lac Mégantic, as an argument for pipelines. I think we need pipelines can transport many goods, and if we're talking about refined petroleum products, I don't know of anyone who's opposed to pipelines that move refined goods, because the impact of a spill is relatively minor, and we're keeping the jobs in Canada. If the pipeline projects that are currently the subject of greatest debate, Keystone, Enbridge, Kinder Morgan, and Energy East, all have in common that their goal is to move bitumen as a raw material to Tidewater to be shipped to another country for refining. And that in the process, I mentioned the diluent earlier, this is a toxic fossil fuel condensate that for some pipeline proposals, Enbridge proposed to buy it from Saudi Arabia, bring it in tankers to Kitimat, put it in a pipeline running from Kitimat to northern Alberta, to then stir it into solid bitumen, because the solid bitumen, as I meant, being a solid, won't flow. So then they stir in the diluent that they've imported to make a mix they then call dilbit, to put in a pipeline running the other direction to a tanker to go to somewhere else, maybe China, for refining. So the position of the Green Party is we don't support any pipeline where the intention is to ship dilbit. It's an extremely dangerous commodity, in that when it spills, as the Kalamazoo, Michigan spill has shown us, it's virtually impossible to clean up, and it makes much more sense economically, as it appears that new Premier Notley wants to do, to refine product in Alberta rather than try to find dangerous pipelines for risky tankers.
Question commentaire.
Questions or comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. One of the concerns that was raised in Sherbrooke no later than last weekend, an area that is quite close to Lac Mégantic, deals with what is inside the rail cars. So these tank cars are what I'm referring to, the ones that are being pulled. Municipalities want to know what's inside the rail cars before they cross these municipalities, so that, for example, fire services will know how to react and what it is they are reacting to if ever there is an accident. And this applies to other areas as well. You have to make sure that emergency measures are in place. In Sherbrooke and in other cities, I'm sure, throughout Canada, the concern is what is in these tank cars so that they can better respond in the event of an emergency. That is not the case now, and I'd like to know if my colleague thinks that the government should have regulations that mean that the railway companies need to advise the cities and municipalities of what is in those cars so that they can respond adequately. Yes, I absolutely agree with what my colleague from Sherbrooke said. I think it should be mandatory for cities to have the right to that information, and for municipalities have the right to that information for emergency purposes immediately when it is necessary. I'd like to speak about a report that I have here. We currently don't have answers about this tragedy, the worst tragedy in the history of Canada, and there should be a commission, an independent commission, to investigate into this tragedy. I think in that case, then, these concerns will be responded to if there is a commission. Questions or comments?
Resume, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is this. Over the past 10 years, there has been a phenomenal increase in the transportation of dangerous goods via train. And since the tragic events of Lac-Mégantic, the government has perhaps hired one or two more inspectors. We know that there aren't any limits set under the regulations on the number of cars that can move through these areas. So we have, in this case, one more inspector for perhaps thousands of cars, of rail cars. Now, in the 2015-16 budget, Mr. Speaker, I cannot find anything dealing with railway safety, and I did flip through all of these pages. I'd like my colleague to speak to the fact that the budget remains silent on rail safety. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, a big thank you to my colleague. She has given me an opportunity to highlight this point. I've already said that there have been cuts to Transport Canada, and she is absolutely right in saying that in this 2015 budget there is absolutely nothing for Transport Canada for the purposes of improving and increasing their ability to ensure rail safety. Absolutely nothing. And because of the 2012 budget cuts, most people in Transport Canada do not have the resources they need to ensure rail safety. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, there are the former reports of the Commissioner of the Environment in the Auditor General's office, and in these reports, it has been pointed out that we do not have an adequate safety regime. In this budget, there are insufficient resources to increase railway safety. There are no resources to do that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
It's a great honour to rise in this House representing the people of Timmins James Bay and to speak on Bill C-52, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and the Railway Safety Act. Mr. Speaker, trains play a huge role in the life of our country and the history of our country. And for any boy growing up, the thing we all wanted to be when we grew up was a train. And I spent my life on the Ontario Northland as a kid, My great-grandfather used to be the conductor on the Sydney Flyer in Nova Scotia, and he lived in Iona. Now, Iona is a little village in Cape Breton, and they used to say that the only two things that you could find in the village of Iona were Holy Days and McNeil's. So my grandfather was a McNeil, and so John P. McNeil was a conductor on the Sydney Flyer, and John P.'s great skill, Mr. Speaker, was that he could spot bootleggers on the platform, and his eye for a bootlegger was never wrong, because he always said that a man carrying a bottle of whiskey with his underwear in a bag put that bag down with just a little bit more care than if there was no whiskey in the bottle. My uncles all worked on the Ontario Northland train out of North Bay and Mattawa. In those days, you either worked in Northern Ontario, you worked underground in the mines, as my grandfather McNeil did and my grandfather Angus did, or be like my uncles working on the Northlander. I had a famous uncle who apparently used to drink a 26er every night on the run from North Bay to Timmins, and they said he was never worse for wear, although some nights after a 26er he'd say that it was like the same as working 21 straight hours and just being very tired. He didn't live long enough for me to be around, but they used to tell us stories about being on those trains. And in my own family, I actually live, my street address, Mr. Speaker, is mileage 104, which is 104 miles on the Ontario Northland Railway track. So every morning, there's that beautiful, beautiful sound of the train whistle going past my house, shaking everything in the foundations. It used to carry people, but it doesn't carry people anymore because the provincial Liberal government of Kathleen Wynne decided that people in Northern Ontario are truly second-class citizens and don't merit public transit. Public transit is something that belongs in urban areas and to urban voters, but people in Northern Ontario are somehow second-class. And so the Liberal government set out to destroy a 100-year-old public institution, which is the Ontario Northland Transportation Commission. So what passes by my house daily now is the wood going south, the way the wood has always gone south. Tanker cars full of sulfuric acid from the smelter in Rouyn-Noranda, Quebec. They used to carry product from the smelter in Timmins, but the Liberal government also allowed that to be killed because of their idiotic hydro pricing. So we're used to seeing things being shipped out of our region on train, but we used to be able to ship our people back and forth. And, Mr. Speaker, just this past weekend, I had the great honor and great joy of traveling on the VIA train between Toronto and Ottawa, and again, it was just like being a little kid again, getting on the train, the smell of the train, the feel of the train, the conductors. I just felt the same excitement, but I felt a real sense of sadness that for so many regions of our country, the idea of a coherent national transit strategy, including train, is being seen as somehow something that belongs in the 19th century as opposed to a very, very 21st century method of travel. And I do hope to see that in the near future, when a new Democratic government is elected in Ontario and we get rid of that corrupt Liberal government, that we restore proper train transportation into our region. And then certainly Ontario Liberals could learn with their right-wing austerity premier that she will be a footnote in history like Alison Redford, having promised to be a progressive premier and then turning her back. But certainly we see from our colleagues in Alberta how you can elect a progressive woman and actually get it. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak today about the importance of the safety transportation changes that are coming, that need to happen, because we've seen an enormous shift in the movement of goods over the last 5 years. There's been a 28,000% increase in the transportation of fuels from Western Canada, particularly on the rail lines. And they're carrying fuel from the Bakken fields, which we know is highly combustible. It's carrying diluted bitumen, it's carrying heavy crude. And so the incredible increase of this transportation on the transit system raises serious questions about issues of safety, particularly when we see the tragedy at Lac Mégantic. However, Mr. Speaker, warnings about a potential rail tragedy have been discussed in Parliament for many, many years. I certainly remember being here in 2004 and trying to get the Liberal government of Paul Martin to see some common sense, which they refused to see at the time, because the Liberal government believed that if you privatized or if you allow companies to look after themselves, if you get rid of inspectors and you save money to government, that'll somehow make things a lot better. And so the Liberal government brought in changes to the Railway Safety Act. They went to the whole self-management system and told us this was the future, just like they were telling us at that time, Mr. Speaker, that they could do the same thing for the banking rules. The push at that time was to change Canada's banking laws in order to allow the banks to self-regulate. And we were told here in the House of Commons the NDP were somehow the nanny state NDP, because we said you need to have rules around banking. But at the time, my Liberal colleagues thought that the great future were places like Citibank and the whole amalgamation and investment that was happening in the United States, and we saw how that ended up. So in good times, it's easy to say you don't need regulation. In good times, it's easy to say that let everything happen and things will carry on. But we know our role as legislators is to make sure that we have basic rules in place to protect people from potential accidents. So after the changes that came in under the Liberals in terms of self-management, we find that there was a whole series of increases in accidents, but because they were being self-managed, they didn't even bother to report them. That what came from the Transportation Safety Board in 2005 said that they became suspicious of CN's accident numbers as compared to other operators. That all of a sudden there was this wide discrepancy in the numbers of derailments or lack of derailments, and it turned out that over 1,800 derailments and accidents were simply not reported, including 44 that were on key rail arteries. So why do we have oversight? Because we want to make sure that when companies are self-regulating, they aren't doing what was happening at that time, which is simply not bothering to report. And this is a very serious issue, particularly in light of the accidents we've seen recently. In my region, in Northern Ontario, we've had 3 serious train derailments on the rural subdivision at Hornpain and 2 at Gogama. Now, the incidents, the last 2 were February 14th and March 7th, with CN freight trains carrying between 94 and 100 cars. Now, the March 17th train was 6,089 feet long. That's a staggering amount of crude oil that was being carried on that track. So they had come on the rural subdivision exists between Cape Riol in the south towards Sudbury and Hornpain. It's primarily composed of a continuous welded rail and is classified as Class 4 track under the transportation safety rules. Now, Class 4 is the second highest rating, which means that it allows trains to travel 60 miles an hour for freight and 80 miles an hour for passenger trains, but we don't see much passenger trains anymore in the north. But there were a number of slow orders given because of problems along that track. So we had the accident on February 14th at Gogama, and then again on March 17th. Now, at the time of the March 7th derailment, March 7th was the second derailment, the eastbound freight was moving at 43 miles an hour, and at 2:40 in the morning, the temperatures of -10, it jumped the tracks, and cars were spilled into the Matagami River. Now, what was very disturbing about the 700 feet of track that was destroyed at Matagami River at that junction there and the cars going in is that a great deal of work has happened in our region in terms of the Matagami River, which is one of the great northern river systems feeding into James Bay, that a lot of work has been done to secure fisheries, to build up the spawning grounds. So having heavy crude pouring in and burning across that river system was certainly deeply, deeply disturbing for residents of my region who right across that see that as one of the great river systems of northern Ontario. So the issue of transportation safety, given the huge amount of increase in combustible fuels that are being transported on trains, is very serious, because in many of our communities were built on the rail line, Mr. Speaker, so that those trains actually travel through the centre of so many communities across Western Canada and Northern Ontario. We see in Sudbury, sitting there at the lights, as those cars are speeding by. If the derailment that happened at Gogama had happened in an urban area, it could have been a tragedy on the nature of Lac-Mégantic. So what do we do then to alleviate this? Well, Mr. Speaker, whenever you talk about the transportation of dangerous goods, whether it's through a pipeline or whether it's by rail, you have to ensure that there's rules in place for oversight and for public safety. So there are some very positive elements of this bill, which I want to say the New Democrats will be supporting, in terms of putting in place the minimum insurance levels for railways transporting dangerous goods based on the type and volume of goods that are being transported, and also the establishment of a disaster relief fund to deal with accidents such as what we'd seen at Lac-Mégantic. We've also seen a number of changes, including increased powers for inspectors, and this is important to have. Now, is this enough? Well, given the potential damage caused by a catastrophic train derailment, perhaps not. And this is something that we do need to speak to, because it's the issue of polluter pay is a fundamental principle that Canadians agree with, Mr. Speaker, that improving rail liability and accountability, we don't want the public on the hook for any potentially catastrophic disaster. So the question is how do we move to a regime that we establish that it is still a profitable system to be able to move transportation by rail, because we want to make sure that rail remains a profitable system, but that the public is assured of that in case of liability, we won't have fly-by-nighters that happen at Lac-Mégantic suddenly say they don't have any money and wanting to skip town. That's not good enough, not when lives are at stake and not when the environment's at stake. So essentially, Bill C-52 requires minimum insurance levels for a railway for transporting dangerous goods and establishes a disaster relief fund paid by crude shippers. But the issue of minimum insurance levels from $25 million transporting minimum goods up to a maximum of $1 billion for a railway transporting substantial qualities. The question is how, at what point are we going to get to a level within this fund that we actually have the kind of money that would be necessary to offset a potential disaster? Now, I'd like to compare, Mr. Speaker, what we had with Gogama with the situation in Kalamazoo. Now, in the Kalamazoo blowout, it was a pipeline. It was not a rail disaster, but it was carrying, that pipeline was carrying raw bitumen. And what we saw with the Kalamazoo disaster was that when that bitumen hit the water, cleaning it up wasn't so simple. In fact, it's cost over $1 billion in an attempt to remediate the situation in the Kalamazoo River from bitumen, because bitumen is a very, very difficult and dangerous product to deal with, especially when it sinks and it gets to the bottom, and the chemicals that are involved make it a very, very different issue. So whether we're talking about pipelines or rail, we get back to one of the root issues, which is we need to move towards upgrading at source as much as possible to limit the potential for environmental damage. Also, we ensure that whatever we produce in Canada in terms of natural raw materials, we're seeing the benefit as much as possible. We need to be able to move towards having discussions in this House of Commons about how we limit the environmental damage from such massive projects, because we are in a world that is dealing with the potential for catastrophic climate change, and we've seen a government that has completely literally buried their heads in the oil sands, refusing to deal with their international obligations. But we do, as Canadians, need to deal with this. This is something that Canadians feel very inspired to take action, and we've seen with the recent New Democratic Party win in Alberta. People in Alberta are deeply concerned about the issue as well. How do we do development sustainable? How do we limit the impact of greenhouse gases? How do we ensure that if we're doing the transportation of our incredible natural resources that we're blessed with right across this country, that we're getting the maximum benefit, so we're not just a place where the ground is ripped up and shipped out to refineries in Texas or over to China, but that we're actually able to benefit from it. So these are all interrelated issues, Mr. Speaker, that really, really need to be discussed in Parliament, and we need to have a national conversation about where we're going for this. Now, I would like to say that this, in response to the situation in Lac-Mégantic, is a good first step. Like I said, we certainly have many questions in terms of our position here in the New Democratic Party about whether the liability, whether this insurance is enough. We certainly question some of the numbers. But for the 200,000 barrels of oil transported daily, Transport Canada estimates that oil levies will contribute about $17 million annually to general revenues. Now, this is a step forward, but there's certainly outstanding concerns because we'd need to have this levy in place for about 15 years before we reach the $250 million generation level point that they actually believe would be able to respond to any level of crisis. And I would just again point, in Lac-Mégantic, it cost $400 million, the damage that was done from that one accident. So certainly this levy wouldn't be enough. Under the legislative summary that we received from the Library of Parliament, the Act amends the Railway Act to allow a province or municipality that incurs costs in responding to a fire that is, in the opinion, was a result of a rail company's railway operations to apply to the Canada Transportation Agency to have those costs reimbursed by the rail company. That's an important role, but we also need to work closer with municipalities who are very concerned about the kind of dangerous goods that are being transported in their communities and needing to have plans to make sure that if something did blow out, for example, in Toronto when that rail line comes through, right through parts of the city, that we're all working together on this. Now, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities certainly supports what the New Democrats have been saying, and they are interested in the issues of insurance and liability. They want, as they said, Brad Woodside, who's their president, says they will call for a comprehensive approach that makes railways and crude oil shippers pay for the full cost of railway disasters and not leave municipalities or taxpayers footing the bill. That's a fundamental principle, that it shouldn't be the taxpayers of this country that are subsidizing these operations. These operations need to be profitable in their own right, and they need to carry the cost of the potential damage through proper insurance. Now, the Railway Association of Canada believes that the compensation fund should not only cover the cost of crude oil, but cover other dangerous goods such as chlorine, which I think is a very interesting element. Certainly in my region on the rail lines, they're carrying tanker cars full of sulfuric acid. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, a number of years ago when the O&R line went over just south of Temagami and pretty much destroyed a lake because of the amount of sulfuric acid that entered the water. These rail lines are carrying very, very, very dangerous goods at times, and we need to have that overall policy. Now, the Canadian Transportation Agency has said the tragic derailment in Lac-Mégantic has raised important questions regarding the adequacy of third-party liability insurance coverage to deal with catastrophic events, especially for smaller railways. This is another important issue in terms of what we saw at Lac-Mégantic, where we had a small fly-by-night company that when the damage was done simply wasn't going to be around the next day to deal with it. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to move towards closure here in my discussion. That this improvement of rail safety, this creating of a fund is important, but we do still need to have that conversation about how to ensure that the industry is covering off its own costs so that municipalities, provinces, the federal government are not on the hook. We need to make sure that the federal government maintains an active role. After those years when the Liberal government allowed self-regulation and we saw numerous increases in accidents and a decline in rail safety, we need to make sure that there's independent inspectors and that the companies are accountable. And finally, in conclusion, we do need to continue this national conversation about how we're going to process oil, bitumen, and other natural resources in our country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate many of the comments that were put on the record from the member, with the great exception, of course, to the opportunities he had taken to slam the Liberal Party, of course, as some might applaud that. But, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that the rail industry is a critical pillar industry for Canada. And it's an area in which we cannot really afford to make mistakes. Canadians, justifiably so, are very much concerned about the issue of rail line safety. They want the government to have sound regulations and laws to ensure that our communities are in fact protected. If I just reflect on Winnipeg alone, where we have the CN yards or the CP yards, which is borders the south end of Winnipeg North. These are very important job creators. They provide all sorts of opportunities in terms of shipping. The question that I have for the member is that we recognize the important role the rail line industry is, but if we want to be able to see it to continue to grow into the future, would he not agree that it is time that we spend more energy and resources in debate here in the House, ensuring that we do have the safest possible lines throughout the country?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. It is essential that we maintain public confidence in the rail system, because the rail system, again, sometimes people think it was a 19th century idea that brought the country together. It needs to be seen as a 21st century means of communication, not just for the transportation of goods and product coming from Western Canada, but the reimagining of a national vision for transportation for people. Because in my region in Northern Ontario, I'll give an example. My colleague mentioned his community of Winnipeg. Our roads are in brutally dangerous conditions because of the privatization of highway maintenance under the provincial Liberal government, and people don't have confidence, but they had confidence traveling that train, and the train would get through in blizzards where the road traffic is often shut down, and we see an enormous increase. As much as we talk about the increase in transportation of goods on rail, we've seen an incredible increase of transportation on the highways. And these are issues of safety, so we do need to debate. I agree with my colleague. We do need to debate in this House. How do we have systems of transportation that keep people safe and keep the confidence of industry in our country?
Questions
or comments? The honourable member for Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank the member for the speech. This bill is a step in the right direction. It is clear that it follows on the heels of mismanagement and bad decision-making by the government. Why isn't there a plan, concrete measures to put in place to maintain the rails? Now, we know what kind of state they're in, what condition they are. They're adding more and more cars onto the rails, so that's exerting more force and damaging them even more. Why not having taken more steps and done more in this bill?
James Bay.
I'd like to tell my colleague that I have a great deal of respect for the good work that she does, and this is a clear question. Yes, we must have an action plan in place to ensure the safety of all Canadians. There must be a transportation safety plan across the country. It's absolutely essential for industry and for Canadians to keep all safe. The train is essential to our economy, to our country. Where's the government's vision? Now we have a problem because the government has abandoned this idea of protecting the rights of Canadians and abandoned the responsibility for ensuring environmental protection in this country.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député d'Honoré.
The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Two questions for my colleague. One, with legislation, it seems that there's something important missing here. In Europe, as you know, there are important train networks, and a decision was made to regulate dangerous goods and the transportation of it. And they said there are 13 categories of dangerous commodities, so there are obligations for transporters. Now, in this bill, which is a step in the right direction, but if we look back, after 1985, the Liberals deregulated. They began deregulations, and the Conservatives have continued that. Now, something else really strikes me here as well.
Yes, we're talking about the danger of terrorism. It's a danger. But how many Quebecers, how many Quebec children are orphans because of these types of issues, because of the lack of rail safety? Now, my question for my colleague is, does he not think that we need to have better clarification as to what other commodities are dangerous goods, not just oil?
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. Certainly this is something that we're even hearing from the train industry as well. It's not just that we're taking oil from the back in oil fields that is very combustible, but we have chlorine, we have sulfuric acid, we have other product that's being carried on the train. If you talk to firefighters in the municipalities across this country, they want to know, they want to have a plan. So this is something that the federal government needs to stop treating itself as above and separate from the rest of the country in terms of coordinating a plan. We need to work with municipalities. We need to encourage them to be part of this conversation. We need to ensure that industry is paying its full weight. And having said that, the train is a vital link to us, but we have to have confidence in it, and it has to be able to guarantee the security of people and the environment.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will be sharing my time today to speak to Bill C-52. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in my place to speak in favor of Bill C-52, the Safe and Accountable Rail Act. This is a bill that, among other things, takes accountability and liability for rail transportation of dangerous goods and shares it between railways and shippers. Together, they will pay for the costs associated for the cleanup and compensation for catastrophic rail accidents such as the one that took place in Lac-Mégantic. It is great to have the opportunity to participate in this debate today because railway safety is a top priority in my riding of Brant and the City of Brantford. I have had regular meetings with city representatives and local officials to hear about their concerns in the wake of the recent disasters, and I am pleased that our Transport Minister continues to take firm action to ensure greater safety and accountability of our railways. I also appreciate having the opportunity to recognize the hard work and strong advocacy of Brant County Fire Chief Paul Boisonneau, who has shown great leadership on issues related to rail safety in Canadian communities. Paul is Canada's top fire chief, and during his tenure as president of the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, he's traveled across Canada working to ensure that first responders and Canadian communities are better protected when dangerous goods are being transported. He has sat on the Emergency Response Assistance Program Working Group and the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Advisory Council, and he has also appeared before the Standing Committee on Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities, including as part of their deliberations on this very bill, Bill C-52. He has stated that, overall, the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs welcomes Bill C-52 because it defines the liability of railways in order to provide claimants with greater certainty of compensation, and because it builds upon recent government actions focused on strengthening rail safety. Chief Boisonneau continues to push for further measures to improve safety and accountability, and we look forward to continuing the work we have started with him. The bill before us today represents another important step in the right direction. Honourable members will recall that the tragedy on July 2013 was caused by the explosion of tank cars carrying crude oil. There has been a dramatic increase in the amount of crude oil shipped by rail, Mr. Speaker. In 2008, hardly any crude oil moved on Canadian rail lines. By 2013, oil by rail had increased to approximately 10.6 million tonnes per year. By 2017, that number is expected to reach approximately 33.9 million tonnes per year. The shipment of crude oil by rail will continue to play an important role in moving our resources to market, even if pipelines in the east, west, and south the oil fields and oil sands were approved tomorrow, it would be many years before they would be operational. Until such time as new pipelines are available, rail remains the only real transportation alternative. Nor do railways have any option but to accept shipments from oil for their customers. The common carrier obligations of the Canada Transportation Act are a hallmark of the railway system that ensures that shippers can get their goods to market. Railways cannot turn down shipments of crude oil just because oil is volatile and classified as a dangerous good, and they are exposed to the liabilities associated with the freight that they are required to move. Mr. Speaker, railways are responsible for carrying insurance to provide compensation for the liabilities associated with disasters such as Lac-Mégantic. The bill before us enhances insurance requirements by setting required minimum insurance levels for federally regulated railways that take into account the potential severity of accidents. These range from $25 million to $1 billion based on the type and volume of dangerous goods the railway carries. To enforce compliance, if a railway fails to notify the Canada Transportation Agency of an operational change that would affect their insurance, it would be subject to administrative monetary penalty of up to $100,000 per violation. As the tragic derailment in Lac-Mégantic demonstrates, accidents involving crude oil can be catastrophic in nature. To address such incidents, where, despite increased requirements, the amount of railway insurance may be inadequate to pay for all liabilities, a two-tiered approach is proposed in this bill. First, the bill before us would change the liability regime for rail accidents, including crude oil. In the event of an incident involving crude oil, railways physically or operationally involved in the accident would be held liable up to their insurance, without fault or negligence having to be proven. When the cost of a railway accident exceed a railway's insurance level, the bill provides for a way to cover the costs of such disasters without putting the burden on the shoulders of the taxpayer. This would be accomplished through the establishment of a supplemental shipper-financed fund. Mr. Speaker, this brings us to the polluter pays principle, which Canada is making the gold standard for nuclear energy and offshore oil production and other modes of transportation, including pipelines and marine. Honourable members may be aware that Canada was a pioneer in implementing this principle, beginning with the liability regime for marine oil spills. Since the 1970s, ship owners have been held strictly liable for costs and damages that result from the discharge of oil. To cover claims in excess of the ship owner's limit of liability, the government created a Marine Pollution Claims Fund, which is now known as the Ship Source Oil Pollution Fund. Mr. Speaker, this is the approach that we have applied to marine oil tankers, and it will also apply to the transportation of crude oil by rail as a result of the bill before us. In future years, it could apply as well to the transportation of other dangerous goods by rail. Any liabilities that result from an accident involving crude oil above the railway's insurance level will be covered by the shipper-financed fund, known as the Fund for Railway Accidents Involving Designated Goods. The two-tier regime outlined in the bill will share responsibility for damages from rail accidents between railways and shippers and ensure adequate resources will be available to pay for all liabilities. This approach, modeled on the marine mode, achieves two important goals. First, it gives potential victims more certainty regarding compensation claims, and secondly, it provides taxpayers from excess liabilities that can result from an accident. In sum, Mr. Speaker, this bill will ensure that railways maintain appropriate insurance coverage. In addition, it will also ensure that their liability is clearly defined to more quickly address claims following rail accidents involving crude oil. And it will ensure that resources are available to pay compensation for all liabilities associated with an accident. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, the government's first priority is the safety of our transportation system. But in the event of a rail accident, this bill will ensure that the polluter will pay. I urge honourable members to adopt this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. What this bill, while it is a step forward in rail insurance, although the major carriers already carried more than this amount of insurance, it does nothing to address many of the fundamental problems that have, in fact, led to a dramatic increase in rail accidents. One of those fundamental problems was the introduction of safety management systems, which was brought in by the Liberals and has continued under the Conservatives, which saw, after 2001 and its introduction, a dramatic increase in the number of rail accidents. Given that the carriage of volatile, Bakken crude and dilbit has increased many, many times over this period, and given that these railway cars, the DOT 111 cars, will still be with us for some time, and they are going through residential, highly densely populated urban neighbourhoods, as well as communities across this country, what immediate measures is the government going to take so we can be absolutely sure that the kind of disaster faced by the community in Lac-Mégantic and other accidents across this country is not repeated?
Honourable member for Brant.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her comment and question. And let me assure her, I well know railways going through cities. There's one within a block of my own private residence, which is the area of where my children grew up and know well about the main line running right through literally the middle of our community. Let me say this: the minister, as we have moved forward on this file, is doing all the immediate things that should be done in terms of taking forward the safety features that we need to replace the outdated rail cars, and many of them are being replaced. But let me also make the comment that as the vast number of increases of rail cars carrying volatile, particularly crude oil, is increasing so dramatically, so too the risk increase for accidents. Is there a government, is there a person in Ottawa who can stop accidents from happening? Absolutely not. There's not one of us in this place or any other place outside of in the community that can literally stop an accident. We can put all the safety features, but there will always be risk. We need to mitigate the risks. That's what the minister has been doing, particularly on the replacement to the current gold standard of rail car transportation. And, as mentioned in my words, we're moving towards making sure that when an accident happens, the polluter and the shipper will pay.
Questions and comments? Honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
I met with members of the Federation of Canadian Municipality and with firefighters who were on the Hill recently talking about this very specific issue. And the issue of disclosure continues to be one that the Federation is very, very concerned about. And firefighters in particular are also concerned. They're not getting advanced disclosure. And the reason has been that there's some sort of proprietary interest, there's some sort of national security interest at play here, but firefighters need this information for two reasons. One, established firefighters inside cities with full-time firefighting forces need to know ahead of time what kind of disasters they're confronting and need the information in a timely way. But in rural municipalities where you have volunteer firefighters, there is no capacity for training, there is no capacity for advanced warning, and assembling the firefighting crew when a disaster occurs is the priority, not finding out exactly what the nature of the fire is. Why won't the government provide advanced disclosure of dangerous goods being shipped through urban and rural areas? Why is it relying on notification after the effect or in real time when real time is not necessarily effective?
The honourable member for Brant.
I appreciate that question as well, because as I mentioned in my speech, the chief from my county, which is a volunteer fire service, as well is the president of the National Fire Chiefs Association, who is very well pleased with the progress that this bill makes. Is there more that can be done? Obviously there is. One of the aspects that he and I have talked extensively about is the training of volunteer firefighters on how to deal with situations. We're moving forward on that file in association with their association, and they're putting together, as they should, because they are the first responders, with what is needed and what is required. And so this is moving forward on these immediate needs as first priority, and also to make sure the safety standards are in place for firefighters, for the first responders. They know what's happening. They know what's happening through their community as it happens in real time, as has been mentioned. Those are the standards we're jointly working towards as the government.
The time for government orders having expired, we will move to statements by members. Déclaration de député, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to highlight the work done by the Filles d'Isabelle in the riding of Montcalm. We don't hear very much about their action within the community, and yet the Filles d'Isabelle meet every week to discuss important issues and to have a good time. Their motto is unity, friendship, and charity, and they live that intensely every day. They are present in our community and work hard to improve the living conditions for women and families. And they offer meetings where all women are welcomed with friendship, humanism, and solidarity. I would like to particularly thank the Cercle Arc-en-Ciel 1304 in Saint-Laurentide, which is incredible support for those who go through difficult moments. These ladies trusted me in 2011, and they are still my friends today. Thank you and congratulations.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May 11th to May 17th is National Nursing Week, a week that encompasses International Nurses Day. And this year, of course, it's Florence Nightingale. She was born 195 years ago today. It's an honor for me to rise in the House to talk about the vital contributions that nurses make in the health and well-being of all Canadians. With more than 408,000 regulated nurses across Canada, from coast to coast to coast, they are by far our largest group of healthcare providers. The Canadian Nurses Association is the national professional voice for registered nurses. Their theme this year for National Nursing Week is Nurses with You Every Step of the Way. This emphasizes how important nurses are in all our lives at every age and in all health situations. In fact, you could say that nurses are the backbone of our healthcare system, providing us with the attention and medical care that we need to live healthy, long-lasting lives. When you are a nurse, you know that every day you will touch a life, or a life will touch you. Thank you to all Canadian nurses.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, each of us knows one of those exceptional people who look after the physical, mental, and social health of millions of Canadians. Along with taking care of the least fortunate and most vulnerable members of society, that person works long hours, often in difficult conditions, and sometimes with their own health at risk. This extraordinary person has to constantly change and adapt to new circumstances. He or she is always learning, always ready to face difference, concerns, fear, and even death. This person does a job that is the most respected and appreciated in the world, and it's one of the most rewarding as well. Yep, you guessed it, that person is a nurse. I know all of this very well because I have the great honor myself of being a nurse, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, today, May 12th, on behalf of Canadians from coast to coast, it's my pleasure to say thank you to each and every one of the 300,000 nurses in Canada. Happy Day of the Nurse.
The Honourable Member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to recognize the efforts of A Better World Canada, an international development organization which is headquartered in my hometown of Lacombe, Alberta. Recently celebrating its 25th year, this organization, co-founded by Mr. Eric Raja and Mr. Brian Levitt, has made investments at home and around the world in education, health, water, agriculture, and income generation. A Better World Canada partners with local communities to establish long-term developments of these projects and ensure that they remain viable and stable into the future. A Better World Canada is managed and run by 100% volunteer effort, and 100% of the donations they receive go directly to the projects such as water wells, microbusinesses, education, and healthcare services. Many people who have donated in support of this organization have traveled to see the projects, meet local people, and to experience firsthand the returns on their investment. Because of their compassion, thoughtfulness, vision and leadership, A Better World Canada has changed the lives and hearts around the globe. They truly have made the world better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, on Prince Edward Island, the month of April is devoted to burgers. PEI Burger Love is a month-long celebration of 100% island beef created by Fresh Media and presented in partnership with PEI Cattle Producers, the Department of Agriculture and Forestry, and PEI Flavors. This year, over 60 restaurants competed for the title of Most Loved Burger. Over 140,000 burgers were enjoyed across the island. That's about one burger for every islander. The campaign's economic impact to PEI is approximately $2.6 million. For the 5th year, the team at Fresh Media arranged a Guinness World Record attempt for the most freshly cooked burgers sold in 24 hours. Guinness asked for 5,000. Island restaurants sold just over 9,000. The much-coveted title of Most Loved Burger 2015 belongs to the Home Place Inn and Restaurant in Kensington for their creation, the Cabbage Patch. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the chefs, servers, restaurant owners, local suppliers, beef producers, and the team at Fresh Media for another successful and truly local campaign.
The honourable member for Oak Ridges, Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday I was fortunate enough to be invited to play a guest role in a local theatre production in my hometown of Stouffville. The Stouffville Theatre Company put on a play called P.S. Uncle Angus at our local theatre, 19 on the Park. This was an incredible experience, Mr. Speaker. As a former parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage, I have a great deal of respect and admiration for the arts, but I can honestly say that until Saturday I did not truly appreciate the unique art of acting. I stand in this place every day to speak, but I must admit I was nervous preparing for this role, Mr. Speaker, and it was only one line. But, Mr. Speaker, this House should recognize the incredible importance of arts not only to Canadian culture, but to our economy. It is not only the actors that benefit from investments in our arts, but stagehands, lighting and sound technicians, and countless other trades. It is an honour today to thank the Stouffville Theatre Company, as well as other local theatre companies across Canada, for the great work they do to raise awareness of the arts and communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Each year, more and more Canadians are turning to naturopathic doctors to help with their everyday health care needs. By treating the whole person and focusing on the root cause of an illness, naturopathic doctors are able to help patients in both the immediate and long term.
Today, Canadians want to be better informed of their healthcare options and how they can adopt a more proactive approach to meet their healthcare needs.
This should be applauded and further encouraged with greater tools and resources. That is why I encourage Canadians this week to take part in Naturopathic Medicine Week.
Naturopathic doctors from across Canada are there to inform members of their communities about the benefits of a healthy life and naturopathy.
Information on the Canadian Association of Naturopathic Doctors website or by visiting their community naturopathic doctor. Mr. Speaker, our party recognizes Naturopathic Medicine Week and the many benefits naturopathic medicine provides to Canadians.
The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to pay tribute to Fran Ryder, who has been inducted into the International Ice Hockey Hall of Fame. She is the first person to be inducted as a builder specifically for her contribution to women's hockey. Without Fran, women's hockey would not be a medal event at the Olympics, and there would be no Women's World Championships. Fran established the Ontario Women's Hockey Association, headquartered in Mississauga in 1975, and became its first executive director. Former Mississauga Mayor Hazel McCallion stated, and I quote, "In my opinion, she has really put women's hockey on the map. She is the dynamic leader in women's hockey, committed with a passion." Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that all members of this House join me in congratulating Fran and the women's hockey movement in Canada for this very prestigious award and wish for the growth and success of women's hockey in Canada for many years to come.
Honourable member for Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Parliamentary Tourism Caucus, it's my pleasure to inform this House that citizens from coast to coast to coast will celebrate Canadian Camping Week, May 19th to 24th. Last year, more than 5.7 million Canadians trekked to the great outdoors to get in touch with nature, to reconnect with family and to spend some quality time together. Getting out and enjoying our nation's natural heritage is a key part of our Canadian identity. Today, our country is home to more than 4,200 campgrounds, and while the camping industry employs more than 60,000 people and contributes $4.7 billion to Canada's economy. One of our government's major goals under the new National Conservation Plan is to help better connect Canadians with nature. We believe that most Canadians have a deep and abiding respect for our land, our air, and our water, and these are values that we've learned from our parents and pass on to our children. Encouraging a deeper personal connection between Canadians and nature will only strengthen these bonds, Mr. Speaker. As the MP for one of Canada's most beautiful and popular national parks, I always look forward to enjoying more time in the great outdoors, and I feel fortunate to live.
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gang violence in Surrey has reached crisis levels. Every day we wake up to read about yet another shooting or stabbing on the news. Within the last 2 months alone, we've seen an alarming number of 27 shootings. My constituents are worried for their safety and the safety of their families. That is why I've introduced a motion, M407, which calls on the government to provide stable, long-term funding for youth gang prevention and intervention programs. Surrey needs more resources to deal with the escalating gang violence, including more RCMP officers and youth gang prevention programs. Mr. Speaker, we need all three levels of government to work together to keep our city streets safe. Yet this government will not commit to take action on this issue. It is simply unacceptable that today in Canada there are communities where parents are scared to let their children play outside in case of a lone bullet. My community needs urgent action now, Mr. Speaker. What will it take for this government to make public safety a priority?
The Honourable Member for Glengarry, Prescott, Russell.
Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes its obligation to our armed forces members, veterans and their families, and is determined to enact and implement key measures contained in the Support for Veterans and Their Families Act as soon as possible. The Minister of Veterans Affairs has made a commitment to veterans that these initiatives, benefits recommended in an all-party report from the Veterans Affairs Committee, would pass through the House before the end of the session. To fulfill our obligation, we have included these new benefits in the Budget Implementation Act to ensure that they pass and can be implemented soonest. The veterans measures are being sent to the Veterans Committee for study. Unfortunately, the opposition is now playing games with our armed forces members, veterans, and their families regarding these new benefits. Veterans are watching closely, Mr. Speaker, and they want to know if the Liberals and the NDP will vote in favour of these key new initiatives as contained in the Budget Implementation Act, initiatives which will benefit our serving members, veterans, and their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, in 1928, a fire broke out at the 500-foot level at the Hollinger gold mine in Timmins, but the closest train crew was over 1,000 kilometers away in Pennsylvania. That crew boarded a special train that broke speed records heading north through a brutal blizzard, but by the time they got there, it was too late, and 39 men were dead. Out of that tragedy, Ontario established the first mine rescue office in Timmins, and today we have teams that are among the best in the world. I want to thank those brave volunteers who keep our workers safe. The crews who dealt with the McIntyre fire, the 84 rock burst at Falconbridge, the 93 Macassa disaster, and congratulations in particular to the teams who competed in the North recently, including winners, Team Dumas and Timmins, Team Marico, Kirkland Lake, Team Valley West, and Team Glencore and Sudbury. They remind us that the greatest wealth that ever came out of a mine were the miners coming home at the end of their shift.
The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Canberra, Western.
Mr. Speaker, my Conservative colleagues and I, frankly the vast majority of Canadians, know that moms and dads, not government bureaucrats, should be the ones making important decisions that affect their children. That's why our new family tax cut and enhanced universal child care benefit will give 100% of families with kids an average of nearly $2,000 per child. That's nearly $12,000 over a child's first 6 years. What do we hear from the leader of the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker? He wants to take away the universal child care benefit, family tax cut, income splitting, and the TFSA. He will raise taxes on the middle class, raise taxes on small businesses, and raise taxes on seniors. Mr. Speaker, it is impossible to comprehend any coherence in the Liberal leader's strategy. As such, we won't let it happen. No.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the birth of Florence Nightingale, the famous lady with the lamp in the Crimea War, where the formal profession of nursing began. Throughout her life, Florence Nightingale served those in need, from battlefields to hospitals. Nurses continue this legacy every day as they serve Canadians in hospital, at home, and in war. Today's nurses are no longer viewed simply as angels of mercy. They are highly trained healthcare professionals who play an integral role in our healthcare system, expanding the scope of their practice to often being the sole deliverers of care in isolated areas of Canada. They are also vocal advocates for timely access to quality care for their patients. This is Nurses Week. The Canadian Nurses Association theme is Nurses with you every step of the way. Indeed, there is no more fitting description for the work that nurses do for their patients. This is a week to celebrate the registered nurses, registered practical nurses, and nurse practitioners. I ask this House to give a round of applause to thank these dedicated men and women for their care in our time of need.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, it should come as no surprise that our Conservative government is the only one that stands up for middle-class Canadian families. We've doubled the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, enhanced the universal child care benefit, and now have implemented the family tax cut. All families with children, including single-parent families, will benefit from our family tax cut and enhanced universal child care benefit. That's over 4 million families, Mr. Speaker, and over 7 million parents. The Liberal leader has admitted that he will take away the universal child care benefit, he'll take away income splitting, and he'll take away the tax-free savings account. Only one thing is absolutely certain. Our Conservative government is the only one that stands for and with hard-working Canadian families.
The honourable member for Pontiac. The Conservatives came to power with a promise to clean up Liberal patronage and corruption. But our Constitution is crystal clear. Senators must be residents of the province they represent. But it's clear that senators named by this Prime Minister, Wallen, Duffy, Stewart-Olson, they're not. We have asked many times over the last few weeks how the Prime Minister can justify these appointments. The question is very simple, and it's not before the courts. This is one of the first responsibilities of a Prime Minister. Instead of answers, Canadians are only getting ridiculous, evasive statements from this government.
We have a Prime Minister who hides from the truth, and his parliamentary secretary who refuses to answer even the simplest of questions. Conservatives are showing their disrespect for this House and for Canadians. In the next election, Canadians, just like the people of Alberta, will have an opportunity to vote for the change they want, and they will actually get it.
The honourable member for Lotbinière, Chute de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader has pledged to remove our family tax cut and replace it with his family tax hike, which would make life more difficult for middle-class families. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal plan for the middle class is all wrong. The Liberal leader would take away the universal child care benefit. The Liberal leader would take away income splitting. The Liberal leader would take away the tax-free savings account. It's very clear, Mr. Speaker, middle-class families and seniors will reject the plan from the Liberal leader. They will reject his tax hikes.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, according to RCMP documents tabled in court, we now know that staff from the Prime Minister's office ordered Conservative senators to whitewash the audit report on Mike Duffy's expenses. The staff involved the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, Nigel Wright, and his current Chief of Staff, Ray Novak. Did the Prime Minister know that his staff, including his two former Chiefs of Staff, falsified a Senate audit report?
Obviously, I don't accept the premise of that question. He knows full well that he is trying to get me to comment on selectively on matters that are before the court. It is Mr. Duffy's actions that are before the court. The government has provided all information to the RCMP. It has been assisting the Crown and will continue to do so, and the court will take its decision.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What's before the court is the RCMP document I just read from. One of the Conservative senators involved in the cover-up was the Prime Minister's close personal confidant, Carolyn Stewart-Olson. The director of the Senate audit said Stewart-Olson's goal, quote, was not to get to the truth. Like Mike Duffy, Stewart-Olson was living in Ottawa, but was named by the Prime Minister to represent Atlantic Canada. Like Mike Duffy, she still claimed expenses for her Ottawa home. Is that why the Prime Minister's office went to Stewart-Olson to help with the cover-up? Because they knew her expenses were just as fishy as Mike Duffy's.
The leader of the NDP makes a number of assertions that I simply don't agree with, but the fact of the matter is it's Mr. Duffy's actions that are before the court, in particular his use of public funds. Mr. Speaker will provide all information. The court will continue to work with the Crown, and the courts will arrive at their own decision on the appropriate of Mr. Duffy's actions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Courts in the case of Mike Duffy and not in the case of his confidant, Carolyn Stewart-Olson. That's the question.
On April 22nd, the Prime Minister said here in the House that he knew Mike Duffy was a resident of PEI before he appointed him to the Senate. And why? Because according to the Prime Minister, on that day, Mike Duffy signed a written statement confirming that he was a resident of PEI. Is the Prime Minister willing to show that statement to Canadians? Where is the statement that Duffy allegedly signed before being sworn in to the Senate? Because Canadians might be tempted to think that the Prime Minister didn't tell the truth. The government followed constitutional practice that has been around for about 150 years. It's the actions of Mr. Duffy that are before the courts. And the courts will make their own decision. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. We're not talking about 150 years ago. We're talking about what he himself said here on April 22nd.
Feeding at the trough in the Senate, this Conservative government is sitting idly by, watching good middle-class jobs disappear. 20,000 jobs lost in April alone. Rio Tinto is now completing the makeover after its takeover of Canadian aluminum giant Alcan by laying off hundreds of employees and stripping the Alcan name off the building. Why did the Prime Minister approve selling off a major Canadian company with no guarantee to protect Canadian jobs?
We never like a situation where a Canadian loses his or her job. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is there are 1.2 million more Canadians working today than at the time of the recession. I remember, Mr. Speaker, the positive reception that the government's economic action plan continues to have from experts and from job creators across the country, Canadian Federation of Independent Business, Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Canadian Exporters and Manufacturers, among others. And I would call for the NDP to abandon its high tax, high debt agenda and get with a program that's low tax and creates jobs.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. 250,000 more Canadians unemployed today than when the crisis hit in 2008. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker.
When Rio Tinto took over Alcan in 2007, Jack Layton asked the Prime Minister 9 times to ensure that Canadian jobs would be protected. Rio Tinto got the green light from Minister Jim Prentice under the Investment Canada Act after he was satisfied that the takeover would procure a net benefit to Canada. Where is that net benefit for the hundreds of Alcan employees who've been laid off today? What does the Prime Minister intend to do to save those jobs? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, under our Economic Action Plan, more than 1.2 million Canadians are working now than before. That's one of the best job creation records in the world, supported by all experts. Experts recognize that the NDP plan would hike taxes, increase debt, and so on, and these would be detrimental to jobs in Canada. We are going to continue creating jobs, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in 2006, the Prime Minister started giving thousands of dollars in benefits to wealthy families like his and mine. Now, 10 years later, he's giving them another $2,000 tax break and thousands more every year. Fairness means helping those who need help the most. So why not cancel those tax breaks and benefits that go to the wealthiest Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government's record of tax reduction has helped every single Canadian family in this country. The leader of the Liberal Party proposes is to take away from every Canadian family the universal child care benefit, to take away income splitting, to take away tax-free savings accounts, to take away all of these things from middle-class seniors, from middle-class families. And even after he takes all those things away, his numbers still don't add up. Mr. Speaker, we're going to fight to keep taxes down and keep those benefits for Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, benefiting every single family isn't what is fair. What is fair is giving help to those who need it the most. A $2 billion tax break that favors the wealthiest families. A higher tax-free savings limit for the wealthy. Thousands more in benefits for those who need help the least. That's the Prime Minister's plan. Our plan offers thousands of dollars more every year, tax-free, to those who need it the most. Why didn't he instead use every nickel to help the middle class and those seeking to join it?
Order the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, you see what happens when someone goes off script. The government's plan is to make life better for every single Canadian family. And raising taxes on some families, that their intention is to do it on every family, and we're not going to let that happen.
Order! Order! Order. L'honorable député de Papineau.
The honourable member for Papineau.
10 years, this Prime Minister doesn't understand that it's not the wealthiest families in this country that need the help is a really important message that he's passed today.
For almost 10 years, the Conservative government has been offering one choice after another to help out the wealthiest Canadian families. $2 billion in a tax break for income splitting. He also doubled the TFSA contribution limit. How long will it take before there's help for those who need it the most, the middle class, and those working hard to join it? Not the wealthiest few. Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Liberal leader would get rid of the universal child care benefit and income splitting for seniors and families. He would scrap TFSAs, and even after that, his numbers don't add up.
Many years as politics is that governments either make things good for everybody or they make things worse for everybody. We're determined to make things good for everybody.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Rio Tinto Alcan has just announced that they're going to cut around 170 jobs at corporate headquarters in Montreal. In addition to this sad news, the company announced it will be phasing out the name Alcan after 90 years of industrial history in Quebec and Canada. Despite the Conservatives' promises, they're incapable of keeping high-quality jobs here in Canada. What's the Conservative government waiting for? Why don't they come up with a policy that will promote job creation for Quebec families? The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, let me make it very clear that when a Canadian company changes hands, that's not the preferred approach. However, I will remind this member that we have created 1.2 million net new jobs since the recession, and that confirms that Canada's economic action plan is absolutely working.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, of course, it's never the Conservatives' fault, even though in April alone 20,000 good jobs were lost in Canada. Alcan was one of the jewels of Quebec's industry, and now there's virtually nothing left of it, even its name after 90 years of history. By allowing takeovers by foreign conglomerates, we run the risk of losing our knowledge and expertise and jobs along with it. Is the government going to do something to prevent other job losses, other good jobs, other jewels of our industrial history from being lost? Are they going to act, or are they just going to sit on their hands? The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I'm pleased to tell you that both the IMF and the OECD are projecting that Canada is going to have the strongest economic growth in the G7 in the years ahead. And in fact, for the 7th straight year, the World Economic Forum has ranked Canada's banking system the strongest, and our real GDP is now significantly up pre-recession levels. That means jobs for Canada, permanent jobs that are going to affect in a positive way our country.
Honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, let's try again. Rio Tinto is cutting up to 170 jobs in Montreal and scrapping the Alcan name. Another foreign takeover rubber stamped by the Conservatives, where workers are left to pay the price. Liberal and Conservative governments have rubber stamped thousands of foreign takeovers without securing protections for Canadian workers. So why are the Conservatives always so quick at selling out Canadian communities to foreign interests and so slow to help the workers impacted by the takeovers?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, any time that a worker loses their job, that impacts their families, and we have great empathy for those people. Let me say, as it relates to this firm, but I will also say for firms right across the country, foreign direct investment is up by more than 50% across all industries, and what's incredibly important is that we've created 1 million net new jobs since the recession. That is a job creation plan that can never be matched by the opposition.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, clearly, too many workers have learned the hard way that you can't trust Liberals or Conservatives when it comes to foreign takeover. Thousands of families are feeling the effects of Conservative mismanagement of the economy. We've lost nearly 42,000 jobs in Ontario in just the last 6 months. In Toronto alone, we've lost 8,800 jobs in the last year. So the question is, why are the Conservatives giving handouts to the wealthy when these are the families that need help getting back on their feet?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Speaker, the last thing these families need are big tax increases from the NDP and Liberals, and that's all they would get from those parties. Our plan is trade, training, and tax cuts. Trade, training, and tax cuts are working, Mr. Speaker. We signed free trade with the European Union, which will deliver 80,000 net new jobs, including for Honda Canada, which announced recently in the presence of the Prime Minister that it will export vehicles directly to Europe from Canada, creating 400 net new jobs in that one plant alone, Mr. Speaker. Canadians want open trade, low taxes, and more training, and that's what they're getting from our government.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, speaking of taxes, last night all members of this House voted unanimously in favour of the NDP's motion to end the discriminatory federal sales tax on feminine hygiene products. Everyone in this House agrees that this $36 million tax grab on women is unfair. I'm very grateful that there is unanimous agreement that we need change. Now the Conservatives need to put that commitment into action. Will the Conservatives work with the NDP to amend the budget bill to end this unfair tax?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has been very focused over the last 9 years lowering taxes, unlike the opposition that would like to raise one's taxes. And as a result of this, for the first time in 50 years, we have the lowest tax burden on Canadians. In fact, this year, Canadians will put $6,600 more back in their pockets because we've lowered taxes. Unlike the opposition, we're not going to raise Canadians' taxes. We're going to put the money back in the pockets of parents and families.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Why not put an end to this unfair tax immediately? Every year, women pay $36 million in tax when they buy feminine hygiene products. The Conservatives supported the NDP motion, which was a major victory scored by the NDP. The Conservatives must now keep their promise. Will their budget bill include provisions to eliminate the unfair tax on feminine hygiene products? The Honourable Minister.
Our government supported the motion, and we have been the government that lowered the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%. Lowering taxes on Canadians, something the opposition voted against. In fact, this government has lowered taxes over 160 times since we've been put in office. Things that the opposition, again, have voted against. They vote and make sure they're raising taxes. We are on the side of lowering taxes on all Canadian families so they can put money back in their own pockets.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Now the Conservatives have to walk the talk. The Labour Minister wrongly asserted that the Intern Association supported the rules in Bill C-59 to govern unpaid internships under federal jurisdiction. The president of the association actually said in an open letter that C-59 would make interns vulnerable to exploitation. Will the Conservatives take up the NDP proposals to give genuine protection to unpaid interns rather than half measures?
The opposition has read the bill, then they would know that we are actually taking and amending the Canada Labour Code to ensure that interns under federal jurisdiction, regardless of pay, will receive health and occupational safety coverage. That's what we are actually doing. We're taking action to make sure that young Canadians and those that have internships are protected on the job, unlike the opposition that would vote against that budget and not allow that to occur.
The Honourable Member for Devon.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are getting whiplash trying to follow this minister on this issue. You know, yesterday she claimed she had the support of the Canadian Intern Association, and today they write a blistering op-ed saying that this budget bill, quote, is bad news for interns. Instead of protecting interns, they've actually opened the door to more exploitation. They've even excluded unpaid interns from protections against sexual harassment in the workplace. I mean, come on now, the minister keeps saying she really cares about unpaid interns. Well, if that's the case, why won't she walk that talk and fix this bill?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I just said, and I encourage the members opposite to please read the bill. We are amending the Canada Labour Code to make sure that occupational health and safety is covered under the Budget Implementation Act. I would be happy to walk the members through those changes so that they understand exactly what we're doing. We're out protecting interns in the workplace.
The Honourable Member for Skinner.
This government is increasingly patronizing and incompetent towards young people. How did that work for you in Alberta? The fact is, young people are hurting under this government's watch. The fact is, more than 13,000 youth jobs disappeared just last month. The fact is, they will be joining the almost 400,000 young Canadians now out of work, and it's a fact that these young people are caught between an atrocious job market and conservative policies that fail to create jobs. With so many Canadians struggling to get a good start on their working lives, why are Conservatives continuing to hand out billions of dollars to the wealthy and well-connected while turning their backs on our youth?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
The NDP and Liberals only have one plan for youth, and that is to raise taxes on young people. Our approach is trade, training, and tax cuts for our youth. For youth like Avalon, who always loved cars and wanted to be an automotive service technician. However, she worried that she wouldn't be able to pay for her apprenticeship. Happily, she secured the Canada Apprenticeship Grant, and with it she was able to afford the tuition and tools, and now she has been able to certify herself as an auto service technician. And, Mr. Speaker, she's very happy to say that she was able to get through it without a bunch of debt, and now she looks forward to a bright future in a high-demand trade.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, the Jane Finch Community and Family Centre, RG Design, and 24 other projects failed to qualify for Canada Summer Jobs funding in my riding this year. The reason? There wasn't enough money. But just one taxpayer-funded Conservative ad at $100,000 could have paid for all of these projects and much more. These groups aren't asking for $100,000. All they're asking is for $11 an hour to hire a student. Why won't the government just admit that funding phony ads is more important to them than creating summer jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the basis of the question is false. We have maintained the Canada Stop summer job budget. The only plan, though, that the Liberals and NDP have for young people is to raise taxes on our youth. Mr. Speaker, our approach is the opposite. We believe in lowering taxes. We started by taking the Liberal tax. We eliminated the Liberal tax on tuition. We brought in the textbook tax credit. We've lowered payroll taxes so students who work jobs can keep more of what they earn, Mr. Speaker. And, of course, by lowering taxes for small business, which her leader opposes, we have given a boost to those who are most likely to hire our young people, Canada's entrepreneurs.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaking, getting rid of jobs is not a tax cut, it's a job loss. But 10 days ago, I was in Saint-Pierre-Jolly, and I was talking to the mayor there. Her town has an opportunity to add 300 new homes to the community. But new federal water standards mean that she has to change the configuration of her water plant. But to add those homes, she also has to build a new and bigger one. But she's not getting any help from the infrastructure program, not $1 in this budget. This town cannot do it alone. Building that water plant will not only create jobs building a water plant, but the 300 homes will also create new jobs in this town in Manitoba. Why isn't there one single new dollar for new water plants in the infrastructure budget this year?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, that's again wrong. We have had for transit $750 million, which will become $1 billion a year only for transit. And we have announced last year a 10-year plan. We will not re-announce that every year. Probably the Liberals will do that. But we announced that last year, and we will deliver it on the next 10 years, and we will do our job, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking about water. You may want to flush those talking points down the train. This budget is only balanced because the Conservative government is not spending money this year. But the other problem is that when they do somehow promise to spend money, there's no actual way to apply for the funds. There are no rules in place. This government is literally making it up as it goes along. On housing, they promise to let operators renegotiate cheaper mortgages. But CMHC has no idea what this actually means for the operating agreements which are critical to affordable housing. So a simple question. If the providers renegotiate their mortgages, do their operating agreements continue, or will the subsidies disappear? Yes or no? A simple question.
Yes. The Minister of State for Social Development.
Very happy to explain to that member. When the mortgage is paid, the mortgage ends. You stop paying the bank for mortgage payments. So we have listened to law and non-profit providers. They've asked that we give them this ability. We announced $150 million. They're thrilled about it. We're excited because they can keep providing housing, and we can help, Mr. Speaker, by keeping taxes low, supporting those who are vulnerable, and working with provinces on housing needs.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the RCMP has just apologized for having compared the Idle No More movement to bacteria. On Friday, I asked the government to do the same, but the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Public Safety described my request as abhorrent. Does the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs agree with her, or will he apologize to this House to denounce these discriminatory remarks? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member is correct. The RCMP did apologize for that comment. But as I stated last week, I would like to point out that on this side of the House, we have actually support our law enforcement in Canada. We've provided law enforcement, our national security agencies, with the tools that they need, whether it be legislative, whether it be funding. And we also, on this side of the House, support preventative measures for crime as well. I wish just for once that the NDP would stand up and support any of those measures.
Mr. Speaker, the question is asking the government to clear its own record from last Friday, which they haven't done. The RCMP admitted that their comments were, as they call them unfortunate and that they don't represent the views of their organization. But this government, yet again, has doubled down, describing it as quote, absolutely abhorrent that anyone would even ask for an apology on this kind of discriminatory language. So I'm asking the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, will he stand with the RCMP, apologize, and make it clear that this kind of discriminatory language towards First Nations is unacceptable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I just said, and the member mentioned that the RCMP did apologize for that comment. But once again, every single measure that we've brought forward in this House to support our law enforcement, whether it be RCMP or national securities, have been obstructed or voted against by that opposition member and the NDP. So just once, I would like that member to stand up and actually support our law enforcement as opposed to some of the stuff that they say about our security agencies in this country.
Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. We have a social covenant with our armed forces, Mr. Speaker. They offer to fight for us, to defend us, and to defend our values. And in exchange, the government offers them benefits, care, and services during and after their service. And yet the Conservative government has no problem challenging these obligations before the courts and closing down service centres. This is simply unworthy of this government, Mr. Speaker. Will the Conservatives support our motion? And if so, will they finally assume all their obligations towards our veterans? Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As that member knows, we'll be supporting the motion later today. And in fact, the obligation statement we've made through Bill C-58, now in the Budget Implementation Act, goes much further than that motion. It applies to all veterans and talks about the obligation we have, and goes further and says that it must be liberally construed. More importantly are the benefits in that bill that will help veterans at 65 with the retirement income security benefit, the critical injury benefit, the family caregiver relief benefit. These are all new benefits and programs. It's enough time posturing. The NDP needs to get behind it.
Honourable member for New Westminster. A moral, social, legal and fiduciary covenant exists between Canada and members of the Canadian Armed Forces. This means the government must provide support to those who are injured, disabled, or have died as a result of military service and to their families. I thank them for supporting our motion. Now, will they implement it? Will the Conservatives agree to a standalone covenant and immediately end all legal action against Canada's veterans?
Mr. Speaker, as that member well knows, we introduced legislation with the most comprehensive set of reforms and benefits for military veterans and their families since the creation of the new Veterans Charter. For 6 weeks, the NDP and the Liberal Party made no comment on this legislation and the benefits in it. In fact, it contains an obligation statement that calls on the language used by Robert Borden in this place almost a century ago, Mr. Speaker. We have shown there's an obligation. It's now and in the future. It's time for them to get behind these reforms and support the Budget Implementation Act.
Honourable member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all Canadians, we are delighted that on May 2nd, Their Royal Highnesses the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge welcomed the birth of their second child, Her Royal Highness Prince Charlotte Elizabeth Diana of Cambridge. Can the Minister of State for Social Development please tell this House how the Government of Canada is marking this wonderful occasion?
Brilliant. The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, to mark the exciting birth of Princess Charlotte, we're thrilled to announce that the Government of Canada will be donating $100,000 to the organization Immunize Canada to help promote the use of life-saving vaccinations across the country. Mr. Speaker, the royal family has always been engaged when it comes to the health and well-being of Canadian children, so this is a very fitting gift for to honor the princess. We're also giving the princess a Canadian-made snowsuit as well in honor of us being a northern country. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all Canadians, I want to wish and congratulate the royal family on the birth of Princess Charlotte. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for the Musqueam-Jet and Musqueam-Basque. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative record on international trade simply does not measure up to their empty boasts. A year ago, the Conservatives announced with great fanfare that they had finalized the Canada-EU Free Trade Agreement. They said that there were just a few more details to iron out. Today, more and more European governments are hinting that they may not ratify this agreement. Will the minister finally tell us the truth and set the record straight on this long-awaited agreement? The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that steps are being taken to bring this agreement into force. I recently spoke to the European Union's Commissioner of Trade, Cecilia Malmström, who actually confirmed that, in fact, they consider the deal done. We know that the Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel, has said that this deal is done. We've got our nose to the grindstone. We are committed to bringing this agreement into force. I wish the opposition parties would get behind it and do something for Canadians.
The honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, the minister should talk to Hungary and Greece, who both just said they wouldn't ratify the deal. The minister's rhetoric doesn't match the facts. According to the World Economic Forum's 2014 rankings of 138 countries, Canada is 48th in predictability of import procedures, 95th in cost of imports, and 97th in tariff complexity, and we slipped from 15th to 23rd in exports to our important Asian markets. That's the real Conservative poor record on trade. Now, the minister won't even give Canadians a straight answer on whether or not the Chinese are seeking a trade agreement with Canada. So I'm asking him here, did China offer Canada an opportunity to open bilateral trade negotiations, as the Asia-Pacific Foundation of Canada has publicly stated, or not?
Excellent. The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've made it clear to China that before moving forward with free trade negotiations, we expect to see more balance in our trading relationship. And there's plenty that our government has already done in that regard. We've secured preferred destination status for tourists. We've negotiated a 10-year multiple entry visa, and we've launched North America's first renminbi trading hub. On top of that, it was this government that brought the China-Canada Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement in force, which the NDP voted against. Mr. Speaker, they have absolutely no credibility on trade.
Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, a new report reveals the devastating effect that years of Liberal and Conservative inaction have had on families in Toronto. Fewer than 1 in 5 children have access to licensed childcare space. Those that do are currently paying up to $20,000 per child per year. Mr. Speaker, too many families are being kept in a cycle of poverty and unemployment because of the failings of successive Liberal and Conservative governments. Why won't this government break that cycle and adopt our NDP plan for affordable childcare?
The Honourable Minister of State for Social Development.
That member is wrong. It's actually our policies like the universal childcare benefit, that has helped lift 80,000 plus children out of poverty during some of the most difficult times. That's why we've expanded it and increased it. Mr. Speaker, we believe that not only is it a great tool to help lower and middle income families, but it gives all families support across this country. We believe that whatever the choice is in childcare that a family decides on, they deserve support, whether in Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, Winnipeg, right across this country. Every family deserves support for their childcare choices.
Member for Newton, North Belfast.
80% of children don't have a space, and that government is congratulating themselves for a job well done. Across the country, childcare is the single largest expense families face, more than food, clothing or a mortgage, Mr. Speaker. Yet the Conservatives and the Liberals have offered plans that won't create a single new affordable childcare space. Canadian parents are desperate for help. Why are Conservatives giving tax breaks to the wealthy few instead of helping parents by investing in affordable childcare?
Mr. Speaker, we're helping all families by increasing the benefit of the universal childcare benefit and the family tax cut. Mr. Speaker, what the opposition have to offer is tax increases, removals of programs like the universal childcare benefit and the family tax cut, income splitting for seniors, for families. They want to increase taxes on every sector of our economy. Mr. Speaker, how will that help families who are in need? It won't help them. We know what families have come to count on under this Prime Minister, under this government. It's low taxes, it's money in their pocket.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, The Haitian community has been very concerned since the Conservative government lifted the moratorium on deportations to Haiti and Zimbabwe of over 3,500 people. Many of these people have been in the country for over 10 years, and they wonder if they will be expelled from Canada. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, the minister gave them until June 1st, rather, to obtain their legal status, but only 20 of those concerned have done so, despite the fact that the Quebec government has awarded them resources to do so. Will the minister agree to the Quebec Minister of Immigration's request for a 3-month extension? Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, these temporary measures have been in place for 10 years, thanks to the most generous immigration system in the world. It is not a surprise either for Haitians or others that these measures should come to an end, because we said on December 1st, and I met with Minister Whale in Quebec. I met with the communities in Montreal on 3 occasions, and yes, let us be clear, all Haitians will have the opportunity to submit an application for permanent residency for humanitarian reasons until May 31st, Mr. Speaker, and if the Minister Whale wants to open other avenues to permanent residency, she has the Quebec programs at her disposal.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are bypassing their own accountability legislation. C-59 creates a new developing financing institution within Export Development Canada. It will not be covered by the government's own Official Development Assistance Accountability Act. There are no guarantees the funds will be used for poverty reduction. Why are the Conservatives bypassing their own accountability law? Is the DFI about poverty reduction or about advancing commercial interests abroad?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to promoting both Canada's economic interests around the world, as well as supporting countries that need our help through development assistance and humanitarian aid. We're very proud of the work that EDC does in supporting Canadian companies as they look for new opportunities around the world. But we're also very proud of our record of delivering achievements on the development assistance front. We're very pleased that it was this government that introduced the policy, the initiative on maternal, newborn, child, and maternal health. This is something that's been embraced by countries around the world, billions of dollars of investments, helping countries around the world improve their health outcomes.
The Honourable Member for Stormont, London Future.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives like to talk tough on crime, but the reality is that their cuts to rehabilitation programs are actually putting communities at risk.
That's right.
Volunteers who've helped with programs like Circles of Support and Accountability to ensure that offenders are safely reintegrated are raising the alarm as their funding disappears. These are exactly the same concerns about inadequate offender rehabilitation that were raised by the Auditor General in his spring report. Yep. Why are the Conservatives putting public safety at risk by cutting these reintegration programs?
Hear, hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, our government believes that dangerous sex offenders belong behind bars. That is why we've put forward a number of important measures to ensure our streets and communities are safe for children, such as establishing the high-risk child sex offender database and cracking down on convicted sex offenders who seek to travel. Unfortunately, the opposition has voted against all of these. Just to let the member know, Circles of Support will continue to receive funding up to $350,000 to fund their support for offenders that are within their warrant expiry date.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the Conservatives have no problem cutting social reintegration programs that reduce the number of offenders in our communities. These are programs that are offered to over 2,600 inmates that will be cut, many of them in the Greater Montreal region. The Conservatives claim to be the champions of cracking down on crime, so can the Minister explain why he has no problem releasing offenders who may reoffend because they have no supervision?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just did speak a moment ago of Circles of Support, but I also want to point out that actually the Commissioner of Correctional Service of Canada actually said that 95% of inmates who are released have received, have completed their recognized programs in relation to the correctional plan. So while the opposition continues to make these allegations, the reality is that inmates are receiving that. It's a fact. I just wish for once that the opposition would actually stand up and support the victims of crime instead of those that are actually behind the bars.
The honourable member for designated Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents are concerned about violent crime. They know that the first duty of any government is to protect Canadians from dangerous and violent criminals, particularly those in gangs. That is why we're pleased that our Conservative government has passed over 30 measures to get tough on crime. Shockingly, most of these were obstructed and opposed by the Liberal leader. Their leader even said that they would repeal all mandatory prison sentences in the criminal code. Could the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Public Safety update this House with the actions this government is taking to address these serious issues?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Of course not, Mr. Speaker. That position is absolutely ridiculous. But it is not only our government who says so. And if you can listen to this quote, there is a place for mandatory minimums, particularly for violent crimes, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, do you know who said that? Why, none other than Liberal candidate Bill Blair, who also supports mandatory minimums for gun crimes in principle. While the Liberals debate whether or not dangerous and violent criminals belong behind bars, on this side of the House, our Conservative government will continue to keep Canadians safe.
Honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are once again using the omnibus budget bill to bypass and weaken the rules of collective bargaining in the public service. And despite the phony pretense of open negotiations, the Treasury Board Minister has hijacked collective bargaining to impose a settlement. The reality is he came to dictate, not negotiate. Why won't the Conservatives respect collective bargaining and stop treating our public servants with such disdain?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and the President of the Treasury Board.
Economic Action Plan 2015 reaffirms the government's commitment to pursuing a new disability and sick leave management system. Now, we continue to negotiate with the public service, and our objectives are clear. We will not pay sick leave to people who are not sick. The government's continued overarching goals in these negotiations is to reach agreements on total public service compensation that are fair and reasonable to both the employees and to taxpayers. These changes do not impose a legislative regime, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, it was in the budget, but Quebec City is still waiting to see whether Tall Ships 2017 is going to receive the funds it needs to take place. The mayor of Quebec City is losing patience. An agreement was supposed to be signed before February. It was postponed to April, and now we've learned that it's been pushed back again. This is a complete improvisation, Mr. Speaker, and all of this because the government still has not decided on how much will contribute. Mr. Speaker, we're at the last minute. Will this government finally pick up the phone and contact the organizers so that we can move forward? Thank you. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I have said many times, and what the member is not listening to, is that we have been in discussions for a long time now. We are moving forward with this file. Canada 150 is going to be a celebration for everyone, including the people of Quebec, so they must be patient. They need to understand that Naval Rendezvous is very happy, and they even were mentioned in the budget, and they're ready to move forward.
Athabasca.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian families know that our Conservative Party is the only party that trusts mums and dads to make the best decision for their families. That's right. That's why we're introducing the family cut and the universal child care benefit, which will save the average Canadian family nearly $1,200. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister please update this House on the benefits that families in my riding and all across Canada will receive under these programs?
Thank you, Sir. Employment.
Every family will benefit from the family tax cut benefits, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are really scrambling today after it being revealed that they are billions of dollars in uncosted expending in their plan. They've actually changed the bar graph in that plan only 1 week after introducing it, Mr. Speaker. Even after they get rid of the universal child care benefit, the child tax benefit, the tax-free savings account, and income splitting, they're still billions of dollars short. Perhaps that's why the Liberal leader said today, and I quote, "Benefiting every single family isn't what's fair." Mr. Speaker, he's absolutely wrong. Our government will benefit every single family because that is what's fair.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians plan for their retirements based on what they are promised through their pension plans. Any changes after the fact of pension benefits can cause retirees financial hardship through no fault of their own, as we have seen in many cases, including that of Nortel pensioners. Since the government is transitioning away from defined benefit pensions for federally regulated workers, federal private sector workers and Crown Corporation employees, will the government commit to exempting current employees from such a change?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that retirees and all Canadians are benefiting from our low tax plan. I would note that according to a retirement study by McKinsey & Company, 83% of Canadians are on track for a comfortable retirement. And that's why we want to enhance their retirement savings. We've lowered taxes. We've brought forward new incentives for Canadians to save for retirement. Those incentives include the family tax cut plan, pension income splitting, tax-free savings accounts. Mr. Speaker, we know that the opposition would take these away. We know that the opposition believes in a high tax plan for seniors and for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know they're better off.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, with tax policies like income splitting, which will only benefit the wealthy few, the government is showing how disconnected it is from most Canadian families. The tax measures it is proposing show that this government does not treat citizens equally. Yes, sound management is important, so will the government use budget measures to review its commitments and enhance them for Canadian families and seniors? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for her question with regard to seniors. Obviously, we want to help them by reducing their taxes, by putting in place income splitting for seniors. That will help them save money. Tax-free savings accounts will allow seniors to save without having to pay taxes on interest. And obviously, Mr. Speaker, 60% of people who max out on their TFSA earn less than $60,000 per year.
Concludes the question period for today. I understand the Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the Minister of Veterans Affairs misled Canadians in the House, so I'd like to ask unanimous consent for the following motion, which coincidentally is currently on the order paper standing in the name of the Minister of Veterans Affairs. That Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canadian Forces Members and Veterans Re-establish and Compensation Act and to make consequential amendments to another act, now be read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee of Veterans Affairs.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to move this motion? No. There's no consent. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, Senate. Debate at report stage and second reading of Bill S-4, an act to amend the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act.
There are 5 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill S-4. Motions numbered 1 to 5 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. Je vais maintenant soumettre les motions.
I shall now propose motions numbered 1 to 5 to the House. Motion number 1, Madame Borg, seconded by Ms. Liu, moves that Bill S-4 be amended.
May, seconded by Mr. Plamondon, moves that Bill S-4 be amended by deleting Clause 1. Motion number 3, Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Plamondon, moves that Bill S-4 be amended by deleting Clause 6. Motion numéro 4, Madame.
Motion number 4, Ms. Borg, seconded by Madame Liu, moves that Bill S-4 be amended by deleting Section 7.
Number 5, Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Plamondon, moves that Bill S-4 be amended by deleting Clause 10. Debate. L'honorable député de Terrebonne-Blainville.
Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to say, unfortunately, that we will be opposing Bill S-4 for the reasons that I will mention during my speech. But what I find most disappointing is that we all voted to bring this bill to committee before second reading. And in good faith, because we said that, well, maybe we'll be able to work together and improve this bill to get rid of the most problematic sections and to ensure that it can really, truly protect Canadians in the digital age. However, we know that there are more and more risks when it comes to protecting personal information online, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. And, well, I know that this Parliament has been working for over 4 years. We've had the same government for over 4 years. We know that they have a tendency to reject all motions at committee and to not work with the opposition in committee. But I don't know why, Mr. Speaker, but this time I had some hope that we'd be able to work together. And here, now, usually when we send a bill to committee before second reading, that means that there are some changes to be made. That means that there's some problems with the bill, some things that need to be changed. Maybe we want to change PIPEDA and make changes that go beyond the scope of this bill. So we hope that we'd be able to work together. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that was not the case. And that is why I've moved 3 motions, which will be voted on, well, together, to get rid of the most problematic parts of this bill. We've heard many times that these 2 sections are very problematic, sections 6 and 7, which will make it easier to share private information without the individual's consent, and without even telling the person that their private information will be shared. So what this does is this increases the scope for information sharing without consent. That's a major issue. Yes, certainly sometimes there are extreme situations where information sharing is needed. Yes, we all know that. But the problem here is that there's no transparency. There's no mechanism in place to ensure that that information sharing be done only in exceptional and urgent circumstances. And the threshold, Mr. Speaker, is extremely low. The threshold of having reasonable doubt is very, very low. So we voted against those section during the clause-by-clause study in committee, and unfortunately the Conservatives have decided to move forward, and despite the fact that we moved amendments to improve those sections, to make it clear under which circumstances this information could be shared, and to put in place a system to encourage greater transparency and to ensure that there is a reporting mechanism, an oversight mechanism, to ensure that these exceptions are only used in exceptional circumstances. And unfortunately, we know that that's not the case. So, as I mentioned, we suggested amendments to improve this bill, because I think that everyone here in the House of Commons is very aware of the fact that protecting personal private information is an extremely important issue for our constituents. I give courses in protecting private information to seniors in my community. They want to understand how to use new technology, and they want to be able to trust that new technology when it comes to protecting their data and their identities. So everyone agrees that this is an important issue today, and that we need to modernize PIPEDA to ensure that it better reflects the threats of the digital age in the 21st century. But unfortunately, the Conservatives' approach has been to, well, we're going to propose something. We won't accept any amendments. We won't listen to what any of the witnesses have to say. We're just going to press forward. And so despite all of the work that we've done, all parties, except for the Conservatives, moved amendments. They refused all amendments. The NDP moved 18 amendments, and all of them were rejected. So what I find particularly unfortunate here is that throughout the study of this bill at second reading in committee, well, from the beginning, the Conservatives have said, well, you know what, we're not going to change anything. So why have us vote to send something to committee before second reading if they're going to say, well, we're not going to change anything? It's completely illogical, Mr. Speaker. And it seems like they're acting in bad faith, because we're supposed to study things with an open mind and with goodwill, with good faith, and with an eye to improving the bills and getting rid of any gaps. And by working together, Mr. Speaker, I think that's democracy. But the Conservatives have even, they insulted certain witnesses at committee because they said, look, you have a choice. The choice is either you vote in favor of the bill as is, or there won't be any changes to Paipita before the election. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I understand that elections are coming soon. But the Conservatives have had so many opportunities to modernize this bill, to modernize the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act. There was C-12, for example, which just disappeared with the prorogation of Parliament. There was the bill that I tabled in this House that suggested similar things to what we see in S4, but the Conservatives voted against that. Mr. Speaker, those changes could already be the law of the land, but unfortunately, here the Conservatives are saying, well, no, you know what, we have a really tight deadline, so we just have to accept this as it is, despite all of the problems, despite all of the gaps. No, we're just going to go ahead with this. So for me, Mr. Speaker, this really shows that the Conservatives are acting in bad faith. And it says to all the witnesses who took their own time to come and appear before committee to explain their opinions, their changes, their proposals, basically they're saying, look, you have a choice. Either you get this bill or you get no bill. So make a choice. And I find that's very, very lamentable. And so after refusing all amendments, and given that we haven't been able to improve this bill, well, the NDP is going to have to vote against this bill, despite the fact that, yes, we know there are some steps in the right direction here. But, Mr. Speaker, I cannot vote for a bill that will increase the opportunities for sharing personal information without consent, without authorization, and without the person affected being aware, and without an oversight mechanism. And that's what we'll get with this bill. Sections 6 and 7, and which our motions propose to delete, will weaken privacy protection by allowing the sharing of personal information without consent. So, I've mentioned that the threshold is very low. I suggested that the threshold be increased, that it be a higher threshold, that there need to be a certain number of questions asked by the organization before the information is shared. They refuse that. The Privacy Commissioner has many concerns with this clause, and he said that this could open the door to abuse. And that's what we've seen, Mr. Speaker. We have a government here that's made 1.2 million requests to Internet service providers for personal information with gaps, with problems in Paipita. So yes, there are abuses. And as Parliament, we cannot consciously open the door to further abuse, but that's exactly what Section 6 and 7 of this bill will do. I'll read what the Privacy Commissioner said at the committee hearings on February 17, 2015. He said the amendments, or the changes proposed, mean that organizations could communicate private information for a huge number of reasons without any mechanisms in place to determine what will be done with that information. So that's a major problem, because the title of the bill is supposed to be an act to protect privacy. But here we have sections that go completely against the spirit of the title of the bill, and that's a major problem, Mr. Speaker. A major problem. There's also Michael Geist, who also appeared before the committee on March 10th, 2015, the Industry Committee, and he said that these sections need to be taken out because it would open the door to massive proliferation of communication of private information without any limits and without any transparency. He said, I think that this bill has not been properly studied and that there are things that need to be fixed. Canadians deserve better. So he took the opportunity to criticize the process that the Conservatives put in place and the fact that this bill, apparently, according to the Conservatives, needs to be passed without any amendments because we're running out of time. Now, the other problem that I see with this bill is in the mechanism for warning that data has been compromised. There are many parliamentarians who are aware of the need to put in place a mechanism to signal data breaches. That's something that came up at the Ethics Committee, and it's something that came up during the study of this bill. This is something that was mentioned by the Privacy Commissioner many times. We need to oblige organizations to warn individuals who are affected by data breaches. We've seen cases like what happened at Target, for example, Home Depot. So there have been cases where the data of thousands of Canadians has been completely lost or has been compromised in some other way. And the people in question have not necessarily been informed of that. So they can't act to protect their compromised data, and that's a major problem, Mr. Speaker. So Bill S4, yes, it would fix that problem, but not in the right way. Because the model that's been suggested here is problematic because it leaves it up to organizations themselves to judge whether or not the data breach is going to cause great harm or no to the individual in question. So the organization that has the data breach basically polices itself, and they get to decide whether or not they're going to speak to the Privacy Commissioner or the individuals to let them know that their data has been breached. So the amendment that I proposed at committee and that I proposed in my own bill, which could already be law, as I already mentioned, I'd like to remind the House again, and I'll remember the Conservatives voted against that. This is a mechanism that is more objective and would give the Privacy Commissioner the power to evaluate whether or not the data breach was serious enough or not that the individuals in question need to be advised. So, PIPEDA really, it deals with all organizations, whether it's a major corporation or a corner store. And not all organizations, for example, a small corner store with 2 employees, well, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do an evaluation as to whether or not the data breach was serious or not. And so it's important that we give that ability, that power, to an expert, in this case, the Privacy Commissioner.
And I'd like to read a quote from John Lawfer, Executive Director for the Public Interest Advocacy Group, who appeared on February 15th, 2015, and I quote, "Unfortunately, this will not produce the desired results. It will create a culture of fear and reprisal. As for, encourages people not to report data breaches because it imposes the burden on those reporting to decide whether or not there's a likelihood of harm. And that will be fatal to this bill. Businesses would have no advantage in reporting a data breach. So this mechanism is far too subjective, and it's a shame that the Conservatives refused to implement a more objective system." Another thing that is lacking from this bill is the power for the Privacy Commissioner to make orders. That is something the former Commissioner, Jennifer Stoddart, repeatedly asked for. It's something that provincial Privacy Commissioners have called for as well. What happens now, too often, is that recommendations are made following an investigation by the Privacy Commissioner, but the organization decides not to follow the recommendation because it's just Canada. Because they're a big multinational, they don't find it so important. That's the problem. We have laws in Canada. We have rights that need to be respected. And if we have a system whereby our laws and our Privacy Commissioner's recommendations are consistently ignored, that's a problem and it has to be fixed. And what will fix that problem? Well, if the Privacy Commissioner had the power to make orders, that would fix the problem. But that's not in this bill. What they have is compliance agreements. That doesn't go far enough. They don't really provide organizations any real incentive to follow through on the recommendations because they're just recommendations. They're not orders. So that's something that's lacking, and it's a problem. And we proposed that that be changed, but once again, it was rejected. A model I would have liked to see is a model I proposed. Under that model, the investigation mechanism would be followed as usual, and the commissioner would issue recommendations, and the company would be given a certain amount of time to fix the problem. After a year, if the problem's not fixed, then it could be referred to the federal court, and the federal court could impose fines. That's a system that would give the benefit of the doubt to law-abiding companies, companies that want to abide by the law. But if we don't find a solution, if there's no incentive for organizations that are not respecting privacy, well, we'll continue to have abuses. We will still have a system where the law is constantly ignored and the Privacy Commissioner's recommendations are also ignored. This is a step forward, but it doesn't go far enough, and that's what I've said all along. There's also the issue of, and witnesses talked about this, they repeated the importance about having a system that would really encourage respect for privacy. What I'd like to point out here is that we've studied this bill before second reading at committee, and because of that, we had an opportunity to solve other problems with PIPEDA, because we know there are shortcomings, we know there are flaws. Under the current system, the government can't handle the millions of requests that are made, and that's a problem. It's an obvious problem, but nothing's being done about it. I was thinking maybe we could sit down together as parliamentarians and make major changes to have an oversight, a tracking system, to have transparency mechanisms, or even eliminate certain things, because there is some abuse, but that opportunity was missed. And another thing I'd like to point out before my time is up is that there was a Supreme Court decision recently that put the whole issue of privacy protection, what's reasonable, what's unreasonable, and they put that all out there, and that was the Spencer decision. Unfortunately, the committee didn't really look closely at Spencer and didn't go forward to amend PIPEDA to make sure it was in keeping with what the Supreme Court ruled in Spencer. And that's very problematic. We should be proactive. We should have some vision. We should amend the Act to bring it into line with the Spencer decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the comments made by the member. Did want to express some concerns in regards to the manner in which we have seen Bill S4 brought into the House. I think the member made reference at the very beginning of her comments how she was optimistic at the beginning. And I think that there was a shared sense of optimism in the sense that we had this bill go on a different routine as opposed to completion of a second reading, then go to committee. Instead, we wanted the committee to provide some feedback so that we could look at making some more significant changes. There were a number of presentations that were made, a number of amendments that were brought forward. At the end of the day, the government showed no sympathy in terms of accepting what witnesses were telling the committee, nor amendments that were being brought forward, whether it was from Liberal Party or others. And given the importance of information, in particular online banking and things of this nature, the issue of privacy, that we've really lost an opportunity to make some positive contributions through changes to the legislation. And my question to the member is just in asking her to reinforce what she started off her speech by talking about the importance of the government recognizing the sense of cooperation that was there at the beginning and not responding well, which has ultimately led to a great deal of opposition to the bill that we now are being asked to vote on.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, indeed, the way this bill was studied was very problematic. This is the only time, unless I'm mistaken, that a bill was referred to committee before second reading. And everyone would expect, under the circumstances, that it's because change is needed. Otherwise, why would you do it that way? And this is an exceptional measure that allows a committee to make changes that go further beyond the scope of the bill itself. So it's an opportunity that should be seized, but we were unable to seize it because the Conservatives said, no, either you take it or you leave it. And it's true, time was tight. We get that. But witnesses have been heard for years. And under PIPEDA, it's supposed to be reviewed every 5 years. I had a private member's bill that would have done the same thing. There was C-12, which disappeared. So there were opportunities, but they dragged their feet for years. And now we hear from witnesses at committee, but they say, no, there's not enough time, take it or leave it. And that's not how democracy should work. Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, her presentation. She did a great job of describing the whole recent history of this bill, and once again, how Canada is not doing an adequate job of protecting privacy and keeping up with all the new technologies and the way some companies could use, and even some governments could use that technology. She also pointed out the shortcomings on the government side, the loss of personal information and so on. But I'd like to ask her what could be done, what countries serve as models, what countries set the example, what countries have legislation that do a good job of protecting privacy and personal information in such a highly technological world. Are there any examples she can mention and elaborate on that we should be looking to? The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there are a lot of countries that we could look to when seeking to protect personal information. For example, in Europe, there's a lot of interesting things happening, a lot of good things, things that we could copy, or consider at least, putting in the Canadian system. I'm not saying cut and paste, but there are some inspirational ideas some things we could think about, but unfortunately we can't have those discussions here because the way the Conservatives approach it, it's my way or the highway, and that's problematic. There are provincial examples too, for example, in BC, Alberta, Quebec. They all have good legislation, good ways of operating. In BC and Ontario, Mr. Speaker, the privacy commissioners can make orders. So that's a precedent that already exists in Canada. Within our own country, we could follow that example. I don't understand why. How is it that we have a bill before us that does not include that idea of giving the privacy commissioner the power to issue orders? It's ridiculous.
Shall we come outside?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I'd like to thank my colleague for her work. She really knows her stuff. The Conservative government presented S4. They presented it as if it was for consumers, to protect consumers, but lawyers and professors and privacy commissioners have all pointed out problems with this, including the voluntary disclosure. Can my colleague comment on the lack of balance in this bill? The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We heard tons of evidence. Of course, the study could have gone on longer, but there were experts, there was the privacy commissioner and others, and the vast majority pointed out the problems that stem from the fact that the door is being opened to the sharing of personal information without consent, without authorization, without even the person's knowledge. So the door is being opened wider to that kind of information sharing, and that's a problem that was raised, but unfortunately no amendments were accepted. There were proposals from the Privacy Commissioner that were tabled as amendments. We used the Commissioner's recommendations and phrased them as amendments, but they were rejected out of hand. We also suggested that when an organization shares personal information in exceptional circumstances, at least there should be a report made public about how many times was that data requested, why was the request made, so that people could at least know, so that there could at least be some transparency around this kind of information sharing, because we've seen abuses. 1.2 million requests were made by government to internet service providers. Why? We have no information on that. We have no idea. The information's not being given. So I think it would be better if the Conservatives had been open to this kind of thing instead of just forging ahead without consulting, without considering others. They're just determined to pass this bill.
Comments?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Terrebonne-Blainville for her speech. There's something that strikes me, and I really don't like, and that is that at committee, the Conservatives are completely closed to any serious study of any amendment put forward by the opposition. And if I understand correctly, in this case, the Conservatives said that because this was a Senate bill, it couldn't be amended because it has to go back to the Senate. Well, you have to ask why, ultimately, for such an important bill, did this start in the Senate? Why did the government opt to get this started in the Senate? So I'd like to ask my colleague about this blockage that the Conservatives seem to have. They seem unable to cooperate, to work collaboratively with the opposition to prevent breaches of personal privacy. The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, it's extraordinary. There were witnesses who pointed out problems, but the Conservatives from the very get-go wouldn't give them the benefit of the doubt. They said, we can't make those changes, we don't have time. Well, there's always time if you think it's important enough. Another thing I'd like to mention in answer to my colleague's question, that is, people said, well, this was already studied by the Senate, so this evidence has already been heard. It's all been taken into account. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? There were a lot of witnesses who appeared in connection with our study on the House committee, and they didn't give evidence before the Senate. The other thing to keep in mind is that the Spencer decision hadn't even been handed down by the Supreme Court when the Senate was considering this bill. And that decision could have a direct impact on the way we deal with personal information here in Canada. But no, the Conservatives wanted nothing to do with that. They didn't want to think about Spencer. They say this was already studied by the Senate, but I'm sorry, senators are not elected. They're unaccountable, and that's why I'd like us to make the changes ourselves. We're the elected officials who represent our constituents. We should make the changes. Resuming debate.
Honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin with a big thank you to my colleague from Terrebonne-Blainville, who just spoke, made a very important speech. She's worked very hard on her bill on the same subject, and I think it would be better if the member for Terrebonne-Blainville's bill had passed. That would have been so much better than this bill, S4. And I also shared the feelings of my friend from Winnipeg North. I agreed with him. He said that everyone in the opposition here agrees with this effort. After all the other efforts that have been made, C12 and the others, that perhaps finally the government is going to actually cooperate with the other parties. But unfortunately, that isn't what happened.
We're looking at Bill S4, a bill that comes to us after, as you've heard from other speakers, other members, after a convoluted process, a bill that died on the order paper, a superior private member's bill that failed when the Conservatives didn't support it, in efforts to bring up to date the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, otherwise known as PIPEDA. This is, of course, a very significant area of citizen and consumer concern. We had PIPEDA was passed in 2000, and a lot has changed in the world of digital information, privacy concerns, and information held by Internet providers, banks, a great number of organizations for whom Canadians trust their private information online. This bill, S4, should have been an attempt, and may in fact have been an attempt that failed, to adequately balance the privacy rights of Canadians and the important facilitation of commerce in Canada. That would certainly be the expectation. The larger context around which this bill comes to us is one where we have had some rather spectacular accidental breaches of privacy information of Canadians through their release, through various errors, human error, release of health information, release of consumer information, release of banking information because of breaches in the system. So one would have thought that, especially in this specific context in the last year, that in drafting this bill, the government would have been very cognizant of the decision of the Supreme Court of Canada of last June 2014 in the Spencer decision. That was a decision written by Mr. Justice Tom Cromwell, one of my former friends and professors from my time at Dalhousie Law School, and a brilliant legal mind, and someone who has, within the Supreme Court of Canada, written a number of really critical and important decisions. The Spencer decision is one of them. But the Supreme Court of Canada in Spencer came down very clearly on the side of privacy rights of Canadians. Very clearly. Mr. Justice Tom Cromwell wrote in his decision, of course, that the Internet has exponentially, this is a quote, the Internet has exponentially increased both the quality and quantity of information that is stored about Internet users. Browsing logs, for example, are held and contain detailed information. He went on to note that a user would never really know when their information was forming some sort of pattern that resulted in review, that they don't necessarily, a user, a consumer, doesn't know when their information might be becoming accessed. But in entering into agreements with ISP providers, Supreme Court of Canada, through Mr. Justice Cromwell, noted, quote, there is a reasonable expectation of privacy in subscriber information. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's no denying that S4 does some things that are fairly universally approved by those who are leading critics in this area. The Privacy Commissioner for the Government of Canada, of course, the Privacy Commissioner Officer of Parliament, saw a number of significant improvements. The Privacy Commissioner started his review by turning his attention to the purpose of PIPEDA in the beginning, back in the year 2000, noting, quote, that the purpose is to, quote, establish in an era in which technology increasingly facilitates the circulation and exchange of information, rules to govern the collection, use, and disclosure of personal information in a manner that recognizes the right of privacy of individuals with respect to their personal information and the need of organizations to collect, use, or disclose personal information for purposes that a reasonable person would consider appropriate in the circumstances. Now, fortunately, given the fast-changing world of digital communication, Internet, and the clouds and all the various ways in which we now see information stored online, fortunately, Parliament saw fit in the year 2000 to include a 5-year mandatory review of PIPEDA so that we could keep up with the ways in which technology moves so rapidly. So, generally speaking, some of what is being done here is met with universal support. The risk-based approach that allows organizations to assess each incident on a case-to-case basis was supported by the Privacy Commissioner, at least. The Commissioner has an opportunity, the Privacy Commissioner has an opportunity to enter into compliance agreements, but while the Privacy Commissioner found this acceptable, numerous other commentators did not feel it went far enough and did not actually protect privacy information adequately. So the things that met universal approval, if I can list them briefly, Mr. Speaker, improvements in S4 include the additional qualification and clarification of what's meant by the standard of consent, the extension of a deadline to take cases to the federal court, and, of course, the additional powers, the expansion of powers to the Privacy Commissioner to publicly disclose information related to findings. These were things that the Privacy Commissioner liked. Leading critics, and my friend from Terrebonne-Blainville has already pointed to one of the leading critics in this area, Professor Michael Geist, as well as to the advisors and a very exceptional group of lawyers who now work a lot on information and privacy law at the Public Interest Advocacy Center, where in the 1980s I was also Associate General Counsel, although in those days, you can believe me, we didn't have open files on Internet data and privacy because we were mostly dealing with trying to advocate in areas of technology that now seem so outdated. But in any case, the Public Interest Advocacy Center has stayed on top of the technology. So we have, from the Canadian Bar Association, Public Interest Advocacy Center, Professor Michael Geist, and, of course, members of opposition parties, we had a rich group of substantive and helpful amendments which would have led to universal support for this bill at this moment. And unfortunately, those amendments were all rejected. I want to just look at 3 aspects here in the time I have left this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Compliance agreements, the expansion of voluntary disclosure, and lastly, transparency reporting. Now, on compliance agreements, there's a source of concern that the way in which they're drafted in S4 would have been acceptable had they been strengthened and had penalties or an order-making power available to the Privacy Commissioner, but they have none of those things. The Canadian Bar Association brief made this point about it, that our principal concern is that while entering into such an agreement with the Privacy Commissioner stays any court enforcement by the Commissioner, it does not have any effect on any affected individual's right to go to court against the organization for the same matter under investigation. This omission means that there is a much lower incentive for organizations to enter into such agreements. Also, it is not consistent with the regime in other similar schemes. Now, despite recommendations to improve this, no improvements were made. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the expansion of voluntary disclosure. This is probably, for me, the most significant failure of S4 and quite inexplicable in that it runs directly counter to the Spencer decision I referenced earlier. This needed to be, to have much more rigor to ensure that we didn't have warrantless access. This is the key issue here. We must have come down, S4 should have come down harder for privacy rights. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, in transparency reporting, there should have been reforms to require organizations to publicly report on the number of disclosures they make without knowledge or consent and without a judicial warrant. This information should have been disclosed on a regular basis for transparency. And organizations should have been required to notify affected individuals within a reasonable time of any accidental disclosure. With that, Mr. Speaker, I regretfully conclude that S4 does not meet the standards that this Parliament should expect of an update to PIPEDA. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member spoke at length in her comments about the Spencer decision. Mr. Speaker, the Digital Privacy Act, to be clear, will not force companies to hand over private information to the police or anyone else without a warrant. And the officials, the independent officials, not talking here about cabinet ministers who the honourable member has apparently such a hatred for, but actual independent officials who came before the committee said that the Spencer Commission has absolutely nothing to do with this piece of legislation. So I'd like the honourable member to take this opportunity to point out very specifically where the Spencer decision has anything to say about PIPEDA or this particular legislation.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
First, I hasten to correct my friend. I've never spoken in this place or in any serious location of anything but respect and love for my colleagues. My second point runs to the testimony provided by Professor Michael Geist that the S4 runs contrary to the spirit of the Spencer decision. And in fact, by allowing the disclosures to be made from Internet service providers, from telecom companies and so on, without having the notification to the holder of the information, in his words, quote, the broad provision opening the door to massive expansion of warrantless, non-notified voluntary disclosures should be removed.
Question et commentaires.
questions and comments. The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like perhaps to put a question to my colleague that follows up on another question put to the member. There was the Spencer decision, which was handed down after the Senate study of this bill. But now S4 is based on the BC and Alberta models. And there are certain elements that draw their inspiration from the Quebec model. But we saw that there was a report tabled by the Legislative Assembly in BC, which says that further to the Spencer decision, they amended their bill on personal information, on privacy, which is called PIPA. And so why, to the question to my colleague, why are we not able to work together to look at how a decision from the Supreme Court could have an impact on a bill, whereas other legislatures are changing their legislation according to this decision?
Oui, je suis en accord encore avec ma collègue.
Once again, I agree with my colleague. I think that this We have an opportunity here with Bill S4, an opportunity that the government has missed out on. They could have put in place a system that is in the spirit of the Supreme Court decision on Spencer. But the amendments that were presented were rejected. All the parties here put forward amendments, which is our job, but the government decided to reject all of these amendments.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for York West.
My honourable colleague, certainly your amendments that the honourable member had presented at committee, both from the official opposition and by ourselves, were just routinely dismissed. Very little discussion, if any, and absolutely no room for any kind of serious work to be done because of the issue of any changes when the bill would have to return to the Senate. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, through you, Mr. Speaker, if that was the reason that all of our amendments were so quickly dismissed.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, a short answer, please.
I guess I'd have to say to my honourable friend from York West that I can't offer any explanations for why amendments are rejected. We can say, though, that there is a pattern that in most committees, I've had the great good fortune, I have to say I was very pleased that in the committee looking at the Pipeline Safety Act, 2 of my amendments were accepted. But that's far more the exception than the rule. The vast majority of times in this place recently, bills go from first reading to royal assent without any amendments, and that's quite against the tradition of Parliament of Canada and the legislative drafting process and the role that we all play as members of Parliament in improving legislation, which is supposed to be the point of the committee process, the legislative process, is that we work together to improve legislation, not turn it into a partisan battle over every single amendment.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be here today to speak to Bill S4, the Digital Privacy Act, which has been referred back to the House by the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. As consumers, we are all aware that in the digital world we live in today, our personal information has become increasingly more accessible. People and organizations exchange huge amounts of information over the course of the day, whether it be through email, internet browsing, or through financial transactions. Digital networks have fast become the most efficient and convenient method of communication for Canadians. Our government takes the protection of this personal information very seriously. We recognize the importance of having strong privacy protections in place to ensure that organizations are properly safeguarding the personal information of individuals across this country. Bill S4 implements changes to the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Document Act, known as PIPEDA. These modifications will ensure that organizations are taking the appropriate steps to address the handling and protection of information in today's digital era. This bill, entitled the Digital Privacy Act, sets out specific rules that businesses and organizations must follow when personal information they hold is lost, stolen, or accessed, either for malicious purposes or as the result of an accident. As we have seen in the past year, data breaches continue to present themselves as a major challenge to the privacy and security of information. Breaches can happen in any number of different ways and to any type of organization. Digital information can be stolen through sophisticated cyber attacks or through simple software vulnerabilities that are made public. Take the Heartbleed incident, for example. According to Symantec, this software glitch that was exposed in 2014 left approximately 500,000 trusted websites at risk of a serious data breach. 500,000 websites, Mr. Speaker. Financial information and sensitive customer data can also be left vulnerable in the event of a data breach. Unfortunately, this is a familiar topic for Canadians in today's digital age. Take, for example, last September when Home Depot announced that a data breach by unknown hackers left as many as 56 million debit and credit card customers across North America vulnerable to fraud. Research shows that the majority of today's data breaches are conducted with malicious intent. The Symantec Internet Threat Report states that nearly half of all breaches are caused by outside attacks, and that these attacks are becoming increasingly sophisticated. Canadians are concerned about this, Mr. Speaker. A recent nationwide survey on Canadian attitudes around data breaches concluded that this issue is creating significant public anxiety. The survey found that 79% of Canadians are worried about being a victim of a data breach. Mr. Speaker, data breaches are a top-of-mind issue for Canadians. This is not surprising, given the importance of the Internet in the day-to-day lives of Canadians. Organizations should also be concerned about data breaches, given how expensive these incidences can be to businesses. It is estimated that the cost to combat and recover from data breaches worldwide last year was approximately $364 billion. Businesses need to know that consumer demand for responsiveness to data breaches is increasing. A nationwide survey highlighted that Canadians assume that companies will take immediate action in the event that personal information is lost or mishandled. That's not all Canadians expect, Mr. Speaker. The same study concluded that over half of all respondents want companies to do the following: provide clear information and instructions on how individuals can protect themselves, and provide them with free credit monitoring for a certain period of time in the event that a breach occurs. Mr. Speaker, with the Digital Privacy Act, our government is responding to the needs and concerns of Canadians. Companies will be required to put in place strong security measures to prevent data breaches. Secondly, companies will be required to respond to a breach if and when it does occur or risk facing a strong penalty. With the changes we have proposed in the Digital Privacy Act, if a company has its computer systems hacked and it believes personal information has been stolen, or that if that information has been lost inadvertently, the company will need to take a number of steps. First, the company will be required to assess the risk resulting from the breach, and if it determines that the incident poses risk of harm, it will need to notify the affected individuals and file a report with the Privacy Commissioner of Canada. On the subject of mandatory breach reporting, the Privacy Commissioner has stated that, quote, mandatory breach notification will bring enhanced transparency and accountability to the way private sector organizations manage personal information, unquote. An organization will also have to keep a record of the event, regardless of whether a breach poses an obvious risk of harm. These records will not only allow organizations to demonstrate due diligence in their risk assessment, but will also require companies to keep track of when their data security safeguards fail. This will help businesses determine whether or not they have a systemic problem that needs to be corrected. What's more, Mr. Speaker, organizations would be required to provide these records to the Privacy Commissioner upon request at any time. This record-keeping requirement will provide a mechanism for the Commissioner to hold organizations accountable for their obligation to report serious data breaches. Here's what the Commissioner had to say on record-keeping. Quote, I believe that the organization experiencing the breach is in the best position to assess risk and decide whether notification of individuals is warranted, unquote. To provide an appropriate incentive to implement these measures, we believe that there needs to be serious consequences for intentionally ignoring them or attempting to cover up a data breach. Bill S-4 will make such deliberate acts a serious offense punishable with fines of up to $100,000 per offense. These changes are widely supported by stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, and are evidenced by witness testimony during the committee's review of the bill. The Canadian Internet Policy and Public Interest Clinic said that, quote, we're very grateful to see this notification obligation coming into force. It's much delayed and needed, unquote. The Canadian Bankers Association also came out in favor, stating that, quote, the banking industry supports the requirements to notify individuals about a breach of their personal information where there is a risk of significant harm. We also support the Commissioner's new oversight powers to ensure that organizations comply with these new provisions, unquote. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Pharmacists Association also expressed its support, saying, quote, for pharmacists who access a significant amount of sensitive information related to the medication and health of their patients every day, a breach or disclosure of this information has the potential to put the patient at risk. As a result, this association believes that reporting a breach to the individual concerned and the Privacy Commissioner are reasonable steps to take in order to mitigate any risk that may occur. It's also reasonable for the organization in question to maintain proper records of these occurrences, unquote. While there was broad-based support for the bill among stakeholders, the committee did hear some concerns about certain elements. One issue on which the committee heard different views is the threshold for reporting data breaches to the Commissioner. Some stakeholders felt that the threshold is too high and that more breaches should be reported. Others thought the threshold is too low and that only material breaches should be reported to the Commissioner. The Digital Privacy Act takes a balanced approach, one that avoids over-reporting of harmless incidents and yet allows the Commissioner to oversee how organizations are meeting their obligations. The Privacy Commissioner agreed, telling the committee, quote, "I support the risk-based approach that will require organizations to assess the seriousness of each incident and its impact on affected individuals," unquote. Some stakeholders also expressed concern that the obligation to keep records of all data breaches is burdensome. However, the Privacy Commissioner again believes that the Digital Privacy Act gets it right, telling the committee, quote, "Requiring organizations to keep a record of breaches and provide a copy to my office upon request will give my office an important oversight function with respect to how organizations are complying with the requirement to notify," unquote. Record keeping can be done in a way that minimizes burden while still allowing businesses to demonstrate that they are conducting the proper risk assessments. The government will need to enact regulations to elaborate on what these records will need to look like and how long companies will need to hold on to them. As a result, consultations during the regulatory development process will allow for further discussion with stakeholder input on this important issue. Finally, Mr. Speaker, some have questioned the need for fines in this area. The government recognizes that many organizations already notify individuals of data breaches in a responsible manner. However, we know from experience that there will always be those who try and break the rules. The penalties in the Digital Privacy Act target those organizations that willfully and knowingly disregard their obligations under the law, or worse, cover up a breach. These fines would not apply to organizations that make a mistake in good faith. The Canadian Internet Policy and Public Interest Clinic at the University of Ottawa told the committee that, quote, "We are very grateful to see a penalty regime for instances where the breach notification obligations are knowingly ignored. The fines in PIPEDA are designed as penalties for very overt offenses," unquote. Bill S4 will encourage all organizations to play by the same rules and implement adequate controls and safeguards around the personal information they hold. Furthermore, I encourage this House to oppose the motion put forward by the Green Party to delete Clause 10 of Bill S4. This would remove the new requirements for organizations to notify individuals that have been put at risk if their personal information is lost or stolen. In doing so, the amendment ignores the advice of numerous privacy advocates, including the Privacy Commissioner of Canada. On several occasions, Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner has recommended that PIPEDA be amended to require mandatory data breach reporting. The Digital Privacy Act acts on this recommendation, and the Commissioner has expressed strong support for the approach taken in Bill S4. Mr. Speaker, the Privacy Commissioner and the majority of witnesses that appeared before the Standing Committee agreed that S4 is a significant improvement to PIPEDA and a necessary step in ensuring Canadians' personal information is safeguarded. I think the Canadian Life and Health Insurance Association said it best in their witness testimony, quote, "Bill S4 takes a balanced approach to the responsibilities placed on business and organizations. But most importantly, it will protect the consumers of those businesses and give individuals the information they need to take corrective action when necessary," unquote. Both business and consumers have been empowered in the digital age. But if Canada is to remain a leading digital nation, Canadians need to have confidence that their online transactions are safe and their privacy is secure. Bill S4 strengthens these rules and increases the protection of Canadians' personal information. In summary, Mr. Speaker, the Digital Privacy Act is balancing the privacy needs of Canadians and the ability of businesses to access and use personal information in their day-to-day operations. It does this in a way that avoids over-reporting of harmless incidents while making it clear to businesses what their legal obligations are. I hope we can count on the opposition's support and quickly pass the Digital Privacy Act into law. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard the Conservatives come to committee to study this bill with the attitude that this bill has to be passed as is without any changes because it would take too long to make any changes and there will be an election soon. We all know there's going to be an election soon, Mr. Speaker, but they've had 4 years. They had 4 years to act. And he even said in his own speech,
Ben oui, it's much delayed. Parce qu'ils ont
Yes, this bill is much delayed and needed because they waited 4 years before moving ahead with something. Bill C-12 was there. It completely disappeared. There were changes to Papita that disappeared because they didn't act. There was a bill, my bill. They could have voted for that, and we could already have changes to the bill, Mr. Speaker. So why? Why have they come forward with this attitude, and what justifies this attitude, this anti-democratic attitude towards this bill? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I find this question very interesting. Oftentimes we hear members of the opposition stand up and complain too often that we're passing legislation too quickly. And that we're as we pass this legislation which is really important to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. On the other hand, they obstruct time and again, moving motions that delay the operations of the House so that we can't pass legislation that we need to get passed. In this case, we have a piece of legislation that is incredibly balanced. Witness after witness after witness throughout the committee process said as much. Certainly there were people on one side of some parts of the legislation and people on the other side of other parts of the legislation, and we found time and again that the legislation came right down the middle. But witness after witness said that it's important for us to get this legislation passed, and I hope that we can count on the opposition members. The opposition member who just asked the question has come out praising the legislation. I don't have the quote in front of me. We hope that that we'll be able to get this legislation passed soon with the help of the opposition.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't planning on asking my colleague a question, but I absolutely have to. When he talks about, through you, Mr. Speaker, when my honourable colleague talks about all of these witnesses after witnesses after witnesses, it's like most of their legislation. I believe we had 4, maybe 5 meetings all totaled. At the Senate, they had 2 or 3. In fact, Professor Geist, when he was one of the first witnesses that came to committee, his first complaint was the fact that at the Senate, they had 2 or 3 meetings. That's it. This was an important piece of legislation. So for my colleague to suggest that there were so many meetings and lots of witnesses who came out, yes, there was support because this is needed legislation. But there's ways of making this legislation better, which is what the official opposition and the Liberal Party and the Green Party were trying to do, was to improve that legislation, but we're given no chance at all.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I don't know if there was a question there. It sounded more like a statement, but in regards to the statement, I guess, that she just made, I find that kind of interesting because she sits on the committee. She's a good friend, but I don't remember her at any point in committee or at any point even privately coming up to me and saying that we were not having enough meetings on this legislation. No one made that argument. Certainly, amendments were put forward and they were voted on by the committee. I would also point out that the legislation that we're looking at here today largely comes from a unanimous report from 2007, a report that was supported by members from all parties. And many of the measures that we're talking about, that we're hearing about in speeches from the other side, are measures that were put in place at the recommendation of a 2007 unanimous report from all parties.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his presentation today on this important legislation. And I'd like to ask him, Mr. Speaker, with regards to S4, if he could just elaborate on how our government is working to protect and help vulnerable Canadians, especially children.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, that was an important part of the committee hearings were witnesses that came before the committee and talked about how the legislation needs to be changed to enable the sharing of information. For example, not dealing specifically with children, but financial abuse of senior citizens and others, and ensuring that that we struck a balance in terms of protecting people's privacy, but also enabling us to share information when people were vulnerable to financial abuse. Also talking about specifically children, taking steps to ensure that when organizations are specifically targeting children, that the information that they're asking for, that they're clearly communicating in a way that a child would understand it, or the person being asked of the information would understand it. These are common sense changes, Mr. Speaker, common sense changes that make this legislation even better.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much. And I find that question a bit rich that was just asked, Mr. Speaker, given the fact that this is the government that refused to spend $10 million. They ripped it out of the RCMP budget, and it was actually geared towards sexual exploitation. So if they're really serious about protecting youth, then that's where they should have actually spent that money. Now, with respect to this actual bill, when we look at the amount of testimony and the amount of people that indicated that there should actually be some amendments to it, and the opposition that here actually submitted 18 amendments, to which all of them were rejected, all of them, Mr. Speaker. It's as if on that side of the House, they don't think that they can improve anything except the way that their minds are. But I'm just wondering, given the fact that we did several amendments and that they refused to listen to the concerns expressed by the witnesses during the study, in fact, every single witness and groups that appeared before the Industry Committee argued in favour of amending the bill and making it better. So why didn't they do it? Why are they rejecting all amendments if they could give Canadians the protection they want for their personal data and electronic documents? Why push forward with this legislation that will actually likely not withstand a constitutional challenge? And can he guarantee that it would actually pass a constitutional challenge?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Okay, so let's start by saying that the honourable member wasn't on committee and was never at any of the hearings. So I'm not sure. I reject the vast majority of her question. But this idea that the committee didn't hear from witnesses, the fact of the matter is, on almost every one of the amendments, on almost every one of the suggested amendments, there was one group of witnesses on one side saying that we should be tougher, and another group of witnesses on the other side saying that it should be easier, and we struck a balance somewhere in between. Certainly we had the opportunity to hear from a variety of witnesses across the board. When it came to hearing amendments, there were several amendments moved by the opposition party. Someone mentioned 18. I can't remember what the number was. Many of them were redundant, so many of them were the same amendment moved in different areas. And I remember in several cases the member's own party moved amendments that didn't make any sense and had to withdraw those amendments before they were even debated at the committee. But certainly we had the opportunity to hear the experts from Industry Canada weigh in on the legislation and give very well-reasoned arguments in terms of why the legislation was the way that it was. And I think that we came forward with a piece of legislation that has PIPEDA stronger than it's ever been.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Surely the member would recognize that this legislation S4 actually was given a unique, or was put in a unique situation where it actually went to committee before it received second reading, thereby creating an expectation, what has turned out to be a false expectation, that the government was actually open to making changes. In reality, all the amendments brought forward, all the amendments were defeated. It was, Mr. Speaker, almost like just a normal routine of other pieces of legislation that have just gone through the normal process of second reading. My question to the member is, why did he feel it was important to isolate this piece of legislation, bring it to a committee before it completed second reading, and then go to committee stage? Why change the normal way it would go through, given the government had no intentions on making amendments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
No, certainly, again, I point out that the honourable member who has said a few words in the House on a few different topics over time wasn't actually at committee, and I don't think actually could name one of the amendments that were moved. But Mr. Speaker, you know, we heard the amendments. We had a good discussion at committee. We heard the suggested amendments, and as a government, we decided that in each case the bill was better if we left it the way that it was. And I will point out that not every one of those amendments was defeated unanimously, with only our side voting the same way and nobody else. Oftentimes during those amendments, there were other members who agreed with our side that the amendment wasn't the way to go. And Mr. Speaker, again, our legislation will be stronger when this bill passes, and I urge all members of all parties to support it.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. Premièrement, l'honorable
First, the honourable member for Louis Hébert on Public Works and Government Services.
The honourable member for Surrey North Public Safety. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to have an opportunity to speak to S4, and I'll be sharing my time with our fabulous member for Winnipeg North. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we're pleased that we're here to discuss this, but again, it's the same theory that, unfortunately, the Conservatives' divisive style of policy. You know, you're either with us or you're against us. I think all of us with S4 wanted to see some improvements on all sides, but unfortunately, the bill came from the Senate, and any changes were going to disrupt the process of trying to get legislation through very quickly, which is typical, of course, of what the government's plan is. So I can only tell you that I was disappointed and have to stand and say that I have recommended to our party, the Liberal Party, to vote against Bill S4. It's legislation that could have given our digital privacy laws the shot in the arm that they so desperately need. And we would have welcomed that had we had the opportunity to make it better, which is what the intention was, certainly from the Liberal Party's perspective. As Canadians are increasingly turning to online commerce, education, banking, recreation, and communications platforms, our laws must keep pace in order to protect all of us. Sadly, this government has a willful ignorance and reckless disregard for reason on such matters, and S4 proves it again very, very clearly. Information oversight and management is not an area that this government has excelled in, so forgive me if my confidence is shaken a bit. I simply cannot accept their word without proof that they are actually protecting consumers' interests. But of course, the way this government looks at personal information protection and privacy has already been subject to a Supreme Court ruling, and the court gave the government another failing grade. But this should come as no surprise to anybody who's paying attention to politics in Canada right now. We all remember when the government lost a hard drive that held the social insurance numbers, medical records, birth dates, education levels, and occupations of 5,000 Canadians. Or remember when the Interim Privacy Commissioner revealed that telecommunication companies received an average of 1.2 million requests from federal enforcement bodies for private customer information every year, approximately 3,300 every single day. Requests for our personal information, for Canadians' personal information. But perhaps I should also mention the headline that appeared in the Hill Times this week. It warned that Canada's access to information regime is slipping into, guess what, irrelevance. The article went on to reveal that the Centre for Law and Democracy ranks our ATI regime 56 out of 89 countries. 56 out of 89 countries. Wow, we're really way up there, aren't we? It also said that in September 2014, Canadian Journalists for Free Expression noted that our ATIP request is severely failing to meet its minimum requirements, let alone adequately serve the population's needs. So while I understand that access to information laws are different than digital privacy laws, these examples all point to a government that doesn't understand information management, yet refuses to seriously consult or listen to the experts on the matter that came before committee. The government's stubborn refusal to listen to experts like Professor Michael Geist, many others that came, lawyers, professors, that said, yes, it's a good piece of legislation, but it could be better. And our intent, certainly on the Liberal side, was to try to make it better. But as everyone here knows, Bill S4 was referred to the committee after first reading, as my colleague had mentioned. This is typically done for procedural reasons, and because it more readily allows for substantive amendments, the referral traditionally indicates the government's willingness to compromise, which was really very unusual that they did this, but it was very welcome. We thought that maybe the government had really seen the light and thought that maybe together we could really improve something as important as this piece of legislation. And so we gladly supported it after first reading, and we're preparing to move whatever amendments were that we could work together with the government and really make it a good, strong bill. And it was on this implied promise that the Liberal caucus was prepared to support Bill S4. So committee members heard from several experts, including the Privacy Commissioner, IBC, the Canadian Bar Association, Professor Michael Geist, and so many, many more, and we took their counsel to heart in those 4 meetings. I think it was 4, was the total meetings that we had. Then after the hearings concluded, over 42 substantive amendments were presented in good faith, most taken directly from expert testimony. Those 42 amendments came from the 3 opposition parties here in the House. So let me give you an example. I introduced an amendment that was specifically proposed by several witnesses and contributors to the committee study, including the Insurance Bureau of Canada. The amendment dealt with a reporting threshold for privacy breaches. My amendment would have required the reporting of any unlawful breach of personal information security so long as the said breach presents a significant threat of harm to an individual. That same amendment also clarified what a company needed to do to remedy the breach, including a requirement to warn the victim that their information was lost. Sounds pretty basic. If my credit card was compromised or my personal information was lost, I would want to know that. But the government was unmoved. In just one short meeting, government members defeated every single amendment introduced without any explanation or defense. Every single one of those amendments, and I said there were over 42, some were out of date by the time other ones had passed or had been defeated already. But again, there was no explanation, no big defense. It was simply the silent majority on the other side of the House that voted them all down, just like they do all the time at all committees anyway. You heard me right. Despite warnings of overly broad, cumbersome and nebulous provisions within S4, the Conservatives took less than 3 minutes each to consider, discount and defeat everything that the expert had warned us about. As a result, Bill S4 remains flawed. It has never been fully considered and should not be accepted or passed without a true and unbiased evaluation. But allow me to be clear. There are positive elements to Bill S4. For example, the legislation grants the Privacy Commissioner the ability to enter into enforceable compliance agreements with companies that have likely breached the Act. This provides a regulatory remedy for certain actions and is a positive development. Public Safety Canada said the bill would help to protect the security and privacy of Canadians by limiting the number of police and security officials who can request subscriber data and applying new requirements for recording, reporting, and auditing those requests. Now, these may be good things, but several independent and credible sources outside of government expressed their concern with S4. For example, many warn that metadata could be used to track specific individuals on the Internet, and when in the wrong hands, that tracking could represent a serious threat to personal privacy. Bill S4 utilizes a similar approach, and this is an issue of tremendous concern for those of us on this side of the House. But of course, I want to ensure that law enforcement officials have the information they need to keep us all safe, but a blank check approach is inappropriate and promises limited success. We could do better if the government would just listen to the experts and have worked with the opposition. But in broad strokes, Bill S4 represents a shift in the way we deal with digital privacy. Privacy laws have traditionally outlined the rules and procedures needed to protect information and personal data. But in this case, the legislation sets up circumstances under which that material can be released. In a world where crimes involving personal data theft, identity fraud, and online stalking are on the rise, protecting data is crucial. And data is not just information, it's a commodity, it's power, and it's a backdoor into our private lives. Liberals are deeply concerned that the government's commitment to safeguarding the personal information and privacy of Canadians is less than absolute with this S4. Whether driven by Conservative ignorance or intent, Canada is clearly on the cusp of a paradigm shift with respect to privacy laws, and Liberals are worried about the consequences of Conservative insolence. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on S4.
Questions and comments? Question est commentaire. L'honorable député de La Salle-et-Mar.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from the Liberal Party who just spoke. You can see that in terms of the committee meetings, they had a lot of trouble getting amendments through and getting improvements made to this bill. My colleague and our digital critic said so as well. There were some real shortcomings, some flaws in this bill. But on the government side, on the industry committee, they weren't really open to listening. So I'd like to know what my colleague considers to be one of the worst flaws in this bill. And how could that be fixed? The honourable member for York West.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. But I think part of certainly the reason we supported on this side of the House, through you, Mr. Speaker, the bill going to committee after first reading was so that something as important as this bill could be improved and that we could be working together to make sure that we are better protecting Canadians. And the flaws were there. But the unfortunate part was it's like all of our committees here that don't function in the House of Commons. We can go and put in our hours, but they have the government has the majority. They do exactly what they want. We sit there, we contribute, we try to make sense with some of these things, but it's a major waste of time. Many years, 16 years I've been here, committees used to function very much in a nonpartisan way. There was give and take and listen, and how do we make legislation better? And so I continue to have a major disappointment when I see the fact that that's not the way this House works. I can't wait until we have an election, and hopefully we can straighten things out and get back to doing the kind of work Canadians expect us to do at committee level.
Right. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Lac St. Louis.
Speaker, and I take the member's point about amendments really sort of being dead on arrival in committee these days. It's going to get to the point where the days when amendments from opposition parties were accepted in committee are going to become part of Canadian folklore. They're so far back in the past. But I have a question about one of the amendments the honourable member mentioned. I'd like to expand a little bit upon it, and that is the amendment that would have required credit card companies to divulge some information, I guess. I'm not sure exactly what information, that's why I'm asking. Information when, say, a client's card was defrauded and so forth.
The honourable member for York West.
Thank you to my colleague. Let me use the telecommunication companies as an example. There were thousands and thousands of times that telecommunication companies were giving access to personal information. That's yours, mine, and many others. My privacy and others, and Canadians, needs to be protected, and it shouldn't just be randomly given out because somebody is asking for that. If it's an issue to do with fraud, I believe Canadians should be aware of the fact that if somebody has compromised my credit card, I think you should be notified of that fact so that you can monitor it yourself, not just assuming that the credit card company is going to be on alert and protect your interest. And far too often, the consumers are not notified of that kind of changes that are there. And again, on the issue of committee, my colleague has been here for quite a long time. He's aware of how parliamentary committees are supposed to work, and have always worked until this government came into power and decided that they were not interested in committee work any more than what they had to do to fill in time and to just do the basic process. This bill here, S4, came in through the Senate. This bill should have come in through the House, done the proper work through a member of Parliament, through a minister. That's the proper way you deal with legislation. But bringing it through the Senate is the backdoor way of getting things done, and the government has used that approach for several times to get through what they wanted done.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from York West in terms of allowing me the opportunity to share a few thoughts and words on Bill S4. I must say at the get-go that I'm used to the member talking very passionately on a wide variety of issues, and in particular in regards to our seniors as being a very strong advocate for our pension programs and so forth. So it's really nice to see that she takes the same sort of an attitude of wanting to hold the government accountable on the issue, which is important to seniors, but in fact, Mr. Speaker, all Canadians, and that is the digital privacy laws, especially if you take a look at how the Internet and the use of the Internet has literally exploded over the last decade or so, Mr. Speaker. And when you get advancements in technology, and we witness it firsthand to the degree in which we have, one would expect that the government would have an interest in wanting to make sure that we stay on top of the issues that will come out of the advancements in technology. And the government has not done that in this area, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's interesting that here we are today debating S4, which is no doubt an important issue. And I suspect that if we were to consult with our constituents, what we would be hearing is that there is a genuine sense of concern with respect to the type of information that's on the Internet and just how easy it is for a breach of that security that could ultimately cause a great deal of harm, both to the individual and even to in a macro situation, which would have a severe impact on the economy itself, Mr. Speaker. So here we have an important issue in which the Prime Minister now has made the determination that he wants to give it that final push as we start winding down after 4 years of inaction on the file. And now the Prime Minister is saying with, 4 more weeks of sitting, or 4.5 more weeks of sitting days, where he's going to try to get this bill turned into a law, Mr. Speaker, to rush it through the process now. And it's interesting, and as it's been pointed out, that we had a different situation in terms of process with Bill S4. Not only did it come through the Senate, but it was also stopped before it began second reading in order to have the bill go to committee, Mr. Speaker, for review. That is, from what I understand, very rarely done. And the reason why it's done is to be able to accommodate significant potential changes to the legislation. So what it tells me, Mr. Speaker, is that the government itself, the minister responsible for bringing this legislation before us today, understood that there was issues related to the legislation that needed to be dealt with before it completed second reading. I'm convinced of that, Mr. Speaker, and that is the reason why the government took the initiative to take it out of the normal process and bring it to a committee prior. Now, opposition members, independent members, Liberals, New Democrats, I suspect believed that the government would in fact then be open to amendments. And that's kind of the impression that was provided to us, Mr. Speaker. Something happened between the decision to bring it into committee and the bill actually having been voted on in committee in terms of the amendments. I'm going to suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, this is where the Prime Minister's office interjected. And through the Prime Minister's office, we found that the Prime Minister was not interested in amendments because all it would do would prolong the amount of debate time, possibly by having it to go back to the Senate, that he was more interested in being able to make the statement that they made some changes to the law, even though the legislation is flawed, Mr. Speaker. And that's the reason why what I want to focus a bit of attention on is that here we have a very important consumer-type piece of legislation related to something in which Canadians in all regions of our country are concerned about. The issue of privacy and protecting that privacy, Mr. Speaker. The amount of purchasing and other items, Mr. Speaker, that are taking place economically on the Internet is increasing every year. So the government wants to try to score a political point by saying we're trying to address the issue. But in reality, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Because if it was really important to the government, I would suggest to you that they would have likely have brought it in before the last month, 2 months before the wind-up of this session, Mr. Speaker. If it was, in fact, a priority for the government. Number two, that the Prime Minister's office would have allowed for amendments at that committee stage. Because why would you oppose amendments that would improve the legislation? Unless, of course, maybe the government didn't want the opposition to support the legislation. And there's a lot of merit for that, Mr. Speaker. We have seen that in other pieces of legislation. That to bring in an idea, give it a label, tell Canadians that they're concerned about something, but then to leave serious flaws in the legislation to try to maybe get the opposition party offside. Who knows? But what I do know, Mr. Speaker, is that there are many deficiencies within this legislation, as has been pointed out, whether it's the Liberal Party critic or others in committee, that there are serious flaws in the legislation, and there was a series, I believe, 40-plus amendments that were being proposed, Mr. Speaker. Not one of those amendments passed. The government can't say that it was political parties that were doing the posturing on it. Many of the amendments, including amendments brought forward by the Liberal Party, were taken from experts that came to committee and made presentations on it. From credible organizations, Mr. Speaker, government agencies of sorts that came before the committee. But the government made the decision that it was not going to accept any amendments. And as I indicated, what surprises me is that if the Prime Minister's office would have been more clear with the minister responsible for the legislation, this bill could have gone through the normal process. Now, the normal process isn't that much better, Mr. Speaker. The government has been fairly clear ever since it received the majority. And that's something that I think is worthwhile in pointing out, Mr. Speaker. That this conservative/reform government, in the moment that they achieved their majority, had a different attitude in terms of how democracy works here inside the chamber. I've heard on many pieces of legislation, not only this piece of legislation, where opposition parties or individual members of Parliament will bring forward amendments, and the government consistently says no. And they defeat amendments, Mr. Speaker. The government makes a mockery of the system by not allowing members from all sides of this House to move amendments that would, in fact, improve the legislation. Subscriber data requests is something which is very important. People are concerned about that. We know that there are victims that need to be warned when there are breaks in or breaches of security that takes place. Personal identity theft
is very real, Mr. Speaker. It's happening far too often. The amount of fraud that is out there, Mr. Speaker, continues to grow and become a serious problem. We need to protect the privacy of Canadians. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, does not go nowhere near far enough in addressing the many concerns that were brought up, whether it was in committee or brought up to individual members. The issues are important. The government has dropped the ball, Mr. Speaker, and I would suggest that if they really wanted to make a difference, that they would allow for amendments to pass, which would, in essence, provide the assurance to Canadians that, in fact, government truly does care, that it's more than just a conservative spin that they're interested in, Mr. Speaker. But there's no sign of that, unfortunately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, question commentaire. The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with some interest to the member from Winnipeg North. He intervened on this bill, and I was certainly convinced with his arguments. He talked about the fact that there were many witnesses that raised significant concerns about this legislation. He talked about the dangers of not being careful and how we deal with these privacy issues on the internet. And given his strong feelings, I can understand why he wouldn't support this piece of legislation. But I got to tell you that I was a bit flummoxed when I consider their response and the response of this member to C-51, Mr. Speaker. We heard the same arguments. The government wouldn't listen to amendments. They wouldn't listen to the experts. It was going to, the impact of Bill C-51 was going to be extraordinarily significant, but in that case, they turned around and they voted for it. In this case, Mr. Speaker, similar arguments, similar positions, they're voting against it. I wonder if the member from Winnipeg North would try to square that circle for me.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll try to make it relevant to this particular bill. I appreciate the question from the member, and maybe I can assist him by indicating that in debating Bill C-51, because I did get the opportunity to talk about C-51, that we needed to recognize that there was some value to the passage of C-51 in terms of the let's put it in the context of time, where through that value we could provide security for Canadians, and as a result, Mr. Speaker, we did have concerns, and we still have concerns in regards to C-51, and I would suggest to the member is that the member only need reflect on what the leader of the NDP and even some of his colleagues said inside the chamber, that if they were in government that they would not repeal the legislation that C-51 brought in, but rather they would make changes to it. So they themselves recognized that there was some value to C-51. That is not necessarily the same case here. It's nowhere near as time sensitive. And, Mr. Speaker, there is no reason why it is that a more all-encompassing piece of legislation dealing with the issue of online commerce and the issues of privacy couldn't be addressed by having a more thorough piece of legislation. And if I had more time...
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. Honorable député de Beauharnois.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill S4 has a number of flaws with regard to the protection of personal information, including the fact that it will cause a reduction in the number of complaints and breaches that are reported, because the complaints reported would be managed by the companies themselves, which means that it's up to the company that receives the complaint to determine whether it's serious enough to be processed. And John Lawford of the Public Interest Advocacy Center said that it encourages people to not report complaints because they know that it's up to the organizations to determine whether the complaint is a true breach. So this is a real conflict of interest, so I wonder what the member for Winnipeg North thinks of this. And this was brought forward to committee as being a serious concern, given that this is a bill that is supposed to protect people's privacy, whereas it does the opposite.
Winnipeg North, you have about 50 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is important to recognize that victims need to be warned if, in fact, there has been a breach. And that's one of the reasons why the member from York West, on behalf of the Liberal Party, moved amendments specifically dealing with the issue of a threshold and how important it is that companies somehow recognize their responsibility and role in terms of informing consumers and what I would suggest to you, victims, once there has been a breach. So legislation that would have encouraged this, Mr. Speaker, would have gone over a whole lot better as opposed to what we have here today. And that's one of the reasons why I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that the government was negligent by not accepting a number of the amendments, the one that I just cited from the Liberal Party critic, but there are many other amendments that also could have been passed, I suspect.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, it's my pleasure to rise in my place and express strong support for Bill S4, the Digital Privacy Act. This legislation will make important updates to the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, commonly known as PIPEDA. I take issues of privacy very seriously, just as the people in my riding, like teachers, parents, and grandparents, take issues of privacy seriously. The number one concern that is expressed to me by individuals is their right to privacy and their right to be protected from the misuse of private information. When it comes to the Internet, while it's brought many improvements to the lives of Canadians, the concern always is what happens to the information that is collected from the Internet on individuals and how it may be used. Under the current law, companies must seek permission from an individual to collect personal information and may only use this information for legitimate business purposes which have been identified prior to collection. Businesses are required to protect this information when it is in their possession, and they cannot share it with anyone except in the case of very narrow, limited circumstances. The Digital Privacy Act builds on these protection policies and will add new requirements that companies must abide by. For example, the bill will require companies to inform Canadians if their personal information has been lost or stolen and whether or not they've been put at risk as a result. It will also clarify the rules around obtaining an individual's consent to collect their personal information, clarifications that will ensure children and other vulnerable groups are protected when they go online. The recent high-profile criminal court case in Ontario of a hand-picked senior Liberal provincial deputy minister being convicted of charges related to the heinous crime of pedophilia using the Internet demonstrates how dangerous a place the Internet is for children and the continual need to try and stay one step ahead of the bad guys. The fact that an individual could occupy such a senior position for years as Deputy Minister of Education and a senior advisor to the Liberal Premier of Ontario, and apparently do so undiscovered until uncovered by an international crime investigation is shocking. Convicted pedophile Ben Levin was happily photographed campaigning with the leader of the third party in this place, apparently or otherwise undetected. This demonstrates why we must always keep up our guard, particularly when children are involved. The internet is a dangerous place for children. My constituents in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke know that when children are involved, I will always err on the side of caution. As we have discussed many times before, Mr. Speaker, strong rules are meaningless if they're not backed up with strong compliance tools. And I'd like to focus my comments in this critical area. First, let me begin by explaining how PIPEDA currently works with respect to compliance. The Act is enforced by the Privacy Commissioner, who has the ability to investigate complaints and the power to launch investigations in the event that he feels an organization is in violation of the law. PIPEDA gives the Commissioner broad investigative powers which allow him to enter premises, compel the production of information, and gather evidence. It's a criminal offense to obstruct the Commissioner in the process of an investigation. But for the most part, Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner acts as an ombudsman, using a range of dispute resolution tools to address any violations of the Act he discovers in the course of an investigation. At the conclusion of an investigation, the Commissioner issues a report outlining any violations of the Act, a list of recommendations, and an assessment on whether or not corrective action needs to be taken moving forward. Mr. Speaker, PIPEDA's compliance regime has, for the most part, been successful in resolving issues brought to the Commissioner's attention. Most organizations in Canada are good corporate citizens, and when the Commissioner identifies that they are in violation of the law, they move quickly to correct their practices. Unfortunately, as a lawmaker, I know from experience that there will always be those who try to skirt the rules. That's why Bill S4 makes some important improvements to PIPEDA's compliance framework. These changes will make sure the Commissioner has the necessary tools to ensure organizations respect the law and the privacy rights of Canadian citizens. First, Bill S4 will increase the amount of time available to take an organization to court. Currently, an application to the federal court has to be made within 45 days after the Commissioner issues the report of findings. In their testimony to the Standing Committee, officials from the Office of the Privacy Commissioner explained why this period needs to be increased. They stated, "As we've experienced in practice, 45 days is a very short time period to resolve some of the highly complex technological issues or broader accountability issues that organizations quite rightly need time to rectify. We follow up with them several months, if not a year afterwards, to ensure they did follow through on the recommendations they said they would undertake to do." To address this issue, Bill S4 will increase the time that an organization can be taken to court from 45 days to 1 year. As the Privacy Commissioner pointed out to members of the Standing Committee, organizations are often given up to a year to implement recommendations. This amendment will enable the Commissioner to enforce compliance in court if a company fails to take the necessary action. The second important change brought forward by Bill S4 will give the Privacy Commissioner the authority to enter into binding compliance agreements with organizations. A compliance agreement is a regulatory tool that provides an alternative to taking an organization to court if it was found to be in violation of PIPEDA. Compliance agreements are voluntary but binding agreements. They're agreements between an organization and the Commissioner. And these agreements benefit both sides, Mr. Speaker. From the organization's perspective, it gets certainty and clarity. From the Commissioner's perspective, these agreements increase the accountability of the organization to become compliant with the law. Currently, commitments made by an organization to implement the Commissioner's recommendation are non-binding. Compliance agreements, however, would make these commitments binding and enforceable by a court. The inclusion of compliance agreements in the Digital Privacy Act were supported by a broad range of stakeholders during committee hearings on the bill. The Privacy Commissioner himself stated that there are two main amendments that are very necessary and they'll be helpful for us to implement and apply. The first amendment he was referring to was mandatory data breach reporting. The second was compliance agreements. Similarly, Mr. Timur Israel from the Canadian Internet Policy and Public Interest Clinic stated that we're particularly pleased to see the inclusion of compliance agreements and an extended appeal period in S4. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Bill S4 will give the Commissioner more power to name and shame or to publicly disclose information when organizations are not cooperating. Under the current Act, the Commissioner can only publicly reveal information about the way in which an organization handles personal information. But the Commissioner, for example, cannot disclose that an organization is not cooperating with an audit or is otherwise acting in bad faith. For many organizations, the threat of having their lack of action made public will be an effective tool to hold them accountable and encourage them to comply with the law. And the proposed amendment could be used, for example, against foreign-based companies that are otherwise beyond the reach of Canadian courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Conservative colleague spoke about the issue of being responsible to businesses being accountable when it comes to privacy rights, but Bill S4 would allow those businesses to decide themselves if they're going to process complaints or look at complaints from those who feel they might have been the victims of abuse or who feel that their private information was used improperly without their consent. So there are a number of witnesses who appeared before committee to say that this was a problem, that there's an issue with transparency, there's an issue with conflict of interest, because it's the company itself that's at fault that then has to decide whether or not they will deal with the complaint. So there's no real increased protection for consumers or citizens here. Quite the contrary, in fact. There's a greater scope for abuse of this information. There are many people who said at committee, experts, who said that there are major gaps in the bill. So I'd like to know how my friend from across the way can say that this is a bill that's going to protect children and protect Canadians when there are so many holes in the bill, and even the Privacy Commissioner has said that there's a lack of power in here to really protect Canadians.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if companies refuse to cooperate with requests for information, the Commissioner could publicly disclose this fact, which would send a signal to consumers of the privacy implications of the organization's practices. The organization would, in turn, have to explain to its customers why it's not respecting Canadian privacy law. And this change will ensure that Canadians are informed and are aware of issues that affect their privacy so that they can make educated choices to protect themselves. Mr. Speaker, our government is taking action to give Privacy Commissioner powerful tools, new tools to promote compliance with PIPEDA, whether through binding agreements, the possibility of court action, or being held to public account. These proposed amendments will increase the accountability of organizations to maintain good privacy practices, and if they don't report a breach, they're heavily fined for each event, each name that is disclosed. They're fined up to $100,000. That, Mr. Speaker, when you've got thousands of clients, can add up to quite a bit of money.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her intervention on this important bill today. Mr. Speaker, in committee, one of the issues that was discussed at length is elder financial abuse. I'd like to ask the member how Bill S4 is going to work to fight or combat this serious problem in our society today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague who sits on the committee with me. Unfortunately, senior abuse is a tragic fact in our society, and our government has put forth common-sense proposals in the Digital Privacy Act to combat financial abuse of seniors. The Digital Privacy Act does not broadly expand warrantless disclosure, but narrowly allows banks and other financial institutions to voluntarily disclose financial abuse to the proper authorities. It's a targeted proposal that will help combat the unfortunate situation of financial abuse of our elderly.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saint-Bruno-St. Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak on such an important subject, the protection of private information. We need to amend the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act so that it meets the needs of the digital age. This bill would impose new requirements when it comes to collecting, using, and sharing personal information by a business or an organization. The problem with this bill, and what I find very troubling about it, is the provision which would allow for the sharing of private information between different organizations without a warrant. Indeed, without a warrant, Mr. Speaker, and without the consent of the person, the individual in question. This is extremely troubling. While the title of this bill is the Digital Privacy Act, it contains a provision which could have considerable negative effects on the protection of private information. This seems particularly contradictory, Mr. Speaker. Once again, this Conservative government is showing that they spend more time writing the grandiloquent titles of these bills instead of working on the contents of these bills. It's also extremely important to note that between the time when this bill was written and the debate today, the Supreme Court rendered a decision which reiterates the fact that information such as data on Internet service providers and client data such as IP addresses, names, email addresses, and telephone numbers, etc., are private information, and they cannot be obtained without a warrant. And it's not just me saying that, that's a Supreme Court decision. So I have major concerns about the constitutionality of this provision in the bill. The government must respect the decision of the Supreme Court, and it must eliminate all provisions from this bill which would allow for private information to be shared without a warrant. During the study in committee, a number of witnesses raised concerns about this provision, Mr. Speaker. The Privacy Commissioner, for example, said the following in his presentation: allowing such disclosures to prevent potential fraud may open the door to widespread disclosures and routine sharing of personal information among organizations on the grounds that this information might be useful to prevent future fraud. Yes, we want to protect private information, but by allowing access to private information without a warrant, without consent, and without judiciary oversight and transparency. This is pretty shady, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative record when it comes to protecting private information is, well, it's pretty disappointing, and Bill S4 won't change the past. Over the space of just 1 year, government organizations secretly made at least 1.2 million requests to telecommunications companies for private information without warrants and without an appropriate oversight mechanism. Why? Why did they ask for this information? Well, we don't know. The government should have used Bill S4 to fix the gaps in the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, which allow for this kind of information transfer and sharing without judicial oversight, without consent, and without transparency. Another provision of this bill particularly shocked me, Mr. Speaker. It requires businesses to declare the loss or the breach of private information if and only if it is reasonable to believe that the breach creates a real risk of harm. So in other words, it's up to the business itself to decide if, yes or no, the authorities need to be informed after a data breach. That's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. This measure encourages businesses to not report data breaches if it creates a real risk of significant harm to the individual. So this conflict of interest, a clear conflict of interest, should be a fatal blow to this bill, because no business would have any advantage in reporting a private data breach. In fact, it would be in their interest to hide that. Doing so would allow the business to avoid having to spend money, and it would protect its reputation, protect it from other hassles. This would also prevent a privacy commissioner's audit, and this bill is going to create a culture of non-reporting where the privacy commissioner will be simply left to observe what's going on. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives say that they've presented a balanced bill, but we can do much, much better. We are more and more aware of the problems caused by improper protection of private data, and so we need a better bill. We need a bill that will guarantee that Canadians' private information is protected in the best possible way. This bill has not been properly studied, and it needs to be fixed. Canadians deserve better, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. I understand that my colleague, when she says she was shocked by the provision that would allow businesses to decide whether or not to report data breaches to an individual. So the business is left to basically police itself. What's particularly surprising here is that the Conservatives are refusing to learn from the most qualified experts in this field. For example, the Privacy Commissioner, Mr. Daniel Terrien. We know that with Bill C-51, once again, the Conservatives have, well, they tried to avoid hearing from the Privacy Commissioner. In fact, they didn't invite him to committee. But here the Privacy Commissioner was allowed to speak before the committee on this bill. So I'd like to ask my colleague to comment on the fact that reasonable NDP amendments that took into account the Privacy Commissioner's comments were refused by the government without any discussion. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Limoilou for his very important question. So as I've already said, since the beginning of the 41st Parliament, the Conservative government has showed many times that they're very much in favor of self-regulation, and we've seen this in a number of fields. Could it be whether with rail safety, rails, or in the area of prescription drugs as well. And now we're in the area of private information, personal information. And yet, 18 amendments were tabled at committee, and the Privacy Commissioner had also suggested that amendments are needed to this bill that take into account the Supreme Court's decision. But we know that, well, for the Conservatives, protecting private information is a very touchy issue. So I'd like to know, what is their priority? Is sharing private information without consent, without authorization, a priority? Or income splitting?
Question and commentaire. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask my honourable colleague across the way why she's opposed to the position of the Privacy Commissioner. The Privacy Commissioner came to committee. In fact, is almost every witness. There were some that didn't agree with S4, and as we've heard before, there's diverse opinions, but vast majority supported what S4 presents, the changes that it presents, and the Privacy Commissioner was one of those. So why does the NDP ideology get in the way of recommendations from the committee and actually the Privacy Commissioner?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert, you have 1 minute. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to answer my colleague from across the way with some facts and some key numbers. We know that in just 1 year, the Conservatives, as I mentioned in my speech, made at least 1.2 million requests to telecommunications companies for Canadians' private information. And we know that 70% of Canadians are less well protected than 10 years ago. That's based on a survey of Canadians working in privacy protection in 2013. 97% of Canadians want organizations to advise them to report privacy breaches. And it's been clearly proven that there is a directive that is not clear here, and which surprises me, the fact that there is not authorization or consent required, nor any legal judiciary oversight.
Debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to speak to Bill S4 today, the Digital Privacy Act, which was recently reviewed by the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Bill S4 introduces a number of important improvements to the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act that will increase the level of privacy protection for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, PIPEDA is privacy legislation that has been in place for more than a decade now. Under the law, organizations are expected to apply stronger protections in situations that are privacy sensitive. As an overriding rule, businesses must limit what they do when it comes to the collection, use, and disclosure of personal information to activities that one would consider reasonable and appropriate in the circumstances. Mr. Speaker, not all individuals have the same capacity to understand what is reasonable and appropriate, nor can they necessarily appreciate the immediate or long-term consequences of providing information about themselves to a commercial enterprise. This is particularly true of minors. The range of online activities today's kids engage in is astounding. They take part in multiplayer games with people from all over the world. They explore virtual worlds. They join chat rooms and post comments, photos, and videos about themselves and their friends. Today's kids have grown up with the internet and digital technologies. Social networks, gaming consoles, and smartphones have always been a part of their lives. When kids interact with their friends and when they play games, more often than not, it's through technology. According to a survey conducted in 2013, more than 30% of grades 4 to 6 students have Facebook accounts. By grade 11, 95% of students have such an account. Digital technology offers tremendous benefits to children's education, development, and social lives. In today's digital economy, children must be able to safely and securely use networked technologies and access the online world if they're able to develop the skills that they will later need to find jobs in the digital marketplace. What children may not be aware of is that the information they share in the context of online play or learning can actually have unintended consequences. Online personal information has become an enormous source of revenue for companies. Kids are able to play online games, download and use apps, and talk to their friends at no cost because companies offering these services generate revenue by harvesting and using personal information for profiling and marketing purposes. Mr. Speaker, this government does not wish to prevent today's youth from fully realizing the benefits of the digital world. The skills they develop through these many online activities will provide them with significant advantages when they enter the job market as young adults. This government fundamentally believes that digital literacy and skills are at the core of what is needed for individuals to succeed in today's digital economy. However, with an increased online presence comes added risks. Strong protections for children's online privacy are needed. PIPEDA already contains defenses that safeguard the personal information of minors. For example, the Act prohibits organizations from using deceptive means to obtain consent. Most importantly, it requires companies to limit the purposes for which they collect, use, or disclose personal information to reasons that individuals would consider reasonable and appropriate in the circumstances. Bill S-4 enhances these protections by clearly setting out requirements that organizations must meet when obtaining consent. These new provisions will have a positive impact, especially when it comes to the protection and the privacy of children. The new measures will require organizations to clearly explain why they are collecting information, what they will do with it once they have it, and what the consequences of providing it will be. What's more, they must provide this explanation in a way that can be understood by the audience they are targeting with their product or service. This means that any business targeting children must pay very close attention. The amendments in Bill S-4 means that from a legal perspective, when a company is seeking permission to collect, use, or disclose personal information from a group of individuals, such as children, it must take steps to ensure that these individuals are able to fully understand what would happen to that information. In practice, this would mean that the organization's request for information is easily understood by the target audience. This includes making sure the wording and language used in the request is age appropriate. For example, a video game designed and marketed to preteens would clearly need to take a different approach to obtaining the consent of players to collect personal information than a video game marketed to adults. Mr. Speaker, we heard from a number of witnesses during the committee's consideration of this bill, and the majority were supportive of our government's proposed amendments in Bill S4 to enhance consent. The Privacy Commissioner of Canada repeatedly expressed his support for the amendment. This is what the Privacy Commissioner told the committee, and I quote, "Consent is a big part of PIPEDA, and I think it's useful to have this clarification of what actually is consent. We obviously know that it is a huge challenge for organizations to properly advise individuals of the reasons they collect information and they use it, so any tool that enhances, that provides an incentive for organizations to be clearer and to take into account the context of the individual or consumer, I think helps Canadians." End of quote. The Commissioner further emphasized, so when the individual is a child, if your product is addressed to children, you should think about what is reasonable to expect of a child in understanding the consent being sought. Overall, I think again the definition of consent in Bill S4 will assist generally and will assist particularly groups that are more vulnerable, like children. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, privacy information must be clear to the user. The privacy policy should be specific to whatever service the child is using and not be a one-fits-all privacy policy. The Standing Committee also heard support for this amendment from a number of other witnesses, including from business. For example, the Marketing Research Intelligence Association, a national self-regulatory body that represents Canada's survey research industry, wrote in a submission to the committee that it fully supports the enhanced consent requirements of this bill. The association noted in particular that the amendment, quote, provides added clarity for organizations when they seek the valid consent of an individual when collecting, sharing, and disclosing their personal information. We believe that specifying the elements of valid consent will go a long way to protecting the most vulnerable Canadians, such as seniors and children." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, our government has already taken significant action when it comes to protecting children online. We have made important progress to shield our children from online intimidation, cyberbullying, and other similar threats and abuse through amendments to the Criminal Code of Canada, which were passed under the Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act. The amendments put forward under the Digital Privacy Act build on those actions taken to address cyberbullying and represent additional real and tangible measures to protect Canadians and their families from online threats. PIPEDA has been enforced since 2001. Concerns about the protection of children's online privacy were raised with Parliament in 2007 during the first statutory review of this Act. There was general consensus among witnesses that children warrant extra privacy protection given their particular vulnerability to deceptive and privacy-invasive practices. Indeed, at the conclusion of its review of the Act, Parliament recommended that the government examine the issue of consent by minors to determine if PIPEDA should be amended. Our government heard stakeholder concerns and are responding to the recommendations of committee by introducing enhanced protections for the privacy of minors that is now before the House. This is an important amendment, and it, along with all other measures on this bill, should be passed quickly. The Digital Privacy Act takes real and tangible steps to protect society's most vulnerable individuals. I hope honourable members will join me in supporting this bill so that these new protections can come into force quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. We only have time for one short question and short answer. L'honorable député de La Salle.
The honourable member for La Salle-Limar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the member's speech, and he also sits on the industry committee, if I'm not mistaken. I'd like to know whether the government is anxious to enact this bill, because there are still some concerns about the protection of privacy. The commissioner raised those concerns. Can the member elaborate on what he sees in this bill that is actually going to protect the privacy of Canadians' communications? Honest, law-abiding Canadians. Are there things in this bill that will truly protect Canadians' communications?
You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend opposite. Mr. Speaker, this committee heard many witnesses bringing views and testimony from both sides of the spectrum. And I think it's important to note, as per my colleague's question, the Digital Privacy Act, this act, is going to require organizations to tell Canadians if their personal information has been lost or stolen, and impose heavy fines on companies that deliberately break the rules up to $100,000. Place strict limits on the type of personal information companies can disclose. Establish new rules to protect the privacy of vulnerable Canadians, particularly children, as I just discussed. Provide provisions to protect seniors from financial abuse, something we've spoken about extensively this afternoon. Include measures to allow the use of information to help finding missing children, and give the Privacy Commissioner of Canada more power to enforce the law and help hold offenders to account. I think, Mr. Speaker, S4 meets those objectives more than adequately.
Order à l'ordre, comme à 17h30.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded vision on the motion of Mr. Donnelly relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
Alors, la question.
Order. The question is as follows.
Donnelly, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. Donnelly, seconded by Mr. Chiquan, moved that, in the opinion of the House, a standalone covenant of moral, social, legal, and fiduciary obligation exists between the Canadian people and the government to provide equitable financial compensation and support services to past and active members of the Canadian Armed Forces who have been injured, disabled, or have died as a result of military service, and to their dependents, which the government is obligated to fulfill.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Mulcair. Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harrison John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Christofferson.
Christofferson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin
Madame
Sweet.
Boutin Sweet.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Maille.
Mr. Maille.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Rankin. Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Droguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulritz.
Mr. Boulritz.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Giguère.
Mr. Giguère.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Ravignan.
Mr. Ravignan.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Leblanc, la Salémar.
Madame Leblanc, la Salémar.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tsabaïtson.
Monsieur Tsabaïtson.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quach.
Madame Quach.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin Saint-Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Mélo.
Monsieur Nunez-Mélo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutinofiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutinofiard.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mrs. Aglukar.
Mrs. Aglukar.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond
Ms.
East.
Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightwright.
Mr. Brightwright.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Ms. Rampo.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Campbell Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campbell Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Ms. Brownie Market Aurora.
Ms. Brownie Market Aurora.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown leads Granville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crampton Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampton Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Allen Tobic McAfee.
Mr. Alan McNackle.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sofa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hilliard.
Mr. Hilliard.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williams.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Fall.
Mr. Fall.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Barlow. Pardon.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eichling.
Mr. Eichling.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Scarpeligia.
Mr. Scarpeligia.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Bellavance.
Mr. Bellavance.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 266, 266. Nays contre, aucun, nil.
I declare the motion carried. This is the honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As you know, the practice in this House is that we stand and we vote in our seats. The Minister of National Defence is not in his seat. He is in the seat of the Minister of Industry. And that is a practice that is a long-standing parliamentary tradition, Mr. Speaker. So I would ask you to, since he was not in his seat, to rule on the matter.
Order. Thank the honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster for bringing this to the attention of the House. As is customarily the case when members are standing in their place to vote, I note that the Honourable Minister of Defence essentially is normally seated immediately next to the Honourable Minister for Industry. And when members are standing in their place, they're essentially in the same place as where their seat is. The fact that the Minister of Defence happens to be sitting in a different chair at the moment, I don't know necessarily negates the fact that he was essentially standing in his place at the time of the vote, and therefore his vote will count. It now being 6:15, the House will proceed with orders of the day, order du jour.
Private member's business. Second reading of Bill C-661. In the name of Madame Reynaud, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of family farm or fishing corporation.
Madame Reynaud.
Ms. Reynaud, seconded by Ms. Brasso, moves that Bill C-661, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of family farm or fishing corporation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I table today my bill, C-661, the Facilitating the Transfer of Family Farm or Fishing Corporations Act. First, I would like to explain the goal of this bill, and then I will speak to the problem that it addresses and the greater issue at hand today. I firmly believe that this is a step in the right direction for our local economies, and I hope that I will have the support of the House in its entirety for our farmers and fishers. It will be up to my colleagues to decide what they think, but I firmly believe that they will agree with me that this bill is a clear solution to one of today's major problems. As you probably know, I was a farmer for a number of years in Saint-Alexis-de-Montcalm in the Lanaudière region. I had and I managed a vegetable farm, and I also set up a canning facility so that I could distribute my products myself. It wasn't a very big farm, but for my family and myself, it was a good, honorable living. The bill that I've tabled today is inspired by that experience because I want to make sure that farmers in my region and elsewhere in the country are able to have access to the flexibility that they need to get through challenging times. Bill C-661 would amend the Income Tax Act in order to provide that, in the case of shares of capital stock of a family farm or fishing corporation, siblings are deemed not to be operating at arm's length and to be related. This bill, as you'll understand, is a very, very small change to the Income Tax Act. But in the current context, and as I will explain, I'm sure that you will understand to what extent this is a necessary change. Currently, Section 55 of the Income Tax Act is the only that does not recognize the relationship, the family relationship between siblings. This is an anomaly in a 3,000-page act. So we have this one little paragraph, the only one where siblings are not deemed to be related. So after a few explanations and with a bit of an explanation of the context that of the problems that are caused by this anomaly, I'm sure that you'll recognize that it's necessary that we act. The provisions at subparagraph 55(2) were established as anti-avoidance measures to prevent fraud. Without this subparagraph, It would be possible, for example, for a joint stock company to create another business to transfer a certain and transfer a certain value to that new company to reduce the business's value at the time of transaction. It's a simple operation, but if it were to become something that happened on a larger scale, it could lead to major income losses for the government and basically would amount to tax dodging. But when it comes to siblings who work together on a shared ownership farm, well, that's another story. The value of agricultural land has shot up in recent years. So it would be impossible to pay even just the tax on the transaction value of the land if one of the partners left the business. And that's what's happening right now. There are a couple of ways to deal with this problem, but they are complex and costly and sometimes impossible, and farmers aren't currently able to access them today. The first means is the one that I've just explained. So to create a new company and transfer some of the shares of the company to save taxes at the time of the transaction. Now, this provision is only available to those who are recognized as being related persons, and that's not the case for siblings at the present time. The other method, which is sometimes used, leads to costs that are so prohibitively high that only big business can afford them. Tax specialists hesitate to use them without seeking an advance tax ruling from the Canada Revenue Agency, and that can cost $10,000 to $20,000 in accountant costs, as well as causing a lengthy time delay. It can take up to a year, and so that leads to uncertainty about the future of the business, and the entire operation can cost into the six figures. According to the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, this method can't be used by any businesses that are worth less than $2 million. In Canada, what we're seeing right now is that the biggest businesses are monopolizing agricultural land. For example, from 2010 to 2011, 5,400 farms with revenues of between $100,000 and $250,000 ceased operating. Over the last 10 years, about 15,000 small farms have been shuttered. Now, that's a lot. And we've also seen that the market has accelerated this trend. Between 2007 and 2012, over 22,000 family farms shut their doors. And in just 1 year, 2011 to 2012, the net value of the richest farms in Canada has gone up by $1 million, while the net value of medium-sized farms, so those that earn between $100,000 and $250,000, have been stable, and we're seeing this trend continue today.
Obviously, you have to wonder how family farms can survive under these circumstances. And that's why my bill is so important. It provides a clear solution to the problem of farms that are owned among siblings. These entrepreneurs need greater flexibility, and I know we can help them out with that. It would be for the well-being of our regional economies if we could ensure the survival of family farms and that spirit of entrepreneurship. We shouldn't expect the trend to reverse itself. If you look at the figures, they're actually quite worrisome. Over the past 23 years, the value of land in Quebec has shot up by 600%. That's a huge increase. That's attractive to financial institutions that want to get into real estate speculation. But that out-of-control increase in land values is a risk for the future of our industry. In Quebec, the number of transactions shot up by 67% last year alone, and the value of land shot up by 84%. The main players in these transactions have no interest in agriculture. They're private pension and investment funds hoping to take advantage of this incredible increase in values with real estate speculation. In this context, it's hardly surprising that Saskatchewan enacted legislation very recently to prevent pension and investment funds from buying up farmland. If you think that's a bit of a drastic solution, just think that in this case, the market couldn't balance itself. And this was endangering the future of agriculture in Canada's breadbasket. Because Saskatchewan is the province where the overall value of farmland has increased the most. In 2014, 18.7%. I don't know if you have any RRSPs, Mr. Speaker, but very few Canadian families can boast of gains of 18.7% last year. Next after Saskatchewan, Quebec is the province with the highest increase in farmland values at 15.7%, followed by Ontario at 12.4%. All that in 1 year. Under the circumstances, we should be helping family farms because they can survive and ensure the survival of our farming industry in Canada. A young person wanting to get into agriculture has virtually no chance these days of raising enough money to buy a farm. In fact, even the children of farmers have trouble taking over the family farm. It's a real problem where I'm from. The solution is thus this small change proposed in Bill C-661, which would enable siblings to own a farm together and take up the torch that way, take over the farm from their parents. It's more important now than ever because less than 1 farm in 10 is operated by a farmer under the age of 40. So there are going to be more and more transfers, intergenerational transfers in the years to come, and we should provide the next generation with the tools they need to pull off this intergenerational transfer. This change to the Income Tax Act is minimal, but the impact is huge. It wouldn't cost the government anything, although there might be a slight drop in revenue. On the whole, I think our regions will be better off if we have strong farm operations and a new generation that can do the job. So ultimately, this is the right thing to do for our economy. The president of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, Ron Bonnet, agrees with me on this point. He says they're pleased to see Bill C-61 before the House because it provides a clear solution to the problem by creating the flexibility they need to reorganize their operations. He went on to say that co-ownership among siblings will be the frequent result of a number of intergenerational transfers over the next decade, and they look forward to seeing this problem solved for farmers nationwide. This bill will have a positive impact, a direct impact, on a number of farms and will make it possible for the intergenerational transfer to occur where farm corporations are owned by siblings. And for children wanting to invest themselves wholeheartedly in the family business, this will give them the guarantee that they'll be able to reorganize over time without fearing for the survival of the family farm. The NDP works with farmers because we believe in this industry. It represents 1 job in 10 in Canada. An important major part of our economy and our culture depends on it. And I want to ensure farmers that the NDP is fighting hard to preserve the future of the family farm. In conclusion, I hope this bill will be referred to committee and that there will be enriching discussions of the issues related to the next generation of farmers in Canada because it's very important. I would encourage all my colleagues to join with me and show farmers that we've heard their message and that their concerns are heard all the way here in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague sincerely for this bill and all her work on the Agriculture Committee and all the time she devotes to her region. This bill will be a step in the right direction to help farmers. 1 in 2 farm transfers here in Canada fails. 1 in 8 jobs depends on agriculture, so it's a very important thing to support. We need to have a nationwide food strategy. I'd like the member for Joliette to comment on what support there is for her bill and what difference this will make in the lives of farmers all across the country, because we know that farmers are getting older, they're thinking of retiring, but we need to keep feeding ourselves. So I'd like to hear, I guess we want to pass this as quickly as possible. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé. This bill, Mr. Speaker, one of the purposes of this bill is to ensure our own food sovereignty. And as my colleague said, the cost of farms is rising so rapidly that young people can't afford to buy a farm, even from their own parents, and that's serious because only big corporations are snatching up farmland, but I'm sure we don't want our farmers to become employees of major corporations, as is happening elsewhere in the world. So I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and I hope this bill will be passed. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and congratulate her, the member for Joliette, on taking this initiative with this bill, and at the same time, in her speech, she made a number of references to major corporations, to multinationals. I'd like to know, has she been able to assess the tax consequences of this bill? What has she done to limit this provision to medium and small size businesses? Because I understand that that's her intention, is to promote small business. The honourable member for Joliette. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The government will not lose any tax income because, as I said in my speech, when people want to sell, if my colleague from Berthier and I were colleagues, were partners, and she wanted to get out of the farm because she became a member, well, I couldn't even buy her share. And even if I bought her share, I wouldn't have the money to do it, and she wouldn't have the money to pay the tax on what I gave her. So that's a problem. And that prevents family farms from being able to continue, because it's the family farm that generates all of the economic activity in our regions. That's what the regions depend on. And of course, these are small and medium-sized businesses. And I understand that the family farm, I know lots of farms where there might be 3, 4, 5 siblings living off one farm. So it's still a family farm because there are no foreigners or strangers that own part of it. So it's important to save the family farm, and I think that it would be the political will to save our farms.
Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today let me once again reassure members opposite, including the Honourable Member from Joliet, that our government is always standing up for the interests of Canadian farmers and fishers and others who own and operate businesses in Canada. Our government has worked hard to foster an environment in which businesses can grow and contribute to Canada's long-term prosperity. To help small businesses grow and create jobs, this government has delivered substantial, ongoing tax relief to small businesses and their owners. Let me remind the member of a few. On September 11, 2014, the government announced further action to create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity with the introduction of the Small Business Job Credit. This credit is expected to save small businesses more than $550 million over 2015 and 2016. This measure builds on substantial support for small businesses, including reducing the small business tax rate to 11% as of 2008, and increasing the amount of annual income eligible for this lower rate from $300,000 to $400,000 in 2007 and to $500,000 in 2009. Reducing the general corporate income tax rate to 15% in 2012 from 22.12% in 2007. This benefits successful small businesses on their way to becoming big businesses when their income exceeds $500,000. Increasing the lifetime capital gains exemption on qualified small business shares to $750,000 from $500,000 in 2007. The government further increased the exemption to $800,000 for 2014 and indexed the limit to inflation, bringing it to $813,600 for 2015. The exemption is estimated to be delivering over $1 billion of federal tax relief annually to small business owners and owners of farm and fishing businesses. But more recently, Mr. Speaker, Economic Action Plan 2015 goes even further, introducing a new reduction in the small business tax rate. It also proposes to further increase the lifetime capital gains exemption to $1 million for qualified farm and fishing property disposed of on or after April 21, 2015. With respect to the small business tax rate, which was reduced to 11% in 2008, it generally applies to the first $500,000 per year of qualifying active business income. This preferential rate allows small businesses to retain more earnings than can be used to reinvest and create jobs. Almost 700,000 small businesses benefit annually from this lower rate, including farmers and fishers. To further encourage small business growth, Economic Action Plan 2015 proposes to further reduce the small business tax rate to 9% by 2019. It's estimated that this measure will reduce taxes for small businesses and their owners by $2.7 billion over the 2015-16 to 2019-20 period. Take the example of a small business with $500,000 of taxable income. As a result of actions already taken by the government to reduce the small business tax rate and increase the amount of income eligible for that rate, the amount of federal corporate income tax paid by this small business would be 34% lower in 2015 than in 2006. When the proposed reduction in the small business tax rate takes full effect in 2019, the amount of federal corporate income tax paid by that small business would be 46% lower than in 2006. In other words, for this business, our government's measures provide an annual tax reduction of up to $38,600 that can be reinvested in the business to fuel its growth. Mr. Speaker, small businesses, many of them in rural Canada, are saving thousands of dollars in annual business taxes. That is money that can be reinvested in their business to help it grow and prosper. We recognize the important contribution rural communities make to our economy, and we are committed to helping them achieve their goals. We're proud of our commitment to supporting Canada's farmers, who are the backbone of our country, which is why we have consistently recognized the value of farmers when it comes to job creation and opportunity. A strong rural Canada makes for a stronger economy overall. Mr. Speaker, now let me turn your attention to Bill C-661, a bill that proposes a relieving income tax amendment to expand the scope of an exception to an existing anti-avoidance rule. Currently, an existing income tax rule generally prevents corporate shareholders from avoiding tax on the sale of their shares by receiving tax-deductible intercorporate dividends that reduce an accrued capital gain before the share sale. Bill C-661 proposes a relieving income tax amendment to expand the scope of an exception to that existing anti-avoidance rule. This exception is currently available for spouses and their children, as they are presumed to have shared economic interests. In the farming and fishing context, tax-deferred transfers of assets are generally permitted between spouses, and parents can leave farming or fishing property to their children without triggering capital gains tax. In contrast, siblings who are shareholders in the same business are considered to have separate economic interests, and therefore they are not eligible for this exception for closely related persons. This is consistent with many tax rules which generally do not accommodate tax-deferred transfers of assets between siblings. Instead, like other taxpayers in business together, the existing rules already allow them to divide their corporate interests on a tax-deferred basis, as long as each of them receives their pro rata share of each type of property in the business being split up. This exception allows siblings to divide a farming or fishing business into two separate farming or fishing businesses that they can carry on separately. Bill C-661 would allow siblings to benefit from the first exception as if they had shared economic interests. In effect, this would enable siblings to exit the farming or fishing business while deferring capital gains tax. This would be a special tax concession, not available to other shareholders in similar circumstances, and inconsistent with the general scheme of the tax rules, which generally limit tax-deferred asset transfers to spouses and, in some cases, children. What makes this PMB all the stranger, Mr. Speaker, is that the same member is extremely opposed to income splitting. The member opposite doesn't believe that a married couple is a single economic unit. Yet now, the NDP is arguing that brothers and sisters or siblings are a single economic unit and should be allowed an exemption for this purpose. It'd be interesting to hear the NDP explain this contradictory stance. How can they make a distinction between the two, Mr. Speaker? Bill C-661 would loosen the application of the anti-avoidance rule at a time when the government is trying to strengthen integrity of the tax system by closing loopholes that allow tax avoidance. This bill would provide a special tax benefit to a very small group of taxpayers in very specific circumstances. To conclude, since 2006, our government has been working hard to promote the interests of our farmers and fishers. We also recognize that Canadians have the food choices they have thanks to the hard work of our farmers and fishers. Through Economic Action Plan 2015, Canadian farmers and fishers will be able to save more for their retirement through the increase in the lifetime capital gains exemption. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, given all of the aforementioned consideration, we do not support this proposed bill, and we encourage all members to vote against it. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dear colleagues, I am honoured to speak today and address this House on Bill C-661, which was introduced by the member for Joliette. This act amends the Income Tax Act concerning the transfer of family farms or fishing corporations. More specifically, I will talk about the importance of family businesses and of the major challenge represented by the transfer of a business, as well as the economic implications of the agriculture, fishing, and fishing sector, as well as flourishing small and medium businesses. First, family businesses, for example, farms or fisheries, represent the dream or the reality of many Canadians. However, our society has changed, and even though we benefit from and depend on the well-being of these industries, many of our lives are far removed from these realities. That is why each time we debate an issue concerning farms or fisheries, I appreciate being able to consult with my colleagues who come from these fascinating worlds, and I have many of them in my caucus, Mr. Speaker. I would like to underscore the importance of their contribution to this bill and to this House and to the study of this bill in particular. Agriculture and fisheries have also changed, and we must ensure that the legislation around them changes as well. A primary objective, which remains relevant when we discuss this bill, is that the primary intent of the Income Tax Act measures should always be in force. In a bill such as this one, which is so long and complex, I'm referring to the Income Tax Act, it is easy, Mr. Speaker, to lose track of the intent behind each measure. And the danger is that this might give rise to inconsistency. So we need to keep this concept in mind. Although the agricultural and fishery sectors have changed considerably, family businesses remain at the center of the agri-food sector in Canada. Family farms are good employers, and Canadian fishers are excellent contributors to our communities. Each of them represent the wealth of our culture in this country and elsewhere. In the case of my party, we were proud to promote these sectors and to represent their interests in government at the time, and we continue to support them today. The current context is particularly difficult. Estimates show that most farming and fishery enterprises, family enterprises, will change hands over the next decade, which also is reflected in small businesses. We will want to make sure that when they do change hands, this is done as effectively as possible. Those who have worked in these areas, whether it be as heads of small businesses or as support for these businesses, will all tell you that the first time a business is handed down, this is the largest obstacle to its sustainability. Therefore, my colleagues will understand why my party wants to give every chance possible to fishing corporations and family farms so that they can survive when they change hands. In the current difficult economic context, this is essential. Here are a number of reasons why a transfer to a family member, whether it be a brother, a sister, or a child, should be supported by the law. First, it is clear that these sectors, I'm talking about fishing and farming, call for a level of expertise and familiarity that is considerable. Family members often have this advantage and can develop their skills and knowledge. Also, family and farm businesses are also part and parcel of a family's daily life. Imagine having grown up on a farm or on the seashore. This definitely allows, for example, a sibling who is going to take over the farm or the fishing sector to make it a success. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to note it is not all of these business people who are lucky enough to be able to transfer these businesses smoothly and in a foreseeable fashion. Perhaps they have no children, perhaps their children have gone to live in the city, perhaps they're at school, or they are simply not interested. There are many reasons, but if a sibling is available to take over this business, and if they are reliable, we should allow them to do so. In fact, such a takeover or bequest can suit everyone. Instead of rushing an inheritance by a child of a family to take advantage of tax rules and then watch the business collapse because the person is not looking after it properly, then everyone is a winner if a brother or sister buys this business. Then, if needed, they can hire the next generation and eventually turn it over to them. If the survival of this business is encouraged, then Canada's economy wins out. These are just some of the factors that lead me to believe that we must allow for the handover of such a business to a sibling with the same tax benefits that apply to children. In fact, in many cases, siblings, given that they have generally lived close by the business in question, have additional relevant experience, and the survival of the farm or the fishing corporation can depend on them. By supporting this bill, We are simply seeking to ensure that the Income Tax Act does not discourage those who are best qualified in the family to take over the farm or the fishing corporation simply for tax reasons. Such a market distortion would definitely be bad for both of these industries. I am therefore pleased, Mr. Speaker, to support Bill C-661, and I urge my colleagues to study this bill with a mind to the future of small and medium-sized businesses, especially in the farm and fishing sectors, given the current difficult economic context. We must be able to help these people to acquire these businesses because often they don't have the means to do so. Mr. Speaker, let us do our share. Let us support this bill for the good of the Canadian economy. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend the introduction of Bill C-661, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of family farm or fishing corporation. This bill was tabled by my NDP colleague, the member for Joliette. It is a great stride in the right direction to ensure the transfer of a farm or a fishing corporation to a member of the family. This bill would allow us to fix a number of problems that family farms and the next generation of farmers have to face. It makes good sense, and that is why I will be voting in favor of this bill, and I will do everything I can to ensure that it is adopted unanimously. Today, my speech will seek to show how this bill is in the same vein as the ideas proposed by the NDP over the past 4 years, and I will try to show how it is indispensable for a healthy farm sector in our country. First, Mr. Speaker, this bill continues along the same lines as the work done by my NDP colleagues in the agricultural sector. Compared to the Conservatives, we attach a great deal of importance to small farmers and family farms. And once again, this bill proves that. Since the Conservative government came to power, it has fostered large businesses and large producers to the detriment of those that are smaller. The best example was with the Omnibus Bill C-18. Although it was important to update the farm sector, the government did not listen to small farmers and fostered seed producers instead. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I had to table a number of petitions signed by hundreds and even thousands of farmers criticizing various aspects of Bill C-18. We raised problems in committee and we proposed solutions through amendments on this omnibus bill, but as usual, the Conservatives dismissed our amendments out of hand. Traditionally, the NDP is the only party that has pledged through its actions to help family farms and small-scale farmers because we understand their indispensable role in our economies, our regions, and our society. The bill tabled by the member for Joliette also coincides with a pan-Canadian food strategy proposed by the NDP. We are the only Canadian party to have proposed this plan, which indirectly seeks to strengthen the economy of the regions by encouraging citizens to buy local. Right now, we are lagging behind as compared to other OECD countries and G8 countries. Great Britain and Australia have already adopted this type of strategy, and they are tried and true. We in the NDP believe that an overall policy on food would help stimulate the local economy, counter the rise in food insecurity in Canada, and would also deal with problems of accessibility on farms. Our plan, Food is Vital, would have been a good way to facilitate the next generation of farmers, to support planning for the takeover of farms, and to review the tax framework to make it easier for young people or families to take over farm businesses. This support for the farm sector is a societal choice made by the NDP, unlike the current government. Mr. Speaker, the government still has not announced what compensation it would be offering to dairy producers for the losses they will incur through CETA, despite many promises made. The government and my motion calls for the government to respect the promise made to dairy producers and the cheese industry in Quebec and Canada, who will be accepted by CETA, by revealing without delay the details of the financial compensation, providing for a long implementation of the agreement, ending the evasion of tariff quotas, and imposing the same production standards for importation. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there is still nothing on the table except for additional concern about the possible sacrifice of supply management for the sake of the TPP. You can see, Mr. Speaker, the farm sector is useful to the government only to balance their budget and for electioneering reasons. Neither should we forget the fiasco around the conservative reform to the temporary foreign workers program, especially in the farm sector. This sector was already suffering a labor shortage, and the government simply made things worse through its mismanagement that cost some $54 million to Quebec farmers. I urge all members to vote in favor of this bill, C-661, because it is indispensable to ensure a prosperous agricultural sector in the short, medium, and long term. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because it takes into account the realities of the farm sector. For many years, the farm sector has had to deal with numerous problems with regard to young farmers and the transfer of farms that has led to the dismantling of some of these farms. Here are some of these problems: the reduction in the number of farms, heavier debt, the inflation of the price of farm assets, sometimes rising to $5,000 an acre. This increase in the value of farm businesses, which is made worse by real estate speculation. This increases the wealth of producers, but it doesn't give them any more cash, which is something that is needed to transfer a farm. In the past 23 years in Quebec, the value of farmland has risen by 600%. Over 8,000 family farms have disappeared over the past 10 years. The number of farms in Quebec is dropping year by year across Canada, and the next generation is not following market prices. As Mr. Pierre-Luc Lacoste said before the Agricultural Committee in February, transferring of our farms is complicated. They cost a lot of money, and losses are always incurred. We need mechanisms to help farmers. And, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what this bill, introduced by the member for Joliette, seeks to do. It will allow farmers to save time, money, and worry by reducing red tape and the tax complications involved by transferring a farm to a sibling. It will also make joint ownership between siblings easier, because right now, 1 out of 2 farm transfers fail. This is an alarming statistic. If we want to ensure that more and more farms are dismantled and that our farm production decreases, then we should vote for this bill. Otherwise, we need to, or rather, to avoid the dismantling, and to ensure that our farm production rises, it is our duty as parliamentarians to adopt this bill as quickly as possible. It's a good step in the right direction. For the NDP, the choice is clear. We must support family farms and the next generation of farmers the best we can. This way, we will ensure the vitality of our farm sector and our regions. Farmers know that they can count on the NDP to defend their interests. We believe that an economy based on farmers who are businessmen is the best way of achieving their interests, and so we need to help family farms by giving them more flexibility. Less red tape and more savings. That is what we are seeking. Quebecers are worried about the fact that farmland is being monopolized. They want to prosper, and we will help them do that. I would like to thank the member for Joliette for all her work. I certainly hope that all parties in this House, all members in this House, will study this bill carefully and vote in favour of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly listening to some of the debate here, major concerns with regards to some of the issues as far as agriculture is concerned, and of course, young farmers have great opportunities, and they're using all of the tools that we have to make sure that they have these opportunities when it comes to farm succession planning. But, Mr. Speaker, our government is very much aware that a strong and vibrant farming and fishing sector benefits not only our rural communities, but also the country as a whole. Our agricultural sector is a recognized leader in the development of new products using Canada's field crops, while our country's fish and seafood are among the largest food sectors exported by Canada. So let me begin by focusing on how our government is proud to partner with farmers in building a prosperous agricultural sector in Canada. As you well know, the agriculture and agri-food sector in Canada amounts for over $100 billion in economic activity and provides employment to over 2.1 million people. Throughout Canada's history, it has played an integral role in our country's economy. That's why our government has continued to do what is necessary to support farmers and processors. As just one example, in April 2013, our government introduced the Growing Forward 2 policy framework, which is a $3 billion investment by federal, provincial, and territorial governments, and the foundation for our government agricultural programs and services, focusing on innovation, competitiveness, and market development. At the same time, unlike the opposition, we know that our prosperity is strongly linked to reaching out beyond our borders and forging new trade agreements. Increasing our exports to the largest, most dynamic and fastest-growing markets in the world is a key part of the Economic Action Plan. And we have acted to break down barriers that were preventing Canadian businesses from becoming more competitive on the world stage. Since 2006, the government has concluded free trade agreements with 38 countries, bringing Canada's total to 43. Last September, the Government of Canada and the European Union released the complex text of the historic Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. The agreement opens the way to vastly increased trade, job creation, and greater prosperity, providing preferred access to the world's largest and most lucrative market, with more than 500 million consumers in 28 countries. On January 1st, 2015, the landmark Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement entered into force, giving Canadian businesses a gateway to the dynamic Asian region. Further, in October 2014, we confirmed a foreign investment promotion and protection agreement with China, so that Canadian companies investing there are treated fairly and benefit from a more predictable, secure, and transparent investment climate. This brings to 28 the number of investment agreements Canada has with countries around the world. And, taken together, these agreements afford Canada preferential access to more than half of the world market. With new trade agreements complete and more soon to be in place, Economic Action Plan 2015 proposes $152 million in trade promotion investments over the next 5 years to help Canadian businesses fully capitalize on global opportunities. That money will be used to create a new export market development program to share the costs as small businesses pursue new export opportunities around the world, as well as for new resources for the Canadian Trade Commission service to support Canadian firms with on-the-ground intelligence and practical advice on foreign markets to help them achieve their goals. We're also creating a new internal trade promotion office to support federal, provincial, territorial negotiations to strengthen the economy within Canada's borders by comprehensively renewing the Agreement on International Trade. In addition, The expansion of agriculture and agri-food sector marketing and promotion activities will continue to secure Canada's position as one of the largest exporters of agricultural and agri-food products globally. I can assure you that we have a government that is working to set the right conditions for rural communities, farmers, and Canada's fishery to compete in Canada and around the world. In doing so, we are building one of our nation's strengths. In 2014, Canada exported $4.9 billion of fish and seafood products, an increase of $530 million from 2013. And approximately 85% of all fish landed by Canadian harvesters are exported to foreign markets. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, our government is standing up for the interest of Canadian farmers and fishers and others who own and operate businesses in Canada. We have continued to act to ensure that they can count on their investments of a lifetime, even when their working life has concluded. So, Mr. Speaker, in order to increase the potential rewards of investing in small business, farming, and fishing, Economic Action Plan 2013 increased the lifetime capital gains exemption, the LCGA, from $750,000 to $800,000 in 2014. And to ensure that the real value of this exemption is not eroded over time, we indexed the $800,000 LCGA limit to inflation. The first indexation adjustment occurred this year, raising the limit to $813,600 for 2015. Economic Action Plan 2015 proposes to further increase the exemption to $1 million for qualified farm or fishing property disposed of on or after April 21, 2015. In addition to increasing the exemption, last year the government simplified the tax rules relating to the lifetime capital gains exemption and the intergenerational rollover for taxpayers who carry on farming or fishing businesses in combination. To accomplish this, the government passed legislation to generally treat a taxpayer's combined farming and fishing business the same as a separate farming or fishing business conducted by the same taxpayer. This will ensure consistent treatment for taxpayers who conduct farming and fishing activities in different legal forms. Similarly, in 2009, the government extended the rule that helps farmers who dispose of breeding livestock due to drought conditions existing in specific regions in a given year to farmers affected by excess moisture conditions. This rule allows farmers to exclude up to 90% of the net sale proceeds from their taxable income until the year following the sale or a later year if the conditions persist. Economic Action Plan 2014 extended this tax deferral also to bees and to all types of horses that were over 12 months of age that were kept for breeding, effective for the 2014 and subsequent taxation years. Mr. Speaker, our government has made it our mission to put farmers and fishers first. And we firmly believe that Canadian farmers and fishers should be strong and profitable and able to capitalize on market opportunities. That commitment extended to Economic Action Plan 2015, which is why, Mr. Speaker, our government cannot support today's bill from the honourable member from Joliette. Bill C-661 proposes a relieving income tax amendment to expand the scope of an exemption to an existing anti-avoidance rule. This exemption is available for spouses and their children as they are presumed to have a shared economic interest. In the farming and fishing context, tax-deferred transfers of assets are generally permitted between spouses, and parents can leave farming or fishing properties to their children without triggering capital gains tax. In contrast, siblings who are shareholders in the same business are considered to have separate economic interests, and therefore they are not eligible for the exception for closely related persons. This is consistent with many tax rules which generally do not accommodate tax-deferred transfers of assets between siblings. I'm somewhat shocked that the NDP member would propose this considering their stance on income splitting. The honourable members opposite don't believe that a married couple or a single economic unit and are an economic unit and are highly opposed to income splitting, yet the individual opposite argues that the siblings are an economic unit and should be allowed an exemption for this purpose. I wonder how the NDP can explain how they can remain consistent if they now believe that siblings are that single economic unit. So that there's no confusion, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear that if siblings separate their farming or fishing business in equal amounts or their pro rata share of each type of property, they will continue to be able to take advantage of this exemption. Given these examples and many more, we cannot support the bill and we encourage all members to vote against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There are 4 minutes remaining for the honourable member for La Salle-Mar. 4 minutes. In the time allotted for private members' business today. Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that it's going to be very hard for me in just 4 minutes to share the passion that I have, that I share with the member for Joliette for agriculture, Mr. Speaker, and particularly for the future of our agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, I'm an agronomist. By training, I returned to school in 2004 to get an agriculture and environment degree. And in the course of my studies, and also over the years, while I grew up in a rural area, I've been able to see that farmers in Quebec, in particular, and I've since met farmers from across Canada, they are people who work very, very hard. They're people who are passionate about their work. They're passionate about putting food on our tables. But right now, Mr. Speaker, well, and this is why I went back to school to study in this field. Well, agriculture right now is in crisis. We're seeing that many businesses are having a hard time finding a next generation to pass things along to. And increasingly, we're seeing that there are many agricultural businesses that just don't have a next generation to pass things along to. So Bill C-661, my colleague, the member for Joliette, an act to amend the Income Tax Act to transfer a family farm or fishing corporation, would deal with this issue, the question of the next generation. And it would use Canada's tax laws to facilitate the transfer of a farm to a second generation. I should also say that the speakers from the official opposition side have also noted that right now there's a lot of speculation on agricultural land across Canada. Even recently in Saskatchewan, measures were put in place to prevent that because agricultural land is in high demand right now. In high demand from businesses that are not agricultural businesses, businesses that want to simply speculate on the real estate. And so we also need to ask ourselves, what kind of agriculture do we want in Canada? As we know, agriculture is not only very important to our economy, but it's also very important. It's important to our culture, and it's an important part of our history. So the question is, how do we develop agriculture, and how do we ensure that there are more and more participants in the agricultural field? And here I'm talking about frontline agriculture, if you will, because we know that the agricultural sector and the agri-food sector employs a huge number of Canadians, and it's growing. And it plays a major role in our economy. But it's on the front lines that we're starting to see that the next generation just isn't there. Farmers who are close to retiring or who are already at retirement age are worried about whether or not there will be a next generation. So in the few seconds that I have left to me here today, well, I'd like to say that my colleague, the member for Joliette, has put something on the table here in this House, a very important it's a very important theme. How can the Government of Canada, through tax measures, facilitate the transfer of farms to ensure that there is a next generation, to make sure that we have good, healthy agriculture in a healthy environment, and that we have agriculture that reflects us, that reflects Canada, that would allow our passionate farmers to produce food, healthy food for all Canadians, trusted by all Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, I could go on for quite a long time on this subject, and I think that this House should continue to discuss agriculture and its future in Canada. It's a major concern for us, and I hope that this debate will continue so that we can truly find solutions, concrete solutions, to ensure the future of our farmers. The Honourable Member for La Salle-Marne will have 5 minutes left to continue her comments when the House resumes debate on this motion. The time set aside for private members' business has now expired, and this bill now falls to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. And now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here this evening to discuss a question that I asked March 26th of this year concerning contracts at Davie Shipyard, a shipyard that has a great deal to contribute to Canada's Navy. The minister at the time answered that Davie just had to bid on all other contracts, and that was it. And I think that's unfortunate. And that's why I'd like to start by talking a little bit about Davie Shipyards. What is it? Well, it's a company that was founded in 1825. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a company that's 190 years old. To date, it has delivered 715 ships. They have 348 meters of dry dock, so the biggest dry dock in Canada, 5 construction bays, 6 docks, and 1,100 jobs. So this is not a very small shipyard. This is a huge shipyard for Canada. And last February, it was voted best North American shipyard for 2015 at the Lloyd's List Awards, American Maritime Awards. So it won out over all the other shipyards in North America. That's quite impressive. And so Davie hasn't gotten many contracts from the Government of Canada in recent years, 3 contracts for $24.6 million, whereas billions of dollars are being invested in shipyards on the West Coast. So to give you an idea of what the capacity of this shipyard is, well, their biggest contract is going to be built in their smallest dry dock, in the smallest part of the yard. So that gives you an idea of how much extra capacity there is. So Davie, with its current team, is working in a very proactive way. and the Canadian Navy currently has problems with its resupply ships. There aren't any left because these ships were built at the end of the 60s. They're being retired, and the Canadian Navy no longer has any resupply ships at sea, and that's been the case for over a year now. Davy submitted a proposal in this area. It's still being studied, and unfortunately, nothing has happened so far. So what I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, is that little contracts of $5 or $6 million, well, that's not necessarily good for Canada, and it doesn't correspond to the Davy shipyard's capacity to contribute to the Canadian Navy, and that's why I would ask the Minister to take into consideration the industrial capacity of this shipyard, which could make much greater contributions to the Canadian Navy and meet our needs. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm certainly pleased to take part in this debate this evening, but I have to tell you I'm a bit surprised that my colleague from the NDP has even asked this question, seeing it was the NDP who voted against our government's plan to build these ships in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Our government's decision to build these ships in Canada will create, in fact, 15,000 jobs right across this country. While the former interim leader, NDP leader, advocated for work to be taken away from Halifax and Seaspan, our government respects the fair, open, and competitive process that was used to choose the two shipyards to build these large vessels. In fact, Mr. Speaker, here's what the Auditor General had to say about the process involved in selecting the Irving and Seaspan shipyards, and I quote, "The competitive process for selecting two shipyards that was led by PWGSC resulted in a successful and efficient process, independent of political influence, carried out in an open and transparent manner," end of quote, Mr. Speaker. That being said, under our national shipbuilding procurement strategy, there remains a significant amount of work that other shipyards in Canada, including Davy, can bid on. In fact, the reality, Mr. Speaker, is I'm pleased to inform the honourable member and the House that Davy continues to undertake work for the federal government, and maybe he doesn't or isn't aware of this. In spring of 2014, a $6.5 million contract was awarded to Babcock Canada for critical refit work for the Canadian Coast Guard ship Louis St. Laurent. The shipyard portion of the work was carried out, in fact, by Davy. In October 2014, a $4.5 million contract was awarded to Babcock Canada for refit and vessel life extension work on the Coast Guard's Des Gros Soleil. And again, Davy carried out the shipyard portion of that work. On March 11, 2015, the Government of Canada awarded a $13.6 million contract to Davy for refit and vessel life extension work for the Coast Guard ship Earl Grey. Further, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister said in her response on March the 26th of this year, significant shipbuilding and support opportunities lie ahead under our national shipbuilding procurement strategy, and we continue to encourage Davy to compete for this work. For example, industry consultations are being held for an in-service support contract for the Arctic offshore patrol ships and the joint support ships. This work will, in fact, span a period of 20 to 30 years with an estimated value of over $5 billion. Small ship construction valued at an estimated $2 billion over the next 30 years has been set aside for Canadian shipyards, other than Irving Shipbuilding and Vancouver shipyards. Repair and refit work will also continue to be competed for by shipyards in accordance with the Government of Canada's fair and transparent procurement process. Mr. Speaker, the National Shipbuilding Procurement Strategy is still only in its early stages, but it's already reviving Canada's shipbuilding and marine industries and providing opportunities for shipyards right across this country. The industry itself has estimated that the strategy will create, as I said earlier, up to 15,000 jobs and more than $2 billion in annual economic benefits over the next 30 years. Mr. Speaker, that is definitely great news for Canadian shipyards and for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the Parliamentary Secretary that what I said had nothing to do with the budget or the Canadian strategy, and I also mentioned the three contracts. What I'm saying is that the Davy Shipyard has capacity. And there are problems. When I was talking about supply ships, Navy supply ships, we don't have any more. They're renting them from elsewhere, and they have to be adapted. And we won't have those ships under the strategy for a long time. And what are we supposed to do between now and then? That's one of the basic questions. And what's also important to know is that this is the biggest shipyard with the greatest available production capacity in Canada today. And there are needs. It seems to me the government seems to have some difficulty reconciling or putting these things together, production capacity on the one hand and the demand on the other. So what I'm saying, in quite a friendly way, is that Davie Shipyard is an underused partner. We're talking about good jobs, a lot of experience, huge production capacity, and this is part of the economic diversification of Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, our government's national shipbuilding procurement strategy not only offers opportunities for Davie, but all Canadian shipyards. For example, over $2 billion worth of work for the construction of smaller vessels will be tendered through a competitive process. A large in-service contract worth an estimated $5 billion will be tendered for the maintenance of Arctic offshore patrol ships and the joint support ships over 20 to 30 years. And also ship repair, refit, and maintenance will also continue to be contracted through a competitive process. Mr. Speaker, the strategy is already reviving Canada's shipbuilding and marine industries. It is estimated, as I mentioned earlier, that the strategy will create up to 15,000 jobs and more than $2 billion in annual economic benefits over the next 30 years. The Davie Shipyard is welcome to compete for this upcoming work, and we encourage it to do so, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise once again to call on this government to act now to address the gang violence that's happening in my community of Surrey. Crime levels in Surrey have been reached crisis levels, Mr. Speaker. There are 27 shootings in the past 2 months. I've stood in this House numerous times, multiple times in the last number of weeks, demanding that this government take action on the issue, and I still have not received any concrete answers or commitments from this government. Mr. Speaker, people come to Canada because they want to give their children a better future in a country that is safe. It is simply unacceptable that there are communities in this country where parents are afraid to let their children play outside in the case of a lone bullet. A first step in resolving this problem would be providing Surrey with the necessary resources to deal with the escalating gang violence, including youth gang prevention programs. Youth gang prevention programs funding in Canada is unstable and inconsistent. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I've introduced a motion, M407, which calls on the government to provide stable, long-term funding for youth gang prevention and intervention programs. I hope my Conservative colleagues will vote in favour of this motion and work together to keep our families and children safe. I'm urging the government to work with us to find solutions to fix this alarming problem. However, Mr. Speaker, in order to find solutions for this problem, we need the government to be transparent about the current situation. Mr. Speaker, last week I stood up in this House and I had a number of questions for the minister which weren't answered, and I asked the parliamentary secretary at that point to be aware that I'm going to be coming back in this House at this time to come with those answers. So hopefully she will provide us with those answers. And Mr. Speaker, I don't want to hear talking points, but I don't think my people in my community want to hear talking points. Here, I'll repeat the questions again, Mr. Speaker. You know, the minister, the parliamentary secretary keeps talking about $2.8 million in crime prevention funding in Surrey. The minister says it's about $3 million. So which one is it? Is it 2.8 or 3 million? And these are the kind of questions I had for the minister last week, and I hope she comes prepared. What is the itemized amount for the spending on the crime prevention in Surrey? What components are grants or contributions? What is the government's definition of crime prevention? Which departments were involved in spending with what amounts? Mr. Speaker, what I keep hearing from this government is the same talking point from the parliamentary secretary and the minister, but still no action to deal with the gang violence program. The parliamentary secretary is also going to get up and tell us that they've brought in 30 new laws to deal with this. Mr. Speaker, and she's going to say, well, that member voted against it. Mr. Speaker, this crime wave is happening in Surrey despite those number of laws they brought in, Mr. Speaker, and they're not sufficient. And we've been telling them that you need to invest in communities, in crime prevention programs, and experts have been telling us in committee studies that you need to invest in crime prevention. Crime prevention pays. A little investment goes a long way. This parliamentary secretary is also going to get up and tell us that they've increased the funding for the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is they cut the funding for RCMP in 2012 by $195 million. Now she's going to tell us they've increased it for 7 years in the last 8 years. If you increase it $1 million or $2 million each year, yet you take out $195 million, that doesn't, Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians can do the math. So I urge the parliamentary secretary to answer my question very straightforward. My question is not what the government has done or what the Liberals did wrong. My question is, what are you doing now in my community? What is the government's plan to deal with escalating gang violence? When will the government approve the 100 RCMP officers the city has requested? What will it take for this government to prioritize public safety?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it feels a little bit like Groundhog Day because I've responded to these very same questions again and again. In fact, not too long ago in the adjournment proceedings. But nonetheless, I'm very pleased to speak again and respond to the same remarks and the same questions which I've answered before to the member for Surrey North regarding the issue of escalating violence in the city of Surrey. And just contrary to what that member is saying, I'm actually going to stand up and talk about the facts. Over the last few years, our Conservative government has proven its commitment to protecting Canadians. That is why we have passed over 30 measures to combat dangerous and violent criminals. That's a fact. By getting tougher on crime. But I'm compelled to note that member, the very same member from Surrey, was not as concerned for the safety of his own constituents when he voted to reduce sentences for drive-by shootings. And here he is standing in the House asking about these very same things. Our Conservative government has put an ever-increasing focus on supporting intervention measures to prevent crime and youth gang activity, issues that are of great concern for all Canadians, but in fact, indeed, to the Surrey community. We know how important it is to steer youth away from gangs and crimes, or from crime and gangs before they get caught in a life of violence, drugs, and criminal activities. That is why, in 2008, we renewed and provided additional ongoing funding to the National Crime Prevention Strategy of $40.9 million per year. And again, Mr. Speaker, it's a fact. The issue of youth gangs continues to be a government priority. As the opposition member may be aware, as part of the National Crime Prevention Strategy, this government created the Youth Gang Prevention Fund to address growing concerns about youth gangs, with an annual investment of $7.5 million over 5 years. Mr. Speaker, again, this is a fact. What is also a fact is that the member from Surrey North actually voted against making the Youth Gang Prevention Fund a permanent program. And now he's standing up in the House and saying he needs this type of support. This program has supported, Mr. Speaker, 31 youth gang prevention projects for a total investment of $39.3 million in contribution funding in cities right across this country. Of that money, $2.8 million has gone into crime prevention initiatives in Surrey alone. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is a fact. Mr. Speaker, further to that, we are committed to working with the province of British Columbia to ensure that there are enough law enforcement boots on the ground to combat dangerous and violent criminals. And, Mr. Speaker, again, the member stood up opposite, has asked for the answer to the support for the Surrey area. Apparently he wasn't listening the last time I stood up, because I'm going to reiterate right now again, maybe this time he'll listen, that I answered that question, as I said, in the adjournment proceedings not too long ago. We have actually approved the request that the member is referring to. I don't know what part he doesn't understand. I don't know what part he hasn't heard. I hope that the NDP member opposite will finally get on board with our Conservative government's approach to protecting Canadians, and I certainly hope that he actually begins to listen to the answers that I give him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, I know facts are not something that Conservatives like to actually talk about, because those aren't facts; those are fictions. You can turn facts in any ways you want. The minister talks, the parliamentary secretary talks about investing $2.8 million in Surrey since 1970, or is it last year? Those are the very simple questions I'm asking, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, people in my constituency will see what the answers were, and they were not the answers that people of Surrey are expecting. So I'm going to ask the parliamentary secretary one more time, very clearly. My question is not what this government has done or what the Liberals did 10 years ago. My question is, what are you doing to do now to address this concern? The need is immediate, Mr. Speaker. We've had 25 shootings. It's about time that this government made some immediate commitments, concrete plans, and offer those to the city of Surrey, Mr. Speaker. So what is the government's plan to deal with this escalating violence? How are we going to move forward?
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if that member's constituents are watching, then they've probably just heard that member supported against everything that this government has done to try and prevent that very crime and reduce crime rate across this country. We actually have the lowest crime rate because of this Conservative government. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, our government has taken strong action to keep British Columbians and all Canadians safe. Again, that member is not really listening to the answers. He has gotten up and asked the same questions again and again. But that's just words. That's rhetoric. On this side of the House, the Conservative government has adopted a balanced approach to community safety. We have both legislative, supporting reactive, instead of just supporting reactive measures. We've made some significant investments in the crime prevention area as well. I've talked about those just a moment ago, and still the member has not listened, has not heard any of those things. But, Mr. Speaker, despite the opposition, despite that member from Surrey, we will continue to support all British Columbians. We will support the area of Surrey. And again, I am pleased to say, if the member has not heard, I'll try one more time. We did approve that request for the additional support. So maybe he's typing it in his tablet right now. I'm not sure, but that is the correct answer. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that when it comes to keeping our community safe, when it comes to keeping Canadians safe, it is this government, the Conservatives, that have taken strong action, both legislatively, preventative measures, and the NDP has voted against absolutely everything. And I think the constituents of Surrey, of that member's riding, actually know this is the fact. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.